This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing. It's Spa-Francorchamps. It is the penultimate round of the Neo Endurance Series, and we still got a lot of scores to settle in terms of all three of our championships. It was Thrustmaster Movano Racing who took victory at the 6 hours of Suzuka. They lead the championship right now by 20 points. They have had a perfect record so far in the first Neo Endurance Series to involve P1 cars. In P2, well, it's 3 wins out of 4 for Ava Veratic. They've got 62 points, and they are looking to make sure that that disappointing result at Interlagos will be erased by another positive result here today. MSI Esports, they came home second place last time out in GT, but they lead the way in terms of your GT championship. Actually, I take that back. MSI Esports are leading the championship, and they did win last time out at Suzuka. However, we've got ourselves Logitech were the winners. I've got it right for the 3rd time there. Logitech Low are 4th place in your championship as we head ourselves to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. And we say hello and welcome here live on RaceSpotTV, streaming live as ever on the iRacing Esports Network. I'll correct myself one more time. MSI Esports, they came home second in Suzuka. However, they are leading the championship by only 3 points over Triton Racing. Logitech G Autos Esports, they did win last time out at Suzuka, but they are 4th place in the championship, only 9 points back. And that is the closest championship standings we have. Qualifying is underway right now for your GT division, and let's have a look at the GT standings coming into this event in a little bit more detail. It's MSI Esports, who have got 51 points, having had themselves no wins, but consistent finishes at Circuit of the Americas, Interlagos, and Suzuka. Then you've got yourself Triton Racing, who are 2nd place in class right now. They too have not won a race this season, but they've been close at both Sebring and Kota. Core Sim Racing are in 3rd. They've had 2 victories, but 2 disappointing finishes. They had only 4 points from Circuit of the Americas and a grand fat 0 at Suzuka. And then the other team to have won 2 races, Logitech G Autos Esports, they won at Kota, they won at Suzuka, 0 points at Sebring, only 2 points at Interlagos. They are the top 4 teams, and the 4 teams that are realistically in with a shot of winning the championship. You have got, on the outside, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, who theoretically have a bit of a chance, as do your 4-Wheel Drive X Racing and Redfex Racing by MXX Engineering and Joel Real Timing. And then you've got S2V Racing in 8th, Zenith Esports in 9th, and Team 85 running out your top 10. It's Will Vincent here along with David Haynes for qualifying. Tobias Brockman and Cameron Walsh will join us shortly. David, we talk about the closeness in the championship. We talk about the inconsistency in terms of the 2 teams that have won races in GT this season. Both Core Sim Racing and Logitech G Autos Esports. They both today need to think about consistency, because now for the next 30 hours, you're at 2 tracks that if you make one mistake will seriously bite you.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome everyone. Qualifying underway, as you said. And you're right, it's so close and there's so much to play for in those classes, especially in the GTs, which we're talking about now. And my goodness, these guys, Logitech G, Altus Esports, 2 wins, but not enough consistency. Some troubles in the first round means that winning hasn't been enough. They haven't been consistent enough, but they're trying to set that right here at Spa-Francorchamps.
On board with Logitech G, Altus Esports, they currently have the pole position in terms of qualifying. Let's just show you the qualifying times as they'll come across now on the left-hand side of your screen. And that's actually not the one we're looking for. We're looking for this one instead. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. 211.764 for Logitech G, Altus Esports. Team 85 are currently in 2nd place. Now, they run 10th place in the championship, with MSI Esports leading the championship in 3rd, but the gaps are pretty close. On a 2-minute 11 lap, your top 4 drivers are currently separated by just 1/10 of a second. Odux Motorsports are only 108 thousandths of a second back, as we're just going to turn our attention over to Triton Racing. They are 2nd place in the championship, but right now, David, they are only 6th place in qualifying and a good 1/3 of a second back.
Yeah, you look at that, 1st through to 5th is all 1/10 of a second, and then there's that little margin there, 2.5 tenths of a second from Odux Motorsports to Triton Racing, who we're riding on board with here, Peter Jagodzinski behind the wheel. And that's quite a lot to find when everyone else is so close, and it is quite a long lap time, and those margins as a percent are very small, but to find that last little bit, that's so tough. And about to cross the line out of the bus stop chicane, and we'll see if this is an improvement.
Yeah, Triton Racing heading themselves past the start-finish line. Best time, a 2:12.1, and, well, they do not improve. In fact, they lose a position for the moment because of the fact that before DriveX Racing have moved themselves up 1 place. Let's go and have a look at Team 85, shall we? We say they've not had the best championship, but they're riding high here today. As we go on board with Lucas Jestak right now, let's have a look and see if he is on a flying lap. The answer to that one is yes. 37.7 for sector number 1, 53.9 for sector number 2. In these GT cars, the key moment of the day, I think one of them is going to be Blanchimont. You don't want to push wide in qualifying. You can't. You'll get yourself a lap invalidated. But, of course, Race Control will be looking at drivers exceeding track limits quite heavily. About 4 points on track, and Blanchimont is one of them.
Yeah, that's what it's known for around here in iRacing at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, is that there's a few places you can kind of get away with extending the track limits. But you don't want to do that here. And S2V Racing, where have they found that speed from? To be so close to nearly snatching pole from Logitech G Altus Esports. Good lap that the 82 car has just put in.
Yeah, only 7 1/1000ths of a second behind Logitech G Altus Esports. MSI are only 26 1/1000ths of a second back, and this is Mark Perez. Let's go on board with this driver. MSI Esports, as I said, they are leading the championship coming into this one. And again, at this stage, when you're leading the championship but you know the points are close, the thing that you've got to do here, David, is just make sure, as I say, the C word, consistency. A podium is what they really have to do as a minimum. They cannot afford to get a race here today where they are out of the points or out of the event, because otherwise their life is going to be really hard to claw back at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yep, in agreement with you there. With how the point structure is for finishing, finishing is an absolute must. The points difference between first and third, it's significant. It's 20 points for a win, 16 for second, 14 for third. But if you get a top 5 and your opponent doesn't finish, that's a huge swing in the championship. Yeah,
as coming out of the bus stop chicane will be Mark Perez. Past the start-finish line, 2:11. It's been his fastest time so far. Well, that was not. Clearly, that was an outlap. So we're just starting to raise our voices for nothing. Let's go back on board then with Marc Perez as he heads himself down the hill. On track, we have got Simone Maria Marceno, who's looking like he's on a flying lap right now. He's trying to increase that gap out front to 11.764 is the fastest time by Maria Marceno so far. Let's actually go and turn our attention over to him for a minute. 37.459 has been his Sector 1 time this time around. Now he's just heading himself from the exit of Stavlo 2, cover Paul Frere. Second sector time, that is a 54.217 as he now runs himself towards Blanchimont. And he's got himself now really just one braking zone to go. That is for the bus stop chicane. But Marceno will be the first of these drivers to come by on what is their third run really. To come past the start finish line. Marceno into the bus stop chicane. Looks good on entry. Looks good through the apex. Avoids the sausage curb on the inside of the final corner. 2:11.7 to beat, and he goes faster. That is a 2:11.533 there. So actually a good run by Marceno. But let's go back to Perez. I was too busy trying to write down that final point, but it's worth noting Perez is a tenth of a second slower than Marceno in sector number 1. Marceno did a 37.459. Perez did a 37.545. Sector 2, however, it equals back up a 54.1 second sector there for Marc Perez. So this is the thing we often see at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Some of the teams tune their cars to work out in the overtaking opportunity points of the racetrack. That is down into the exit of the Camel straightaway, and then also the exit of Blanchimont. There are some teams that focus their setups on the twiddly bit, as it was once referred to on ITV Sport, as the 4-year Drive X Racing go up into second place. And it was almost a pole position, but not quite then. For Marc Perez and MSI, they go up into second place, and there's a pit party. David coming out of pit road for one more run.
Yep, exactly. 5 minutes left of GT qualifying, if I'm not wrong. And of course, if a flying lap is 2 minutes 11, an out lap has to be just a little bit longer than that. So really, everyone who comes across the line now to start the lap, probably be the last one they get to do. So all important, and right now, even though MSI Esports have found more time, Williams Gym Esports have found more time, it's still Logitech G Altus Esports leading qualifying by the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, having a look at Anders Carr, this is an outlap for him in Thrustmaster Movano Racing. I talked about them, of course, earlier on in this qualifying broadcast. We were talking about where they are in terms of the GT Championship. They're only 5th. They have got the opportunity, if they were to, for example, win out here and also at Le Mans, they could have a shot at the championship, but qualifying P8 in class is not the way to start that movement.
Exactly, when it's so close in the points, when it's so close in qualifying, smallest of margins matter a lot. In that 8th place, I mean, a lot can happen over 6 hours, and you think, how important is qualifying for an endurance race, a 6 hours endurance race? But when the field is this close, it is really important that, you know, 10-15 seconds lost in the first stint, you might not be able to get back even through like the remaining 5 hours.
Having a look, an outlap lem for your 4-year Drive X Racing. Who are we going to focus on for this final lap, David? Give me a car.
Okay, I'm thinking about Red Face Racing in the number 66. Are they out on a flying lap? I think they're about to start one.
Okay, Red Face Racing, let's turn our attention over to them as they just head themselves through the final corner and towards the start-finish line. So let's do a lap on board of them, because we're going to have then a huge gaggle of cars who are all going to be coming through the start-finish line about a minute after Laurent finishes his lap. On board with Laurent, and of course he's going to have people who are on laps as well who might give him a bit of a tow up the Kemmel straightaway. So in towards Air Rouge, left hand flick. Radio, the right hand uphill, then left hand at the end. Now onto the Kemmel straightaway and the kink to come up. We'll give the idea of the sector 1 time. It was 37.4 for Marceno, for the driver of Laurent, it is a 37.7, so 3 tenths lost already, David.
Yep, and that's a sector where the straight line speed is key, and getting a little bit of a slipstream potentially off the car ahead, but not enough for Laurent Miskovitz right now. The Red Face Racing are 12th, and I'm not sure this will be an improvement unless through the section out of Curva Paul Freire towards Blanchimont can really get some advantage of the slipstream there, and the car in front is clearly not improving and pulls out of the way. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse for Red Face Racing.
Yeah, Red Face Racing about to complete sector number 2 as they head into the Fangya chicane right now. 2-minute 12 is their best lap of the day. That is only half a second slower than Altus Esports as they'll exit the Fangya chicane. Will the number 66 machine, and it's a 54.217. Ironically, that second split, David, exactly the same as Marceno.
Yep, so clearly through the middle sector, that Ferrari is working very well. Maybe in the first sector, it's not quite as strong. Could be something with the setup from the team. Could be maybe just didn't quite get the La Source hairpin right, but through Blanchimont at speed, looks very well balanced. An unbalanced car through there can be fatal, and these cars are all looking very well planted. Hardest braking zone, and I think he goes a bit wide of the first apex in the bus stop chicane. Still going to try and complete the lap, see if 13th can be improved on from Red Face Racing, but I think the answer is no. Right,
we've got ourselves a 37.6 first sector for MSI, 54.0. It's close again between MSI Esports and Logitech G Altus Esports. Euphoria DriveX Racing up into second place. What about the pole position? No. MSI Esports won't even improve on third place. Altus Esports are on track. They would have just been given word about the fact that none of the people behind them are seemingly gaining positions. And yeah, indeed, the word's just been given. And I think that Marceno is not really going to be pushing hard. But we have got a driver who's looking to go fast. That is Williams Esports. Williams Gym Esports and Aldo Massa. 37.405 Sector 1. That is faster than Altus Esports. It all comes now, David, down to the second sector.
Yeah, exactly. How well does the Ferrari brake? How well does it turn? Can they carry the momentum? This is a tricky corner here. Downhill, right hand, hairpin. Keeps it stuck very well to the inside apex and through no name. Don't go out too wide there. You'll get off track. You'll invalidate your lap time. It looks good still.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation of the second split in a moment. Of course, No Name Corner actually has a name now. It's Jackie X Corner. In famous, of course, Belgium racing driver who's raced for Ferrari in his lifetime. Through Fangya chicane for Aldo Massa. Williams Gym Esports. Sector number 2 for Marceno was a 54.217, and he's pulled it off. He just went off track there, and that is going to be it for him. And I think that was the last real driver who had the chance of taking pole position away from Altus Esports when he messes it up down at the Fangya chicane. The pressure getting to him. Having a look quickly at Odux Motorsports, has a Cecilia. Well, that's a slide and a half, and he's not going to be able to complete anything further in qualifying either. So that is pretty much it now, in my opinion, for GT qualifying. Most drivers are back on pit road. We have got Kimmo Sumerman, who we should pay attention to for a moment. I'm just checking to see whether this is a hot lap for him. 37.8 Sector 1, 4 tenths slower. It's actually about a second off pace already, Core Sim Racing, so this certainly will not be an improvement on time for Kimmo Sumerman, David.
No, unless he decides to shortcut the last chicane, I don't see where he's going to find that much time in the final sector. Still going to complete this lap for pride or whatever reason, or camera time, that's valuable too. But yeah, not going to be an improvement. Not bringing it back onto pit lane nice and neatly. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you want to make sure you get yourself. Pit road here is not the hardest that we'll see all season, but it can still be a bit of a pain in the backside. We can see most of your GT field are returning on towards pit road now. as keeping an eye out, seeing what is going on track. We should be almost at the end of our qualification period for GT, and I think we are. So this is how things look in terms of your GT field for the moment. Logitech G Altus Esports pole position by 28 1,000ths of a second. But look at the gap between P2 and P3. 1,000ths of a second separating your 4-wheel drive X Racing and MSI Esports, David.
Yeah, we've got plenty of colourful expressions in Australia for how much of a difference that is, and none of them are broadcastable, but I'll say that 1,000th of a second, what a teeny tiny margin. If you could show that visually, it would be, you know, 5 centimetres or so around a lap like this, which is beyond 7 kilometres.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have an analogy for measuring a small gap like 5 centimetres, but it certainly isn't broadcastable itself either. We've got ourselves drivers heading down on pit road. It is the gaggle of your LMP2 drivers. They're going to be coming off pit road any moment now, waiting for permission to go on to the track. As well, this is going to be fun. Over to LMP2 qualifying them, and that will take place in just, well, they're going to come on tracks. It's going to be about 3 minutes or so before they really see them starting flying laps, depending on how quickly they get going. Having a look at the cars, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers in this queue right now. One of them just trying to push in a little bit, because that's the way pit road works.
Like a bit of a highway merge there.
It is. It's a bit like a highway merge in the UK, and of course that is one driver on pit road. He's going to have to try and get into it. That's going to be the Race Clutch team, the number 57. They're going to be, let's go on board of them and show you where they are. They are, I think, 5th place in line right now. They're just waiting for permission from race control to go out. And this is what I love about this qualifying. People are queuing up, waiting to go out. That doesn't mean they're going to bomb it when they get on track, because everyone's still going to do their little nice and slow, keep the tyres nice and cool situation. And at that point, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, indeed. And one thing I've noticed for Race Clutch, a bit of a driver personnel change since last round. They've lost Johan Hath from that car, who's gone over and joined Apex. And I'm not sure who's qualifying the Apex LMP2 car, but expecting to see Johan Hath in that machine later in the race. You can see it just to the right there of Inertia Sim Racing, as it's a green flag, green light at the end of pit lane, and they're going out for LMP2 qualifying.
Yep, so they all come on to track now, and let's see who is going to be leading the train by the time they get past the start-finish line. So GT qualifying is over. It is time to go to LMP2 qualifying, as we are here live on the iRacing Esports Network. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, coming up this coming Tuesday, it is the first round of the 2019 eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series. It'll be from the high banks of Daytona. We've had the draft. We've had drivers drafted for the first time in series history. It's the 10th season of the eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series live on RaceSpotTV, on the iRacing Esports Network, and also on Twitch TV and Facebook Live. Looking forward to a great evening's worth of racing in that one. So, all of the LMP2 drivers, they are on track and they are going around. Who is going to be leading this train? Well, they're all heading themselves kind of in towards the Fangya chicane as it stands right now. Some of them are actually still all the way back at Pouan. So there's a bit, the good thing is they got themselves some gaps right now, and that's going to be the important thing. As drivers, Team Hoixenveld, we saw them, they were close to the front of the field. They remain second in line. Question's going to be, are they going to start just falling back a little bit, or does Hoixenveld want the clean track? I think they're trying to put the pressure on to see what was going to happen. They might try and get the toe in towards Lacombe on this first lap and see how that one goes. Of course, these drivers, they'll get themselves about 3 runs as ever to go and get as fast a lap time as possible. Let's go on board then with Ronnie Fantini in terms of your Team Hoixenveld car. heading through La Source right now and towards the Air Rouge Ranion complex on track. What we're going to do whilst we're on board with Fantini, we're just going to show you the standings as to date. As you see the driver ahead just pulling off track. Here are the P2 standings. Ava Veratic are leading the way with 62 points right now. Apex Racing UK second with 49. IRDK Endurance in third place. Torque Freak Racing fourth. And TNT Racing round out your top 5. The driver that we're looking on board right now, Team Hoixenveld, they are in 6th place as it stands. And just having a look through, of course, last time out when we were at Suzuka, Ava Veratic got themselves the race victory. They have got themselves 3 victories so far this season. The only disappointing race they had was Interlagos. That race, of course, is won by Schubert Motorsports, David.
Yeah, a little bit of an underdog story. A smaller team coming through in what was a very turbulent race. A lot of retirements from that one as well. And you've got to be in it to win it. That's what they say. And on that day, Schubert Motorsports were. They ran a good race. They were quick enough, but they also stayed out of trouble. I'm sure they're hoping for a good qualifying here, but that was a little bit wide there. I'm hoping that that's still within the realms of a valid lap, but I'm not sure now. Leonard Fricker qualifying that car.
Yeah, indeed. So, as Leonard heading himself in towards Blanchimont, we go back on board with him for a moment. So let's have a look at the lap time up on your screen right about now. 34.8 sector 1, 51.0 sector number 2. So about 3 seconds a sector faster than GT. Out of the start finish line, and in class he is going to put himself up into the, well, you're right, no lap time by him then. So actually drivers around him are having to do, give me 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, sorry. I've just lost my train of thought. David, take over.
Right, well, those first lap times coming in, so I think the timing tower of our LMP2 standings, it's about time to take a look at that, because Torque Freak Racing LMP and Ronnie Nunez has gone to the top of the times. See all the LMP2s coming in on top of the GTEs there. UI1 Positive Sim Racing come through with the fastest lap time now. It's all change as the first lap times come in.
Yeah, and the gap between University of Isabella 1, Positive Sim Racing and Company, well, that one is a grand total of 3 seconds. We're on board with Daniel Benefield. He's on his second lap length. Let's have a look at the sector times as he comes towards the end of sector number 1. And it's going to be a 34.765 for him in towards Lecom for the first time. So, now just through Lecom, the run down towards Rivage. This is one of those corners that's trickier than it seems. It's off camber here. You go downhill and then a little bit uphill at the end. Now into the Jackie X corner, the left-hander. Running the curb a little bit through there. On the inside, that is going to be okay. Now down in towards Pouon, the double apex left-hander. And we're going to see the second split time coming up for Daniel Benefield in just a moment's time. This will be a good marker so long as Benefield can complete the lap. And through the Fungus chicane he will come. Second lap, of course, for the 45. Positive Sim Racing car. 50.783 there for Daniel Benefield as he now comes through the second part of Stavolo. Curb pull Frere, flat out. He has got someone ahead of him, but that's not going to be far enough to get the dirty air or the draw. So it's fine right now for Daniel Benefield. He's got himself Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane to go on his second lap. We're going to see a lot of lap times come up in a moment on the left-hand side of your screen. Expect a lot of flashes of green. 202.6 is the fastest lap time so far today in LMP2. And past the start-finish line, it's going to be slower there by 0.3 of a second for Daniel Benefield. So not a good end to that lap for him. Torque Freak Racing, they are in second place right now, and they are on an outlap by the looks of it, David.
Yep, potentially so. Did see TNT Racing and SRN Motorsports improve. Still 6th and 7/10 respectively away from the pole position. And that 3/10, my goodness, that's quite a significant gap between first and second, when that kind of margin almost covered the top 10 in GTEs. I assume as more of the LMP2 field get a chance to set a representative lap, it'll all close up a little bit more, but it does show you how fiercely contested the GTE category is and how close all of the teams and drivers are there.
Yep, of course, University of Isabella won Positive Sim Racing. In terms of your standings, well, they are all the way down in 8th place right now. As you've also then got the team that we've been looking at, Talk Freak Racing LMP2. Well, they are in the 4th place in the championship. They're battling realistically for a podium finish in terms of this championship. They're not going to improve their lap time this time around, we don't think, but we're just going to go back on board with the driver of Ronnie Nunez again out of the bus stop chicane. He will come in a moment now. And he'll come past the start finish line. But yeah, this is an outlap quite clearly for Ronnie Nunez. 2:14.1. That's about the same lap time that I would normally do, David.
Yep, in an LMP1.
Yeah.
So coming out of that final chicane, you did see he took an unconventional line, really setting up the run out of the final chicane to get across the start-finish line, carrying as much speed as possible, trying to find everything available and up into 6th gear. Probably keeps it just about pinned with qualifying fuel going up the hill there. These cars, no hybrid systems, just a 3.4 litre V8 and the driver's right foot.
3/10 of a second slower by the looks of it then. Actually, no, he's about on target with Daniel Benefield through sector number 1, the Talk Freak Racing car. Just heading themselves. DK Endurance. Oh, they just slot themselves up into 2nd place. That one came a little bit out of nowhere, David.
Yeah, precisely. We didn't have that team on our radar, but the number 55 car and Marcelo Mayo finding some pace out there somewhere to grab 2nd, and it's still looking like they've fueled for another flying lap this time. The tyres are pretty durable on these LMP2 cars. It's not out of the realms of possibility to fuel them up for a couple of flying laps and it not holding you back too much, and it looks like what they could be going for. How does that first intermediate look?
1/10 of a second slower. What we're going to do is go back as Race Clutch, who appeared from nowhere. There's Race Clutch. Let's actually just turn our attention over to them. 2:02.644 that last time by. So they are improving and quickly. Let's go back to Talk Freak Racing though. They're heading themselves towards the bus stop chicane. They've got a time of 2:02.6 to beat right now. Ronnie Nunez, what's he going to do as he comes past the start finish line? 2:02.6, that's actually good enough to move him up with it, into 3rd place. Now 3 drivers in 1/10 of a second of each other. And where are Positive Sim Racing? They are down at the front of the chicane right now. Big oversteer by Daniel Benefield.
We saw that on board, trying to correct that, and we've got what I was really hoping was going to happen, that it'd all close up, get a little bit closer at the top of the board. Apex Racing UK improve a little bit by 2/10, moves them to 5th. Daniel Benefield trying to grab all of the slipstream he can off that car on an outlap, letting him through. Does he keep it absolutely pinned through Blanchimont? Yes, he does. You can see from the shift indicators in the dash, 6th gear keeps it pinned as late as he can on the brakes, but he needs to make the apex here, and he does. Needs to set up through the 2nd apex to get a good exit towards the line. The check it to the flag, the stripe comes up right there. And how did he go that time? Not an improvement.
Yeah, he went slow up. So Daniel Benefield, he might do another lap, but what I want to do is go back to Race Clutch. Let's see what they are doing right now. As it's a 34.7 for Sector 1. Sector 2 was a little bit faster than Benefield's last lap. It's all going to come down to what happens here down at the bus stop chicane. 34 of a second separating Race Clutch and Positive Sim Racing. Oversteer on the exit of the corner, but pole position for Arian Amon. He moves himself up to the top of the timing stands.
Fantastic lap. Watch, can anyone respond to that? Can Daniel Benefield pull something out on this lap? Can Torque Freak find more? Can someone like IRDK Endurance? Can Ava? My goodness, so that's very, very close.
Yeah. By the way, social media talking about Jamie Fluke, and yeah, we have to say, fantastic result by Jamie Fluke yesterday in the 12 hours of Bathurst, who did 12 hours on an OSW all by himself, able to come home second in the GT Porsche class yesterday. Let's go on board with Positive Sim Racing's Daniel Benefield again. Let's have a look at the second split, because Sector 1 was almost exactly the same as what he's done on laps previously. It's Sector 2, where he's going to be 2 tenths slower. If I was Benefield, I'd just pull this one off.
Yep, depends how the car is fueled if he starts. If he's fueled for another lap after this one, we can come to the line, start a second lap, but there's only... no, sorry, there's more minutes left in this qualifying than I'm thinking. I've gotten confused there, but Daniel Benefield is going like he thinks he can still improve on this lap, quite wide through the exit of Blanchimont though.
Yep, let's go on board with him. 202.554 is a new time. Yeah, he's definitely not going to get pole position when you go like that. He knows it. He pulls it off the side of the racetrack. But Torque Freak Racing LMP2, they are on to a new lap right now, heading down towards Air Rouge. Ronnie Nunez in third place within an 1/8 of a second of Race Clutch, who have taken over pole position in the last 5 minutes. Positive Sim Racing led the way early on. Race Clutch, of course, just to keep you up to date in terms of where they are in the championships. Race Clutch, well, they are not doing that great, shall we say. They're all the way down in P number 17, haven't actually entered a race this season, so this will be their first, well, haven't really got any points this season, so this is their first chance at scoring major points. And actually, a team like Race Clutch will come in and could end up actually having a situation where they are taking points away from other teams, could create an interesting dynamic, but that is most likely going to help Ava Veratic, David.
Yeah, precisely. Shocking season for the Race Clutch LMP2 effort. Unfortunately, not making really any finishes so far this season. They've got a personnel change in that car for this race. I think they're hoping that will turn things around a little bit. And setting their first lap of the session, Ava Veratic didn't set a lap immediately, and it was only they've just now put a lap time on the board, and boy is it a good one from Pascal Sticks. Nearly grabbed pole positions. First lap on the board takes them to second by 100th of a second.
Yeah, indeed. So we go back on board with the driver of Race Clutch and Ian Tolman right now in the number 57 car. Oh, that was a big wiggle through Ravage. Let's have a look, see how that will impact on the second split time, shall we? Because Torque Freak Racing go back to pole position, and they do so in the dying moments of qualifying. Torque Freak Racing up into pole position in class. Let's go back and have a look then. Sector 1 for Race Clutch wasn't that great. Sector 2 for Race Clutch, I don't think it's going to be that good either. Ollie and Tolman behind the wheel right now, and they're going to likely, I think, do a 51-second. Actually, no. Scrap all of that. The 50.367 for Race Clutch. It looked horrible, but actually, it was really good for them as they now head themselves towards Blanchimont with just a few minutes remaining in qualifying. This is one I did not expect to have happen. Olin Tolman, that second sector looked atrocious, but he's got a 10th of a second to find up now. Over Torque Freak Racing, into the bus stop chicane. We've got ourselves Positive Sim Racing up on track as well. Past the start finish line here. It's going to be a slow lap then for Ireland Tolman. We thought it to be the case, but this is going to be his last one. But we also got Ava Veratic, your championship leader, on a lap right now, David.
Yep, third on the grid. Looking to improve it is Pascal Sticks, using all of the curbing that he's allowed, taking the minimum angle, least scrub as possible, carry as much speed as possible up the Kemmel Straight.
Sector 1, 34.824 a tenth of a second slower than what we've seen by Benefield. But, of course, David, we've got to remember the differences in setups here.
Yep, there's various different rear wing angles that are possible, different low downforce, medium downforce kits. I assume for Spa, almost everyone would be running the low downforce kit, but I'm not confident enough to say that with energy behind it. We'll see what the second split, what the middle sector of the lap can do for Pascal Sticks. Keeps it within the lines down the hill through Pouan. Looks quick, and a big wiggle and a spin for Race Clutch. They're not going to improve on that lap.
No, we didn't. We caught it literally just though going towards Pouan. So we turn our attention back then. 50.333 for the Ava Veratic team. IRDK Endurance go up into second place in the dying moments of qualifying. We've now got Ava Veratic, Pascal Sticks. What's going to happen to him as he comes in towards Blanchimont for the final time in his qualifying session? Down towards the bus stop chicane. The number 39 team. Into the right-hander. Through to the left. 204.6 is the time to beat. The answer is going to be no. 202.7. Bad last sector for Ava Veratic. So it looks as though that they're qualifying. They're going to go out and do one more lap possibly here. But qualifying drawing to a close, and Ava Veratic, that was not a good run.
Yep, 1 minute 20 seconds until the checkered flag waves for this LMP2 qualifying session. So it has to be this for Ava Veratic. They can't reset to the pits. They can't start another lap. This is all they will have. But their competitors like Torque Freak, like IRDK, like Positive Sim Racing, they're all in the pits. They're not going to have a chance to improve. It's only Race Clutch, Ava Veratic, Team Hoisingfeld out there on track trying to set another flying lap.
And Race Clutch are likely going to have about 15 seconds to go in qualifying. By the time they get to the start-finish line, it's going to be close. We're on board right now with Talmon, but we'll go back to Veratic first because they are on a hot lap, we believe. Let's have a look. 34.8, sector number 1. That is a little bit faster than what they did that last time by. Now towards the Fangio chicane. Little bit of a slide for the first part of Fangio, but that's okay for them for now. On the exit of Fangio, 50.5, slower than what they've done previously in qualifying, and loose and rugged for Curva Paul Frere. It'll be a miracle, in my opinion, if Veratic will get themselves up to pole position. I don't think they're going to improve at all here, David, but we've got ourselves 20 seconds. Let's ride on board of them and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely something's going to happen.
That's what they've got to lose from trying to push too hard through Blanchimont with a car that looked rather oversteery, a little bit Larry indeed. That's quick, but out of control, and that was a big crash. Very luckily, that won't affect them for the race. Yeah, checkered flag is out for qualifying then. Oh, what a session we had there, David, because we've got ourselves now one more session to go. That's going to be LMP1s. But LMP2s, it was a case of people falling over themselves in the latter runs. Yep, it's a partly cloudy day here, and the track temperature swinging just a little bit. It was about 33 degrees Celsius for the GTEs. Dropped a little bit with a tiny bit of cloud cover, 32 during most of the LMP2 qualifying. And yeah, it's certainly, there's all the possibility that it could change further in either direction as we head towards LMP1 qualifying in about 4 minutes' time. Yeah, and the LMP1 drivers are already starting to line up. There is a driver at the front of your field. It is Marcus Hamilton for Thrustmaster Movano Racing, the team that have been picture perfect so far this season in the Neo Endurance Series. 20 points at Sebring, 20 points at Kota, 20 points at Interlagos, and 20 points at Suzuka. Absolute domination for Thrustmaster Movano Racing, as we'll show you the championship standings in that class right now. And they are leading
by 20 points over Porsche Bal by Sorg Rensport Esports in second place. Porsche have got themselves, the Sorg Rensport Esports team, they got themselves 2 second places and 2 third places. SimRC.de have had 1 second place, 2 third places, and a kind of middle of nowhere result. That was down at Sebring. Race Clutch have not been on the podium so far this season, but they've been consistent, and that is why they run in 4th place in the championship. Wyvern Racing, they are in 5th place in the championship. And then the other Thrustmaster Movano racing car, the number 4 driver, well, they got a 2nd place at the start of the season at Sebring when they had a 1-2 finish. But since then, they scored 0 points at Kota, off the podium, David, both at Interlagos and Suzuka.
Yeah, really living in the shadow of the, I guess you could call it, Big Brother car there. Certainly an interesting mix of teams at the top of your P1 standings, and really the question is, what can anyone else find to topple this leading Movano car that has so far been untouchable and flawless?
Don't forget, if you want more racing action, you can join the movement and subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network now. You're probably watching us on the iRacing Esports Network, so just click the subscribe button and join ourselves, RaceSpotTV, LSR TV, SimSpeed Online, Global Sim Racing Channel, Podium Esports, Apex Racing TV, and so many more in terms of the biggest and best sim racing esports network in the world. It is the iRacing Esports Network. As we are getting ready for P1 qualifying, and we can say good afternoon to Cam Walsh.
Yes, hello. We are having all sorts of fun here on the old RaceSpot computer, but we've been able to have a grand old qualifying session here for the final of the 6-hour events for the Neo Endurance Series. Where's the time gone? Yep,
of course, we've only got 1 round left of the championship after this one. That'll be a 24-hour race, live, of course, in its entirety on RaceSpotTV on March the 23rd and 24th, 2019. Just thinking back a little bit more, David, about this this team that we've got in Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Unless my memory has completely deserted me, no team has ever won. I think maybe Coanda, but no team has ever won pretty much everything and dominated in the way that we've seen Movano Racing in this Porsche 919 LMP1 as they come out onto track.
Green light at the end of the pit lane, you're right, and Marcus Hamilton will be the first out there to get an outlap and then try and start a flying lap. And yeah, in the Neo Endurance Series, season to season, there's been some car changes, some class changes. Some the GT1s, GT2s have gone, GTEs have joined us, P1s have joined us. So changes season to season, but Thrustmaster Movano Racing with a clean sweep so far this season and first out in qualifying. I mean, that's... yeah, it's almost record-breaking, I would suspect.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well, they did not want to mess around on pit road. They wanted track position. They wanted to just get going. Now, the tyres are going to be cool on this car, but they're just going to be warming them up as they go through the Jackie X corner right now. Left-hander and the run down on towards Puan. So, they are going to be the first team that will cross the start-finish line. In terms of the championship, we already talked about how they have been faultless and flawless this season. In terms of the last time out, in terms of LMP1, it was Thrustmaster Movano Racing who won. It was Porsche Basel by Sorg Rensport Esports in second place, and that's of course how they run in terms of the championship. And it was SimRC.de who came home in the third position. Just to let you know, that is the SimRC.de Emerald car of Michael Mittner, who is going to be the second driver in line, the Asher Racing sponsored driver, as they will be heading themselves through Blanchimont right now. Let's give yourselves our first RaceSpotTV fan immersion of the day. Let's do the first qualifying lap on board with Marcus Hamilton and this Movano team. So that's what one lap looks like on board with Movano Racing. And one day I'll learn how to use these graphics. They're annoying me now. But that is their first lap. And let's have a look then at the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Movano Racing 152.368 for them, as they have themselves an advantage of almost half a second, Cam, over the Porsche Bars by Storgren Sports Esports team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of no surprise right now. Just with how Thrustmaster Movano has been dominant almost every single track that they have been to, it has just been one of those situations where they were able to just claw not only great qualifying times out, but almost every single race they just managed to put together a fantastic race strategy and plan. And I mean, you're going to be shocked by this, but their plan just always seems to be go really, really, really fast, and it's surprisingly worked out for them.
Yeah, indeed. So as we're having a look at them, let's go back and have a look at the Porsche car, because they are on a second lap. No, they're not. They're actually just exiting pit road for their second time, David. Gap 4.5 tenths of a second. That's a long way that they need to come back from.
Yeah, and we saw something similar to this in the LMP2 category, that they all came out, did one flying lap, and it looked like the gaps were pretty substantial, but then once everyone gets an opportunity to do a couple laps, put in a representative time, then all starts looking just a little bit closer. But it is absolutely telling that first lap out of the gate, the number 3 car, nearly half a second clear on the other teams that now have some catching up to do.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting, Dave, that these drivers have not had the chance to go on track for the last about an hour, 10 minutes now, when we include the drivers briefing and qualifying for GT and also LMP2. So what that means is this track is very different to how it was the last time they went out.
Yeah, indeed, and as I mentioned earlier, partly cloudy conditions, the more rubber getting laid down makes the track a little bit slicker, a little bit dirtier, and obviously the position of the sun moving the shadows here through Blanchemont as you go through the forest. And deep on the brakes goes Mike Nürnberg, who's looking to improve, looking to close that gap. He comes out of the final corner, uses all of the remaining electrical energy to get to that finish line, I'm sure. That was clearly not an improvement there, potentially another out lap.
Yeah, it was.
Regardless, so yeah, and the track temperature now dropped even a little bit further than what it was for the LMP2s. It's 31 degrees now.
And also, Cam, what David alluded to in terms of the hybrid power, the energy recovery, unlike the other two classes, there's lots of gimmicks that these teams can play with. And how you use that in a long track like Spa, that's one that really can determine your overall lap time.
And not only that, you have to have essentially a qualifying idea and then a race idea, because the applications are going to be so different, where you're going to be wanting to harvest that energy and where you're going to want to deploy that energy. You basically want to be pushing to that 100% limit coming off of the exit of the bus stop chicane. Realistically, I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to be finishing out their hybrid charge going into the bus stop chicane as they come out of the final corners in the run-up to the bus stop. But it ends up, where are you going to be applying that power? And if you apply it too early or too much, you could really be finding yourself lacking when it comes to those straights.
Yeah, okay, so Porsche sponsored by Storgren Sports Esports. Intermediate 1, 31.163. That was a tenth and a half faster than Frostmaster. Second sector, however, was about 4 tenths of a second slower. As we now head towards the start-finish line, doesn't look as though they're going to get anywhere near the qualifying time. No, they don't. Very slow lap time in comparison there for the Frostmaster Movano team, and I still hate these graphics. As let's have a look then. Wyvern Racing up into second place for the time being. Cyandra behind the wheel of that car, coming back out on track right now, David.
Yep, and Race Clutch also firing themselves up into third position. Sayandra is going to start another lap. I think this is an out lap for him right here. And Cam mentioned it, with the hybrid systems here, you'll punch everything that's left in the battery out of the final corner towards the line. It really means you're never going to have the charge left in that to follow through into a second flying lap. It's going to be out lap, flying lap, reset to pits, out lap, flying lap for all of these LMP1 cars, because they need to charge up the battery to full to start a flying lap, then deplete it all the way, and then have nothing left for a second flying lap.
Yep, so on board, well, not on board actually, let's take that one back with Sayandra. He's on an out lap, as we said just a moment ago. The two University of Isabella 1 positive sim racing cars are separated by a tenth of a second on track. They are in P7 and P8, Cam.
Yeah, and it's been a decent season for the EOL1 positive sim racing teams. You don't normally see the positive sim racing in these LMP1 machines. Well, I would say any prototype machine, because this is obviously the first season that we've had the LMP1 cars, but it's been great to not only see them come into the ranks of the Neo Endurance, but to be doing a perfectly fair job in the LMP1s. It's sort of been one of those interesting seasons, Will, where the biggest names, they don't seem to necessarily be in the prototypes this season. They're kind of split between the multiple classes that we have here, which means that you can have a lot of these, I don't want to say smaller teams, but teams who maybe have had a different priority than sports car racing come in here and be a part of the Neo family.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting, of course, this is the first season, David, that we've had LMP1 in the Neo Endurance Series, which has been going on for so many years now, but it's a car that takes, I've heard Mavane saying it took them 6 months to really get the hang of and understand this car. We've seen, in terms of the iRacing special events as well, when we've had LMP1 cars, that it's not just a car you can get in and start driving, as that was a big wiggle there by Ricardo Orozco, the positive sim racing green car.
Yeah, looked like weaving to try and warm up the tyres or something, going really slow through the bus stop here, trying to get that space, set it up and fire it out of the corner to start a flying lap. But yeah, there's a lot of permutations to the setup of these cars. So we look at our only Audi in the field, it's Virtual Motorsports and Michael Storm, who sounds like he should be in, you know, a sequel of Disney Pixar's Cars as some kind of villain, but regardless to that. Yeah, so we've heard from some of these teams various things where they go down one path to set up a setup, you know, tweak it, it gets faster, but then they try something completely lateral, something totally different, and then find pace with some unconventional sort of combinations of setups. And in some circuits you think of, okay, Monza, what do you do at Monza? Trim as much downforce out of the car as possible, that's how you make it go quick. And then some teams found pace around circuits like Monza with high downforce setups with the LMP1 cars. So there's all kinds of weird sort of paths you can go down in configuring your setup for the LMP1 cars that initially don't seem intuitive, but if you tune it, then you can make it work. And that's something that teams like Thrustmaster Movano Racing have spent a lot of time figuring out, so that they have a setup that works, that looks after the tyres potentially, because double stinting the tyres is a big thing for these LMP1 cars. So they just have the resources, have the knowledge, have the boffins, as it will, to explore all the different possibilities of setting up the LMP1 cars. And that's what puts them on pole for a race like this by 0.47 of a second, as Race Clutch find a little bit of an improvement, but nothing to trouble that time in the 151s from the number 3 car.
Yeah, Sayandra is on an out lap right now on Wyvern Racing, currently in 3rd place. The Saw Grensport Esports car, which I don't know how you've been able to say this one all season long, Cam. It's probably the hardest name I've had to say in a very long time on commentating. The Porsche bar by Saw Grensport's Esports car. It's not one you can say 10 times after having a couple of beverages, I'll tell you that one. But they just ducked down into P5 behind SimRC.de.
And what's worse, I even remember, I'm pretty confident that at one point they messaged me in the season clarifying how they should have their name pronounced, because that was how they really wanted it pronounced. So not only is it an extraordinarily long name, I'm not sure if they technically even want to be called that.
Well, yeah, and you make a good point there, David. Of course, this is being a multilingual series. It means that there's even differences between when you speak in English compared to German. Tobias Brockman will, of course, give us a demonstration later on.
Yeah, the best I can tell you is that the German word Rennsport means racing, and the Sport in the German word pronounced differently, subtly, to sport in English. So when you've got them back to back, the German word and the English word, Tobias obviously will do a fantastic job of it, but the closest I could tell you is that it's Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports.
Yeah, and they are on to an outlap right now. Mike Nuremberg on behind the wheel of that car as they exit through the last source hairpin just behind the grandstands right now in towards Rouge, up through Radio, and then he's going to disappear behind the trees right about now as we turn our attention over to him as we get back on board with that number 18 car. Now, what we're looking for is a 31.3 for Sector 1. He's beaten that as he goes past traffic. That was close there, Cam.
Yeah, it absolutely was. You wouldn't normally expect to see the traffic here on in qualifying, but it certainly does happen, and people are trying your all sorts of different laps. It reminds you a lot of the top tier of Formula racing, where qualifying really has to be set up. They really have to be looking ahead to see whom is coming, who's on a hot lap, who's building up hybrid energy. Because especially with these cars, and it is just it's a lot of work to have that set up just to get a qualifying lap in with the proper hybrid power settings, with the proper tire temperatures. Right, okay, they are on pace right now to be within a tenth of a second of Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Movano, their second split was a 47.267. It was a 37.350 for the Rennsport Esports car, the Sorg Rennsport Esports car, as they head themselves down in towards the final chicane, the bus stop chicane. Exit of that. Qualifying time to be 1:51.9. No. Very bad final stint there. And that all comes down to, again, David, when you use the boost.
Yeah, precisely. You've got two things going on with the hybrid boost in these cars. One is the battery. You can deplete the battery and have no more boost left. So you want to start a lap with as full a battery as possible. But the other thing is there's a legal limit to how much energy you can deploy in one lap. So if you've got very good recharge settings, it's possible that you'll reach that limit in the lap if you're using the boost button too much early in the lap, and then if you've got none of it left out of the final corner. So you've got to have worked out already where is the best proportion of putting down your hybrid deployment energy. And Race Clutch looking to improve, and don't by 0.02 of a second there, very close to improving, but don't manage to claw back any of that gap to the number 3 car.
On board simrc.de and Michael Mittner right now as he heads himself towards Lacombe. Driver just moving way out the way. First sector 31.2 then for Michael Mittner, Cam. So a good first sector, but we've seen a lot of drivers using that high boost in sector 1, then don't have a lot to play with in sector 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and you really need that for when you're coming out of Blanchimont working towards the bus stop chicane. I mean, you're already going to be at almost high, top speed, and of course, for Blanchimont, you're going to be taking that flat out in an LMP1 machine. But you really need that hybrid for basically the entire sector from turn 12 on. From Pouan on, you really need to be able to punch out of every single corner, which makes it very difficult in a way, simply because, well, you'd love to use the hybrid as much as you can, coming off of every single corner, but you have to time this right to get the best lap time and the best speed differences, as you can hear that Porsche hybrid whirring to life as he comes out of Paul Frere and past 16. That's flat and then into the bus stop chicane for the CRC.de Emerald. We'll see, will Mittner go faster?
Well, he was 2 tenths slower than Movano in sector number 2. He wants to try and get a low 152, and he's going to improve by 2 tenths, and that will put him up into 4th position, David.
Yeah, as we were riding on board there, we saw they peaked at a speed of about 307 kilometers an hour. And from what I remember, riding on board with the number 3 car at the same section of the circuit, they were a couple kilometers an hour slower. So maybe a lower downforce setup for SimRC DE is giving them speed in a straight line, but maybe hurting them through the middle sector. Who knows? Certainly they were looking quick in a straight line as the 6th place sister car of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, the number 4, can't improve. Now we have a look at Randy Cheneth's best friends, Team Chimera.
Yep.
Hashtag blame Randy.
Yeah, hashtag blame Randy indeed as well. The checkered flag is out for qualifying. This is going to be then their last lap as we will see the drivers heading themselves one more time around this Spa-Francorchamps racetrack as in through sector number 1, we will have ourselves the team of Sam Trindle, Team Chimera, through sector number 1. What is their lap time going to be? Nothing. In fact, yeah, they're going to pull off at the side of the racetrack. Qualifying is pretty much over for all these drivers. Let's get that away from your screen. Let's get that away from your screen. And let's get ready to run through your starting grid for this round number 5 of the Neo Endurance Series. And we start with LMP1. Thrustmaster Movano Racing 151.977. Pole position for them. Wyvern Racing alongside them on the front row of the grid. Race Clutch in 3rd place and SimRC.de in P number 4. P5 is the Porsche Bar by Sorg RaceSpots Esports car and Mike Nuremberg. Alongside them on that 3rd row is the 2nd Movano Racing car and Maxim Brint. MSI Esports and University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing. They are row 4. Row 5, the other Positive Sim Racing car with Retro Racing as we just cycle through the remainder of your 16 car prototype field. Over to LMP2, Torque Freak Racing 202.4. They got pole position and a very close one from IRDK Endurance in 2nd, Race Clutch in 3rd, and Avav Ratek, who are, of course, your championship leaders, who roll out on P4. Positive Sim Racing, they looked strong earlier, but then they fell down to 5th place. Daniel Benefield, P5. Apex Racing UK, 6th. Team Hoixenveld, 7th, and Inertia Sim Racing in 8th. 9th place, TNT Racing, and Schubert Motorsports rounds out your top 10. There's the remainder of your LMP2 field as we now turn it back over to GT. And it's Logitech, GL2C Sports, with Simone Maria Marceno on pole position. Euphoria Drive X Racing 2nd, MSI Esports in 3rd, Williams Esports on the outside of the 2nd row of that field. Odox Motorsports in 5th, Core Sim Racing 6th. STV Racing 7th, Zenith Esports in 8th, 9th place Team 85, and 10th place Thrustmaster Movano Racing. There's the remainder of those results. Let's ask you both. Give me your key tip for the race. First of all, over to you, Cam Walsh.
Yes, hello. We are over to me, and was I going to be going through the GT cars? I
No.
figured that's what...
You're
okay.
going to be telling me your tip of the race?
My tip of the race. Well, the tip of the race is that a thing that we have not had to deal with Spa is that we are going to be not only driving into the sunset, we are going to be driving a couple of hours into the night. So you got to be really on the ball here, simply because Spa-Francorchamps is a very, very tough racetrack to drive at speed at night. Now we're going to have LMP1 cars mixing with GTE cars. It's going to be interesting. That's going to have to be a very high stress environment that you're going to have to try to avoid.
David, you give me a tip of the race.
Fuel consumption. If you're in the GTE cars, might be possible to do the 6-hour race with 4 stops, but only if you're very careful with your fuel consumption. So an eye on your consumption, one eye on the track temperatures, and when and how often you decide to double stint tires, for example in the LMP1 category and also the LMP2s, that could all be very important.
And it's also worth noting to combine those 2 points together, as we get into the night, the track temperatures of course will cool, and that will affect things like fuel consumption, but also the balance of these race cars. Here we are then, got ourselves the drivers lined up 2 wide. In terms of penalties, we'll talk through them over the course of this event. Live timing and scoring will be available all race long. The details for that, you just need to visit the link that is up on your screen now. live.neojust-endurance.com. Getting ready then for the start of the 5th round of the 2018-19 Neo Endurance Series, live from Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Let's get ourselves ready to go racing. The pace car is on pit road, and we now wait for the drivers to go 2 wide towards the start-finish line. Green flag in the air. Oh, trouble already as we got ourselves an LMP1 turned upside down. That is VRT E-Racing. What happened to them? They are out before the green there, David.
On their lid, sitting on the exit of the bus stop, they get out of the way, but because it's about to be time for the LMP2s to get going, can they have a cleaner start? And they enter the restart zone. Green flag waves for that class. Torque Freak lead away right behind there. That's IRDK trying to defend from Race Clutch, and Positive Sim Racing will think about sticking their nose between Race Clutch and Ava Vivatic, but a cleaner start through La Source hairpin for the LMP2 cars. Now it's time for the GTEs.
GTEs coming down towards their first corner. La Source for the first time in this motor race. This is where we often get them all bunching up together as they have got themselves cleanly through La Source, and now they journey it down towards the Air Rouge Radio Complex, going 2 wide, almost 3 wide down in the middle of your pack, but it is going to be status quo for the time being. Let's go back though to your battles going on in LMP1. As it is Wyvern Racing, Andra in 3rd place, Race Clutch LMP1 in 2nd place right now, and Thrustmaster Movano Racing's Marcus Hamilton leading the way, Cam, as they just work through towards the curve of Paul Frere, getting close to the end of their first lap. But the big news of the day, of course, is the fact we've had ourselves VRT out already.
Yeah, and that was sort of a classic spot incident in a way. Obviously not the whole flipping over part, but simply everyone was coming out of the bus stop. The green had pretty much already dropped. There was a couple of cars that had kind of gone a little early coming out of the corner, meeting up with the cars who hadn't really started going yet because the green wasn't officially out, and so they accordion into themselves, and the VRT car hit the car in front of them and then got hit from behind, and those forces crunched the car up, and over the lid it went. And meanwhile, Marcus Hamilton has pulled about a 3/10 gap, but here he comes as Richard Arnall, as this has sort of been the story of the season, as it were, as they're running 1, 2, 3. Wyvern has been kind of waiting in the wings. Race Clutch has been waiting to finish a race. And then you got everyone trying to chase down the Thrustmaster Movano car.
Yeah, as we're on board of Richard Arnault as they exit Rivage, heading themselves towards the Jackie X corner. to keep you up to date as well. Torrent Motorsports and Road Bastards and VRT E-Racing Purple did not take the green flag there. First penalty of the day, or first incident of the day being investigated. That involves the number 13 car, that's MSI Esports, and number 20 car, as well, that is VRT E-Racing, as well as the number 28, that's the University of Isabella Positive Sim Racing black car, David.
Yep, 2 teams at least registering with the incorrect number. They'll receive a drive-through penalty or a penalty of some kind. But then also the on-track action, getting the attention of the stewards very, very early. And in all of our categories, it's still very close to the lead. The lead is not able to get away in any of them. And this is a circuit where the slipstream plays an effect. And IRDK Endurance riding on board with them. They're not letting Torque Freak get away, even through the twistier middle sector. That gap under 4/10.
Yeah, indeed. Let's go back and have a look quickly at your GTE battle. Not much going on there. They're all kind of running line astern. Let's try and see if we can get ourselves a replay of the start of this one. And let's go back and have a look then. As they're coming towards start-finish line, we kind of just missed that one. We want to go back about another 30 seconds or so and show this one for you as we're going to ride on board with VRT E-Racing at the start of this motor race. This is coming in towards the bus stop, and the issue about this racetrack as well is it's very hard to take the actual bus stop too wide, so the drivers aren't completely line astern. And then, well, VRT Racing just gets onto the gas pedal there, Cam, slows it down, and then gets rammed from behind coming to the start finish line.
Yeah, it was sort of a well, like I said, it's that accordion incident. It's unfortunate that the car went over on the lid. I'm surprised, unless I imagine they managed to hit them right pretty much where the gearboxes, the hybrid systems are, and well, all 4 tires kind of went up, and when they came down, it just it didn't want to go anywhere else other than over to the left and over like a tea kettle. Yep,
and coming past the start-finish line, that was a battle going on for 3rd place in class as Inertia Sim Racing. They are on pit road, and it looks as though they are been on there for a pit stop, so drive-through potentially for them early on. Let's go back though and have a look at your LMP1 field, and let's have a look at your race leader. He's kind of got himself now to within 1 second of Richard Arnault, and he's at that point now, David. If you can just pull out another 5/10 of a second, the draft and the hybrid power won't allow Anard to really catch up and pass down the run into the Camel.
Yeah, Marcus Hamilton pulling out just a little bit more. Race clutch looked quite good through the bus stop chicane. Marcus Hamilton hasn't quite broken away. There's a battle behind them that is 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and that's very close. Wyvern Racing have got the lead of that, but up 1 position from where they started is Mike Nürnberg and Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, looking to make it another. And SimRCDE Emerald's a part of this train as well, with a great drive up the hill.
Yeah, we did talk about that one, but Inertia, Ursan Purka, they have been on pit road now for about 1 minute and 15 seconds, so that's not a drive-through. That'll be some issues for them. SimRC.de, Michael Whitner heading himself through the Lacoon complex and towards Rivage once again. And then you got yourself the Sorg Rennsport Esports car just ahead on track. Back in LMP2, I'm keeping an eye out on the team of Ava Veratek, number 39. And this is Sven Newman, who is in that 3rd place right now, trying to hunt down the IRDK Endurance car, and they head themselves through the left-hander, through the right-hander, up the hill. The gap right now, Cam, is 4/10 of a second between themselves and IRDK Endurance. And these 2 drivers, well, Veratic, of course, they don't have to win this motor race, but as I said earlier on in qualifying, they need at least a podium in order to keep their championship lead kind of nice and happy.
Absolutely, and one of the other big things between the Torque Freak and IRDK is speaking about the people who are in 3rd and 4th in the standings, currently running 1st and 2nd with Dirk Van Tolden and Marcelo Mao. So Of course, Apex Racing UK it seems to be, unfortunately, behind everyone that they're really running with. But you know what, Alex Simpson, it's the very first stint. We only have 5 hours and some 50 minutes to go, so plenty of time for, well, everything to happen. But the big thing right now is that normally what we've seen is the Eva Vervatic car being able to pull away slowly and surely. This time, though, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I think that might just be because pretty much every sports car driver worth their salt, at least at this level, will have known Spa like the back of their hands, for one. And then for two, these LMP2 cars, they've been around for so long, Will, that the teams are not only able to continually update the car with new setups and everything like that, but when you come to a place like Spa, everyone's got so much data experience that the competition level kind of raises up. So Ava just doesn't seem to be able to get that edge right now, at least in this first stint.
Yeah, as we're just having a look at the SimRC.de car, they're right behind Wyvern Racing. This has been close with some traffic here as they head themselves towards the Fangia chicane. We're on board again, and well, they did try going around the outside, David, in towards Pouhon. That didn't work, but they're already lapping some of your GT traffic, and this means we've got a very busy highway on the run down towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, exactly. Traffic's normally not the toughest here around Spa, because we've got a lot of long straights where the faster classes can get by. We've got 7 kilometers of circuit for them all to spread out through, but off through the grass around the outside goes one of the Thrustmaster Movano cars. See, this is getting very, very close as LMP1s catch the GTEs. There are worse tracks for traffic, but this is not looking easy. We'll get a replay there on board. Checking up all the LMP1 cars. Talk for it go around the outside, and Maxime Briand decides he doesn't feel like lifting through Blanchimont today. Yeah,
that might get a review from the stewards, actually, because that was very close to creating a crash with SimRC.de. But look at this as they head themselves in towards the Air Rouge Radignon complex. A lot of drivers all fighting for the same piece of real estate right now, and we're going to have a similar incident to what we had before, with drivers having to overtake GT traffic on the left and on the right, but this time it's a little bit cleaner as they head towards the Lacunga corner sequence of corners. Team Chimera battling it out with Ava Vervatic in the LMP1 division as they work themselves through Lacunga. That was a couple of scary moments, but what has happened is two things, Cam. We've got a situation where we've got all of the LMP1 drivers trying to overtake GT, but B, we've got a breakaway, your top 2 drivers now.
Yeah, that you do, and that is because of that. On top of that, you also have SimRC really pressuring Wyvern Syandra, which is only going to widen that gap, as it seems to me. These LMP1 cars have really managed to find themselves getting completely scattered. Normally when they encounter the GTE cars, as it were, as we get that track map up for you, you can see that the LMP1s and the GTs are all right together. What ends up happening is that you normally get like a 5-car train or a 6-car train, but just for where they managed to catch them, well, for how long the track is, was a bit unfortunate, because it has really pushed everyone apart, which means that now you're going to have to try to wait for the traffic to come back to you, or you're really going to have to start looking at maybe changing it up and start telling a driver to push, push, push.
Or ask them to use the other P word, patience, because that's what we talked about before, David. At a track like this, if you get all of that happening in one go, you might just tell your driver to be patient, because the last thing you want them to do is either A, bin it, or B, end up in a situation where they take another driver out. Virtual Motorsport almost ran into the rear of Positive Sim Racing Black there.
Yeah, Michael Storm getting hard on the brakes, but then firing all of the hybrid energy out of the source hairpin to close that gap back up. That track map was very, very informative. It shows us that, well, it's a big, long lap around here. All the GTEs were in a pack, all the LMP1s were in a pack. When they came together, there was 30 cars through one sector, and then sections around the other side of the lap where there was nothing going on. Now, as the race continues, the different classes will spread out, the traffic will be more even, but that first time through, absolutely critical, and it let Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, oh yeah, boom, got it, clear out a little bit of a gap over Wyvern Racing for the final spot on the podium, now over 3 seconds.
But it's worth noting that there is currently an incident under investigation. The reason for that is because the Wyvern Racing car, Cyandra, has got some damage, and Porsche Bars by Sorg Rennsport Esports actually had themselves a bit of an argy-bargy moment. We didn't see it, unfortunately, but it is currently under investigation. P number 2 versus P number 3 right now. In terms of LMP2, it is IRDK Endurance versus Ava Veratic, and the gap is 4 tenths of a second as they work towards the Lacombe complex on track right now. And just having a look through, Veratic, of course, are up 1 place from where they qualified, but David, the thing right now for these LMP2 cars, they want to get themselves sorted out before they end up in that whole situation where they're being passed by LMP1 cars whilst they're passing GTE cars.
Yeah, I think passing the LMP2 cars for the LMP1s is a little bit more sensible. Their speeds through the corners are closer to being similar, while the LMP1s obviously are much quicker accelerating off the corner. It means that the LMP2s are only holding up the faster cars less through the bits where they can't pass, and where the LMP1s are fast is where they can pass. And obviously there's not as many LMP2 cars as there is GTEs. There's a problem in the bus stop. Who's that for?
I saw I thought I saw a Movano car there. It wasn't, but we did see an incident that involves the number 20 core sim racing car of Timo Surman. Replay coming up for you now. Let's have ourselves a look through this in towards, oh my word, was that what I think it was? That was a number 9 car. Huge impact then with a number 9 car. Let's get ourselves another look. Replay it a little bit from earlier on in towards the bus stop chicane, and let's see what is going to happen here with SRN Motorsport Stephen McGarvey as he comes in towards the bus stop chicane through the right-hander, through the left-hander, and well, actually there was an incident that had already happened. That was the incident, Cam. There was the number 88 machine involved and the number 9 car, Torrent Motorsports, as well as Corsim Racing GTE and SRN Motorsports Orange. 3-car incident there. Well, actually, no, it wasn't a 3-car incident. It was a 2-car incident. It was Timo Surman, as we saw, involved in that one. As we're just going to have one more look on board with him and try and work out what happened to Timo Surman, as it's a 3-car incident indeed. Wow, Cam.
Yeah, Kimmo Soimanen just unlucky all the way around, I think. Torrent Motorsports, the 9 LMP1, went to the inside of the Ford GT, one of the only ones racing out there, and unfortunately on the switch back in the bus stop, as you can see right there, the LMP1 car was there, and unfortunate for Lucas Chestak, the Team 85 Porsche, saw the incident happening on the inside, so went around to the outside, and unfortunately still managed to get involved in it.
Yeah, apologies. Our replay kept on trying to go back to SRN Motorsports there, David. Our replay cameras probably haven't been having too many of those Belgian beers. And of course, Belgian beer, probably some of the most alcoholic in the world. Not like your Bud Light.
Who's got Bud Light? Cam does. I don't. I've got, well, I don't have Foster's, but I have to lie and say we do, so you guys all keep buying it. Yeah, that incident there, I feel like that might kind of be an issue for Torrent Motorsports, who through the first apex thought they were clear, tried to take the second apex through the bus stop, but the nose of the core sim racing Ford was still in there. So unfortunate issues early in the race for those guys, but the race carries on right on board with the Porsche 919 LMP1 hybrid of Race Clutch, because they are trying to get the position back from SimRC.de Emerald. In fact, it's a Thrustmaster car in front of them, so my timing screen's playing silly things. No, they are up into second place. My goodness.
Yeah, they are. Race Clutch in second place. Porsche barred by Sorg Rennsport Esports in third place. Wyvern Racing fourth. SimRC.de Emerald in fifth. We're going to run through your top 8 in each of your classes in a couple of moments' time, as we're going to go and have a look actually down in GT3. Let's go on board with the driver of Euphoria DriveX Racing right now, Cam, because they are only 3 tenths of a second behind Williams Gym Esports Black and Aldo Massa.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been, for Euphoria, it's been a season. Another one of these new teams, there have been ups and downs, but they've been, for the most part, sitting right in the middle of the pack, and now I think for a lot of these teams, after 5 rounds, or after 4 rounds, this being the 5th, I don't think there are any new parties, as it were. Everyone here is familiar with not only the teams, the process, the LMP1 machines, as you can see that Porsche really pulling in on the back of this Ferrari 488, coming hopefully maybe out into the bus stop chicane. Actually, they both back off there, the Porsche leaning just a little bit to the inside, but I believe that was a bit of a dummy, and the big winner out of that one was that S2V racing car of Berger to get to close in. It's been a constant back and forth between what could be perhaps the quote best GTE machine, and well, I can tell you it's obviously the Ford GT, despite the fact that quite literally nearly nobody's racing it. It's the best. It's unquestionable, as you know, Will. But this rolling battle between the Porsches and the Ferraris has certainly been interesting over the course of this season. I didn't think it was that bad of a pun.
On board with Odox Motorsports, as they are going to have the first penalty of the day. Stop and hold for the incident at the start-finish line, David.
Yeah, were they responsible in putting the VRT car on their lid? Is that the decision of the stewards?
Yeah, so they're going to have to do a stop and hold penalty. They are actually at the rear of your LMP1 field, but the stewards deemed that the 14 car was still responsible for that one, so they'll be having to come in and do a stop and hold penalty as we go back and have a look at SimRC.de Emerald versus Wyvern Racing Neo very quickly as they head themselves towards their coup. Nothing's going to change in that battle for a moment as they head themselves down towards their coup. Let's go back though to GT3 for a moment, and let's go back to this 3-car battle, David, between Williams Team Esports Black, Euphoria Drive X Racing and STV Racing, because Williams Team Esports, Aldo Massa, Euphoria Drive X Racing, Salva Talons right now, going at it for that 3rd and final podium position. They've also brought STV Racing into play a little bit.
Yeah, Williams Gym Esports Black doing a very solid job with the Ferrari. Salva Talons is sort of looking to the inside of the bus stop, far too far back to make that work, but just making sure he's visible in the mirrors and or rear vision camera of Aldo Massa. At this point for Salva Talons, I'm not sure he can get past and get by in a hurry. I think he's best off staying here, looking after the tyres, thinking about the fuel consumption, about what their fuel strategy is going to be like as it gets later in the afternoon at Spa and the track temperatures dropping off a little bit compared to what they were at qualifying. Double stinting the tyres is definitely a possibility for these GTE runners. It could save them a lot on the pit lane, jump them some track position. So it's something they need to be thinking about. So we do see that Odox Motorsports car stopping and holding, as is the instructions of race control, penalising them for that incident at the race start.
Yep, so they are on pit road as it stands, and there's been a warning from the number 60 car as well for an unjustifiable risk. So just turn our attention away from the Odox car that's sat on pit road. Let's go back to LMP2, shall we? Because the Ava Veratic car has got themselves into that 2nd place camp, and well, this is the team, of course, who has won all but 1 round of the championship. They didn't have the best showing at Interlagos 2 rounds ago, where they only got 2 points. Apart from that, they have won every single round.
Yeah, and if I remember, at Interlagos, I believe that was courtesy of an incident, as here comes a race clutch LMP1 machine as Richard Arnaud goes through. I almost want to say maybe they were involved with that, but that was quite a couple of months ago. My mind's all fuzzily about it, but this is going to be the interesting thing, because I see Jan-Erik Hofarth, who is a Porsche driver for the GTE division, which means that LMP2 is passing GTE cars, and there is, as far as your battle deciders go, Sven Newman has gone to the inside of the core Sim Racing GTE, and that is giving him a massive gap and has allowed the Positive Sim Racing Orange machine to close in on Race Clutch LMP2.
Yeah, we've got that track back up, and you can see that there's just an entire sliver of about a third of the racetrack, David, where everyone's in the same piece of real estate and half the track is completely empty.
Yeah, you could host a tea party at Poulan right now and it wouldn't be disturbed by any racing cars for a bit over a minute. So that's you see how the traffic has all ended up in the same place. Daniel Benefield is thinking about a pass into turn 1 into the La Source hairpin. Doesn't do it this time, does the Australian. He'll wait. The LMP2 is another category where double stinting the tyres is possible. They're cutting out a stop, potentially possible. But while he's looking forward at trying to make a pass and trying to get through some traffic, he's also got to have his eyes in the mirrors, because here comes some LMP1s, and for the first time we've got all 3 classes mixed together.
Yeah, look at how busy it is as they head towards Lacombe. Once again, oh, we got a car off. Is that the Race Clutch? It is the Race Clutch car who's gone off the number 57 machine, and that is going to cost him an absolute ton of positions. Here's the replay in towards Lacombe, and well, he just outbrakes himself, I think. Yeah, he does. Outbrakes himself offline, decides to take the escape road, but that cost him, Cam, about 5 places on track.
Well, and it's lucky that it was only that. I have to say, part of me wants to say, well, he never really looked, as it were, before rejoining on the racing track. You can get a good view here from the top. You can see him take that escape route, which is good that it's there. But he just sort of, he drives right back onto the racetrack, which, look, isn't a problem because it was off the racing line. Nobody was affected by it, but would you consider that an unsafe rejoin or not?
I think that was just about fine. He could have waited until after these 2 cars had gone past, but actually nothing really too bad, as he's right behind now the Schubert Motorsports LMP2 car towards the bus stop chicane. And if you're out in Talmud right now, David, you've got to be using that P word. Oh, trouble down at the bus stop chicane.
An LMP2 going wide there. We'll have a look at who that was. It might have been the Team Heusenfeld car there. Certainly we saw on the track map that the traffic is intense right now, especially through this section of the lap. Look at all of them there. This is half of the field in 300 meters of the track.
Yeah, as they head themselves. This is more congested, one would argue, than at the start of this race. I want to go back and let's see where we can see what happened into the bus stop chicane, because there was a driver. I'm almost certain that I saw a driver go off track and have a moment on the outside of the bus stop chicane. We're having a look at the Race Clutch team, as it was, yeah, you're right, the Heusenfeld number 35 car. Completely right. Good call there, David.
Yep, I just spotted those colours. I think they've been caught out by a GTE's braking, and to avoid hitting them, might have steered to the left. Obviously, this will answer that. They're coming into the braking zone for the bus stop here, and the LMP1 moves back across to the racing line in front of them, who's waiting to get past some traffic. And Ronnie Fantini didn't expect that, and to avoid having an incident, very heads-up driving, steers to the left into the runoff, loses a teeny bit of time to it, puts him back towards Schubert Motorsports, but avoids any damage, and crucially will also avoid picking up any kind of penalty for that.
Yeah, we've got news that the number 23 car is on pit road, Thierry Renson. The thing is, I don't see too much damage on that car, but he's been on pit road now for about 4 minutes. So it looks as though that he might have had,
even in the car.
He might have had some form of technical difficulties. As we go and pay our attention to Apex Racing UK in this gaggle of cars. Let's put that track map up again. You still haven't really got much separation. Half the track is still completely empty. Alex Simpson right now in this Apex Racing UK machine, Cam. Well, he's looking to try and take advantage of Team Heusenfeld having that incident. that dropped him down into 5th, and also the fact that we saw the Race Clutch LMP2 car have an incident. For Apex Racing UK, this is their time to start pouncing.
Well, it's time to start pouncing, correct, but we also remember that there was that warning early on for unjustifiable risk. So the last thing you want to do is start having that same call and then start collecting penalties, because there are big championship points on the docket here for Alex Simpson and this Apex Racing UK, not normally known as a sports car team. Here they go, looking made, perhaps to the inside of Daniel Benefield. That is exactly what he is going to do at the end of the Camel Straight. And they will go side by side through it. This is the car, and I'm not sure if he straight decided that, I want to pass some racing orange car. And he's got to back up.
Steal a phrase that I believe Will Vincent may have used before, or it was Connery Maddock. I've mentioned it before, but Daniel Benefield is an Australian.
Yes, indeed. And that's all you need to know about that, as we see Alex Simpson back on track in that number 60 car. He remains in 4th place, but there's still more traffic around. And look at that, trying to thread the needle was Alex Simpson, but no, he's not going to try and force the issue down in towards Pure. For those of you wondering, by the way, this track is going to get cooler and cooler as this race goes on, because of the fact that we're racing into the night here. We haven't shown you your top 8 in terms of your GT division. We've just seen the GT division more than anything else being hammered by GT1 and GT2 cars. But it is Logitech G Autos Esports leading the way right now by 3 seconds over MSI Esports. In terms of the championship, let's not forget it is MSI Esports who are leading the way by just 4 points over Triton Racing. Triton Racing are all the way down in P number 7 right now. Corson Racing aren't anywhere. Logitech G Autos Esports, even though they're leading, they are only 1 place ahead of MSI, and that's fine for the moment, David.
Yeah, 4 points difference between a class win and a second place. It's 20 for first, 16 for second. If I believe I read that correctly. So
right.
that's a point swing regardless, and a win is a win. 2.5 seconds, that's a good gap, but so close in the GTE category. There's not a whole lot of difference team to team. A lot of them have all got this car sorted out, and the traffic is still very key. Race Clutch trying to get through on Schubert there. They don't quite go side by side.
Yeah, behind you've got a close battle going on. SimRC.de, Crimson with Zenith Esports. Actually, our timing was just a little bit out there, but we have got 3 tenths per second between Thrustmaster Movano Racing in GTE and also SimRC.de, just a quarter of a second. And there are points on this track count where if you are the trailing car in GT, you could use the LMP traffic to your advantage. If the LMP traffic is moving a GT car offline, you can kind of go in behind them and try and sneak the pass.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great for setting things up as well as we're watching along not only that GT battle, but I've been watching the GT battle between the number 98 Torrent Motorsports and that Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport Esports 2 Porsche, as they were getting shadowed with the SRN Motorsports car heading up the Kemmel Straight. That was a bit concerning, but they've spaced themselves out now. It's one of those situations where you can really get, you can set yourself up. Knowing that if you say hold up this LMP car, or just you take the apex away, as it were, which is your right to do, you can most certainly get a better exits and space yourself out. Or alternatively, if you let the LMP2 car have the turn, you might get a slowdown a little bit going through the entry, but you'll have a better exit. Alternatively, I know that we joke all the time that the prototype cars could be considered snowplows, but that can be a very literal meaning as well.
Yeah, as we're looking at Ronnie Fatini in the Team Huxenbell number 35 car. Apex Racing UK's Alex Simpson is about 7 tenths per second up the road, but behind you've got ourselves a nice little battle going on, and we might see a pass here. Race Clutch LMP2 on the rear of Schubert Motorsports LMP2, and no, they're not going to make a move past him because there's an LMP1 coming into play. No further action in the incident between the number 76 and the 78 car. Team Bushlink Racing pink, and Simituk Esports. That's used because of the fact, David, that Race Control think they both left more.
Yeah, racing incident deeper down in the GTE categories. We still watch this LMP2 battle, and Schubert Motorsports get held out wide by a GTE car. Let's Race Clutch get a run, but again, they roll out of the throttle early. Stay in line. That's interesting from Aurelien Telmon. Not looking to force the issue anywhere here. Maybe content with the speed that Schubert Motorsports are doing, and happy to sit here, save a little bit of fuel. Bit of a wiggle from Schubert Motorsports through the chicane there.
Indeed so. I should take a nice swig of water there on a Sunday afternoon.
Stay hydrated.
Oh, yeah, stay hydrated.
Delicious one.
Well, especially the fact that this is going to be, what, 7 hours plus 6 hours plus an hour yesterday. My voice is going to be absolutely gone by the end of this one. LMP1 has all spread itself out now, Cam. They pretty much have got themselves a minimum of 2.5 seconds between drivers, and essentially all that traffic management has allowed them to separate out. That'll be good the next time they come around to GT traffic.
Well, I was going to say, there was just a pass in LMP1, literally just as you were saying that. Simon Chandel, the Team Chimera, had got himself around Ricardo Orozco, and that's a Positive Sim Racing green machine going through La Source. Oddly enough, and now coming right on back is that PSR machine. Team Chimera, of course, we're familiar with the Team Chimera boys, but they just, the season... I think even when you were covering the Neo Endurance Series every single month, Will, you'd be familiar with this. When Team Chimera seems to come up in the conversation, it is simply because something has happened to them, which you'll be happy to hear they've kept that tradition alive.
Yeah, and I think at one point, every time I talked about them, they crashed. So...
somebody crashed into them, at least.
Yeah, so Team Chimera, I'm not going to talk about them anymore, David, for at least the next half an hour. Race Clutch, though, they are trying to recover it in LMP2. Let's not forget the reason, David, why they're in P number 7 after a good qualifying. They went off down as we had LMP1 versus LMP2 versus GT traffic all down at Le Mans.
Yep, exactly. Through all of the traffic, making sure trying to avoid it. Just sort of lost sight of their braking marker in too deep, couldn't get it turned to the apex without spinning, and ended up taking a long, slightly costly trip through some of the beautiful service roads here in the Belgian forests. Not quite the scenic drive you want to take during a Neo Endurance Series race, but avoided any damage by doing so. So probably the clever thing once he was in that situation, and teeny breathe of the throttle there through Blanchimont, looks to the inside of the bus stop, and this time Aurelien Telmon is going to try and take 6th position away from Schubert Motorsports.
And the answer to that one is he does indeed do so. We have a warning, by the way, and that is going to be for the number 18 team. It is our favourite name team of the day. Warning number 1 for the Porsche Bar by Sorg Rennsport eSports car for an unjustifiable risk. Now, Cam, you've been doing this one longer than me for a while. In terms of the warnings, how does it work? They get themselves a couple, and then after that, it's down on pit road for up to forever.
Yeah, up to forever, or in the most significant and egregious penalties, they put Randy Chenoweth in the car.
Oh!
I'm sorry. It was still hanging fruit. I couldn't help myself. Typically, you'll get 2 warnings, as it were, if I'm remembering correctly. But it's also just really depends as the Porsche Bezel by Sorg Rennsport eSports LMP1 car is coming onto pit lane for, I can presume, finally a expected pit stop. This is early, but this might simply be for getting himself some space and trying to overlap, as I do see somebody has managed to have a black flag assigned to them in the iRacing side of things, but I almost wonder, yeah, that's got to be a very late one, or very early one, so yeah, never mind that one. That is, of course, for the 14 car way long ago. It's just that thankfully there hasn't been that many penalties, Will. When we were at Interlagos, it seemed that everyone was taking trips down pit lane for penalties, so thankfully we haven't had to deal with that, but it all also depends on how serious the warning is, as it were. Because, yeah, you can pick up one warning, or you can pick up no warnings and still get a penalty. It's not like, you know, 3 strikes and you're out, as it were. It all depends on how they are interpreting what they've done and just how dangerous their maneuver was considered.
Fuel, no tyres for the number 18 car. We go back and board with Schubert Motorsports. Of course, they just recently lost that position to Race Clutch LMP2 on their recovery drive. Let's go over to GT for a moment, and let's go right on board with Euphoria Drive X Racing, as they've got themselves Williams Gym Esports Black in front of them right now. Aldo Massett, the number 96 car, is ahead by 4/10 of a second. Euphoria Drive X Racing in towards La Source they come. In terms of the championship, Euphoria in P number 6 in the championship heading into this event. In terms of the Williams Gym Esports car, well, let's not talk about that really. They're all the way down in P number 17, David.
Yeah, indeed. We saw through the bus stop there, Williams Gym Esports Black missing the apex a little bit. Just getting away with that was Aldo Massa, but it let Salvatallons get a little bit closer. It's well and truly pit stop time for LMP1s though. So here comes the number 4, the second of the Thrustmaster Movano racing cars to take their pit stop, going around the Odox Motorsport car that's still in the pit lane. So it will be fuel, but will it be tyres for Maxime Briand and the number 4 car? Track temperatures continuing to drop. That makes it more conducive to being able to double stint the tyres. If it's just 15 seconds and then they go, then it's only fuel. But if it goes up on the jacks, it's tyres. This is going on for a while. Is there not a penalty for this car? Okay, no tyres, just 23 seconds stationary. Maybe had to get some repairs done there.
Well, the Porsche Bals by Sorg Rennsport Esports car also did 23 seconds on the pit stop. The Marcus Hamilton number 3 car, who's about to get involved in a lot of traffic, by the way, he had a 19-second pit stop. We're going to go on board with the Marcus Hamilton number 3 car for a moment, because look at all this traffic that he's going to have to deal with. This is going to be LMP2 and GT. Outside in towards the Fonga chicane, there's about 7 cars ahead, and it's not helped by the fact really that positive sim racing car, David, is kind of just weaving and not actually overtaking anyone.
Yeah, Ricardo Chivon is in 3rd place in class, hasn't pitted. Car we're riding on board with, I believe, will shortly be scored 4th, but so this car, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, has pitted, now finds himself with other class traffic, but also same class traffic that doesn't have to get out of the way because the number 3 pitted earlier. The Race Clutch LMP1 also coming down the pit lane. Well and truly pit stop time for your LMP1s. They normally go close to 45 minutes, probably a bit thirstier around here at Spa-Francorchamps, and everyone pits out of the way of Marcus Hamilton, who will now resume the race lead, because MSI Esports 13, Positive Sim Racing number 28, and the Race Clutch LMP1 number 15 are all in the pit lane right now.
Yeah, no one's really taking tyres in terms of your LMP1 field. It's Ricardo Chevron on towards pit road, making himself a pit stop. Still got battle going on in terms of GT. That is for SRN Motorsports, a team that did not crash earlier on, but our cameras kept on wanting to infuse that they did. Battling it out with Torrent Motorsport GTE number 98 car. Down to the inside will go Stephen McGarvey and moves himself, or will he move himself up a position? That is the Race Clutch number 15 car right behind, that's LMP1. And SRN Motorsports not able to make the move happen there, then Cam.
No, in this battle, as there goes the Race Clutch machine having to cut the grass there, as here comes Torrent Motorsports onto the inside. or defending inside from Stephen McGarvey. Nothing in it, though, as it forced Race Clutch to go right into the grass. And, of course, that is your overall race leader currently. But no, we've had this battle brewing between these three cars have been going on pretty much since the drop of the green flag. It's not necessarily for the flashy position of like even being in the top 10 in GT, but they're still putting on a good show.
And McGarvey remains in 15th place on track. We have had all but 2 of our drivers come on towards pit road from LMP1. One of the last people in is SimRC.de. Now, when the fuel is only 45 minutes at a time here, David, this means every lap that you save will help you later on. SimRC.de have gone 2 laps longer than your race leading car, Marcus Hamilton. And yes, they've already been overtaken, but if they can save a pit stop in this one, this could be interesting later on.
Yeah, the time trundling down the pit lane at 60 kilometers an hour is a lot bigger hit than the actual time stationary getting things fixed. So you can see or serviced, as I really should say. So you see the pit stop time there, again going to be just fuel, I'm sure. SimRC.de. Let's see, surely they'll be done in 1 second, or are they taking tyres?
They shouldn't be. It looks like it's just going to be a long stop. No, actually, maybe they are taking tyres. Maybe something is different for Michael Mittner. Or did he have a speeding penalty? Let's have a look. 37, 38, 39, 40. Oh, yeah, he did take tyres. 41.4 out and away. Well, not really quite sure why you do that after only 45 minutes worth of racing, David, unless you're thinking that you can then double set the tyres better at the end. You're getting a solo stint out the way early.
Yeah, if they think they've got an odd number of stints to take, then maybe by not taking the double stint now, but taking this set of tyres and then double stinting all the way to the end, maybe they think they can do an effective undercut on the teams they're racing. The average tyre age will be a little bit younger for SimRC.de, and maybe they get out of some traffic as well. We'll see if that was a clever decision or if they've made a tactical blunder.
Yeah, just showing your top 8 in your LMP2 division. Talk Freak Racing leading by 2.6 seconds over Ava Veratek. University of Isabella 1, Positive Sim Racing Car in 3rd, Apex Racing UK in 4th, Race Clutch in 5th, Team Hoixenveld in 6th, Schubert Motorsports in 7th, and the World of Sim Racing team round out your top 8. In GT3, Logitech G Outer C Sports are leading the way by 3.5 seconds right now over MSI Esports. Euphoria Racing, DriveX Racing, they are in the 3rd position, with Williams Gym Esports in 4th, STV Racing in 5th, Odox Motorsports in 6th, Triton Racing in 7th, and Redface Racing rounding out your top 8. Finally, now it should have settled down. We're going to have a look at your battle going on in your prototypes. And your top 8 look a little bit like this. Crossmaster Ravano Racing leading now by 12 seconds over Race Clutch. Porsche Power by Sorg Rensports Esports. They are in 3rd, with Wyvern Racing in 4th. Crossmaster Ravano Racing's number 4 car in 5th. MSI Esports in 6th. SimRC.de in 6th, 7th even, and Virtual Motorsports in 8th. 45 minutes then into the 6-hour event here on RaceSpotTV, live on the iRacing Esports Network. We are going to give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion right now, and we're going to be doing this with the Team Hoixenveld number 35 machine. We'll go on board for a lap. RaceSpotTV fan immersion. we've had ourselves an off, and it is for the Core Sim Racing number 88 machine. Let's go and have a look back at that one. This is Kimmo Suurman, and it's very rare to actually have Kimmo Suurman have themselves some form of incidents. I mean, he's one of the, in my opinion, David, one of the most respected, one of the most talented GT drivers there is. There's no point showing the speed demo because he's going 0 right now. But having a look in towards Puar, and let's see what happened to him. Does he hit someone around here, or does he? Oh, he just hits a curb.
Yeah, push lane.
Boom. Bye. Literally disappeared off into the ether as well.
Yeah, he got vaporized, and I love that little graphic asset where the Ford was still hanging around. You get immortalized for a brief amount of time, but we saw what happened there. Really, it's just the Ford might be one of the GTE cars that least likes the curbs, and just at the exit of Puon there, where the curb starts, must have just a little bit of a bump, and it really upset the Ford GT, and it just speared him at high speed straight into the barrier. And Spa is definitely one of those circuits where if you make it far enough off the track to hit a wall, you're going to be going very quick when you do it.
Yeah, that's one of the whole things as well. Ever since Herman Tilke came along, David, he liked to make asphalt instead of the good old gravel like we like. We got gravel at Rivage, but not at Puar. And I mean, Jacques Villeneuve, I think he put it best, even though he had a huge crash here in 1999, practice with BAR. You know, these drivers had a bit of fear at Air Rouge when they used to be gravel because the car would flip over. Now, if they go wide, well, they just slow it down a little bit.
Not that there's been a shortage of big crashes at Eau Rouge in the modern era anyway. I saw some of the World Endurance Championship rounds where the LMP1s and LMP2 cars were struggling there. And what has happened for the number 4 car that we're seeing a replay of, Will?
Well, we're just going to keep it on. We believe it might actually have happened down in sector number 1. I was going to say, actually, I remember we had just gone past a viewing point at Air Rouge. In fact, I just headed myself into the paddock when the Ford GT had a big crash 3 years ago. And I actually remember, oh, it was down at Radior. And that's exactly the same type of crash that that Ford GT had. And I literally remember, and let's not forget that Chip Ganassi is a big man. But Cam, I saw Chip Ganassi literally bolt out of the kind of little paddock area that they had towards the garage.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, you lose yourself, you get a little bit of that overspeed. He lost control of that thing doing 188 miles an hour. Not what you want to experience, I can tell you. But I think what would be the most concerning thing for me is, of course, this is the number 4 Thrustmaster Movano car. This is not necessarily your front-running car. How similar are the setups between them and the number 3 machine? Well,
I would say normally these teams will start off the same thing, David, but then they'll separate out down the line. But we know that Marcus Hamilton likes a loose race car. We know that Thrustmaster overall like a loose race car.
Yep, and we've seen in a different sports car series here on iRacing and the iRacing Esports Network that an LMP1 car, sometimes if your setup doesn't favor it, can just go. Speaking of going, into the pit lane goes our 2 leaders in LMP2. Sven Neumann to check up a little bit to make sure it doesn't hit Dirk Van Tolden for Talk Freak Racing. And interestingly for these cars is that it was Pascal Stix that qualified that Ava Vivatic car, and then Sven Neumann who started it. And I've got a feeling like maybe it was the same for the Talk Freak Racing car.
Yeah, all the MP2 cars coming in, so they're all able to do about 55 minutes in terms of their fuel. This is going to be the key question. How many of them are going to take tyres? How many of them are not going to take tyres? This is a track where you can double stint in LMP2, but if you are looking for the race lead, like Ava Vivatic and some clean air, now might be the time to try and take that risk. A lot of drivers, though, will be kind of to second-guess their opponents, and indeed, both your top 2 drivers are going to be side by side almost coming off of pit entry. This will all come down to how quickly you hit that pit release button right about now and how good a run you get out of the inside as they head themselves, David, out on track again.
Yep, playing very dear with that pit exit line. You can get a penalty if you go too far across it. I think both of these guys will be okay, but Dirk Van Tulden still leads that one out. Didn't see a driver change for either car. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense to double stint your drivers and change the drivers at a stop where you take tyres. And now right in the slipstream, close as ever. Here comes Sven Neumann, closing it up, lifts out a little bit. Maybe thinking now about an undercut on fuel. Anything could be possible, knowing that these guys can't quite go an hour and are going to need a splash of fuel at the end or at some point if they shuffle up their strategy to get to the end on fuel.
Yeah, we're having a look at Dirk Van Tudelen, 32.3 second pit stop for him as the Ava Veratek car is just behind, but there is LMP1 traffic in play as well. That's going to slow down this battle just a little bit, as I'm not sure, but I believe that was most of your drivers in LMP2 coming in. 2 drivers managed to go the extra lap. They are the number 44 car as well as the SRN Motorsports machine. So having a look on towards pit road will come the Luxus IM24 MOATF podcast car. MOATF is one of the partners, of course, of the Neo Endurance Series. Great podcast, check them out, as I've been on there once, and I actually know if my episode ever came out. They never actually told me, as SRN Motorsports are also on pit road, Cam.
Yes, and it's kind of interesting to see how quite literally the entirety of the LMP2 field came in. And then you've got these two gentlemen. So Ryan Huff is getting service for that SRN Motorsports LMP2 machine. The My Opinion and Therefore Fact podcast machine is getting its work done, Alex Trainer, and they'll be getting out fairly simultaneously. So it's interesting to see if these guys are doing that max fuel save idea, or if they had something happen to them that just put them that far back.
Yeah, Wyvern apparently crashed also at Air Rouge. We haven't seen that, however, but they have had themselves an incident. Cyandra behind the wheel of that car, you're right, they've fallen down into the 11th place. They came back out onto track after a pit stop, but in terms of that
damage when they went in.
Yeah, they did have front damage. So the Wyvern racing car, they have had themselves an incident away from our screens, David.
Yep, track for the LMP1s looks potentially just a little bit treacherous, and it's good to have a little bit of fear through Eau Rouge Radion, but if the car is just going to snap with no warning and there's nothing you can do to potentially save it, it's just random, then that will be scary and very frustrating. Riding on board with Aldo Massa, he's been dropped back one position from where he was earlier. Salvatalen's Euphoria Drive X Racing comes through to 3rd position, but is not able to extend a gap out. Pit stops can't be far away for our GTE class either. They typically on a full tank will go longer than the 60 minutes, but we're very close to hitting the top of the hours. Aldo Massa gets a great run up the hill, but lifts out, won't try and pass Salvatalen's. That's interesting.
Hello, I'd like to order fuel save, please. You can get your fuel save right now down at the Camel Straightaway, only at Circuit Spa Francorchamps. You can tell us.
I'm sold.
You can tell the Super Bowl was on last week because everything can become a commercial. Odox Motorsports right behind SUV Racing as they head down in towards Ravage right now. Round the outside will try Heza Sicilia, and he will not be able to make the move over Dominic Baja as the two were going side by side in towards Ravage. Cam, good battles going on all of a sudden in GT.
Well, it's not necessarily all of a sudden. It's just it's entering our scope here. That's the problem when you got when you've got over 50 race cars going on in 3 different classes. There have been some great battles going on in all 3 classes. It's just that we only have so many eyeballs. I mean, I don't know about you, Will, but all 6 of my eyeballs are glued to the screen right now. I will say, for that Wyvern Racing, That incident was a single car on the exit, not Air Rouge, but Rodillion. Rodillion Air Rouge, they came out. There's that little the merger between the pit lane and the racing surface. The car just got twitchy, lost the rear, spun out, and it basically did one of those things where as it's spinning out, it grazes the Armco barrier, and that's what damaged the front bumper. They brought it in, they got it repaired, and brought the car back out. Didn't even lose a lap, but they're now all the way at the back of the pack. That's going to be a long, tall order for Wyvern Racing, seeing as the leader of the race is directly behind you.
Yeah, worth noting as well that STV Racing have come on pit road. In fact, they're the first of your GT cars really to make their entrance on towards pit road, so they're a lap shorter than everyone else. And that can be catastrophic when we talk about, Dave, the fact that these drivers need to be hitting a fuel number to do it in one less pit stop overall.
I think this is more than a lap early. Even at a high consumption circuit like Spa here, these cars really should be able to go 64, maybe even a little bit more minutes, come in a minute or so before the top of the hour. This is maybe a few laps early from S2V Racing. They're stationary for a little bit of time. Did they go up on the jacks? Did you see that?
They did.
So fuel and tyres then for S2V Racing.
Yeah, out and away in 1 minute, 0.5 seconds. Hour number 1 of the Neo Endurance Series at Spa is officially in the books. Well, it's been an interesting start then to this round number 5 of the 2018-19 Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV, streaming live as ever on the iRacing eSports Network. It is, though, Marcus Hamilton and the Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES free car who are leading the way right now, and they are doing so by a gap of 17 seconds over the Race Clutch LMP1 car. We've had a couple of penalties so far today. We've had one from the number 9, a stop and hold penalty for them for causing a collision. We've also had one for the number 14 machine. That has been a stop and hold for causing a collision at the start of this motor race. It was crazy in the first hour when we saw LMP1, LMP2 and LMP3 traffic all close together. We've actually got a bunching up of your traffic now in terms of LMP2. The battle for the race lead is down to 0.2 of a second. It's also close battling going on in GT3, but they're down pit road, so we'll keep it with this one, the IRDK Endurance car, who has been able to get up into second place. And actually, it's worth noting they've been able to get ahead of the Ava Verasek car, David.
Yeah, you can see your top 4 in LMP2 all in one shot there. It's really 7/10 from first to third, and then watching closely from fourth is Positive Sim Racing as well. But this is your battle for the lead. It's the closest of these 4 cars in the train. No other traffic around them. A great run for Marcelo Mayo in IRDK Endurance. He's going to have to go the long way around Dirk Van Tolden, who stays to the right-hand side. That'll give him the inside line for the next corner. Really try and break deep and try and defend it. No, can't quite break deep enough, and IRDK Endurance will grab the lead of your LMP2 class.
Yeah, so all of a sudden IRDK Endurance, Marcelo Mello up to the top of the timing sheets right now. He's had himself a good race so far. It is worth noting, of course, that in terms of your overall standings in LMP2, IRDK Endurance are in 3rd place in the championship. They are only 2 points behind Apex Racing UK, who are currently running in 6th place. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wilmington, along with David Haynes, Cam Walsh, Tobias Brockman, will join us a little bit later on. SimRC.de Emerald right now, right behind MSI Esports, number 13 car. SimRC.de are 3rd place in the championship. They want to get themselves a good run. MSI Esports number 13 car, a little bit slow as a hybrid power being deployed there by SimRC.de. Not going to need to do anything though because there is a slow car ahead. That is actually, is that the SimRC.de, yeah, GT car that came on towards pit road, and the MSI Esports car cam actually there almost ended up running over it.
Yeah, I have a feeling that, well, thankfully we won't be seeing that very well. Actually, it was, I think, the Williams Jim car. Yeah, it was Jim almost hitting that new Michelin-sponsored MSI Esports machine, which I think is a lovely paint scheme. I think the Ferrari was trying to, well, go into just pit lane with no issues, and had to take the inside, and then was had to worry that if Michael Mittner was going to go into his outside, and well, thankfully they made it all work out. But we're seeing this great battle here in LMP1 now between Mittner and David Perez, as Mittner was able to just really breeze by the MSI Esports machine. But it might be just one of those things where it's just different ideas of not only pace, but we have to remember different drivers. Different drivers, a little bit of different strategies as well. It's worth noting that the SimRC.de Emerald car did take tyres, David, and all of a sudden that is paying off for them. They're about a second faster than a lot of people on track right now, and you can see already that they've pulled out a 1 second advantage over the MSI Esports car.
Yeah, exactly. We mentioned it at the time when it happened, that the SimRC.de Emerald car, one of the very few cars taking tyres at their first stop, adds about 20 seconds around that to the pit stop time. So when you can double stint the tyres, it's an advantage, but we think SimRC.de might be playing a clever game, and they're certainly one of the fastest cars out there, making good advantage of that new set of tyres. Light work of MSI Esports in the last lap for Michael Mittner was a 1 minute 56.5. A lot of the other cars around there doing higher 156s, 157s, some 158s as well. So they'll get back some of the time that they spent putting on those new tyres.
Let's turn our attention back over to LMP2 because we've got a battle now for second place going on that has been developing. Of course, we saw a change for the race lead a couple of moments ago in terms of your LMP2. Ava Veratek were about to try and get themselves alongside Talk Freak Racing, but they're very slow, Cam, coming out of the bus stop chicane just then.
Yeah, there was an LMP1 machine which had no problems or qualms taking their time getting by, simply because, well, if you look past the first lime green car, you'll see a second different lime green car. That is the teammate of that LMP1 car. So the Positive Sim Racing Orange machine is nothing intentional. It just seemed to be happenstance. No problems there. You know, if you can help your teammate out by not doing anything, then hey, absolutely. And that has allowed Daniel Benefield to get a sniff of the draft of Sven Newman, and then they're going to be closing in to Dirk Van Tolden. So this is a great battle here in the front of the LMP2s, which is allowing Marcelo Mao to get away.
Let's bring you up to speed of what's happening over in GT, and it's Mark Perez now in the MSI Esports car who leads the way, and that is because of the fact that a couple of teams did not take tyres in their first pit stops. They are MSI and the number 75 car, Williams Sim Esports Black, Euphoria Racing with the Sylvia Tans behind the wheel of that car, as well as the SimRC.de Crimson car and the Williams Sim Esports yellow car. The first team to take tyres, that is the Simone Maria Marcelo number 83 Logitech G Altus Esports car, and as a consequence of that, they've fallen down into 6th place in class, David.
Yep, I've had my eye on some of those pit stops. Aldo Massa, is he still in the car? Yes, he gets forced out very wide through Puon. He's thankful that it's pavement out there and not gravel, but he still loses a spot. I'll make my point after this replay, and you'll see how close Aldo Massa was to being in a very big accident. Coming down towards Puon, LMP1 to the far inside, and LMP2 coming through as well. Whoa. Aldo Massa, gets a tap from that inertia sim racing car, the LMP2 vehicle. He carries on with no damage. But what I was getting to is that most of your cars in your GTE field at the first pit stop didn't take tyres. Certainly that's true for what's now our leading 5, but in 6th place is the first of the cars that did take tyres. So this is a lot of that strategy in all of our classes playing out about who does and doesn't take tyres. And I can tell you that Logitech G Altus Esports are flying along with their new set of tyres, but they are looking at being about maybe 20 seconds off the lead. Yes, 19 seconds away from the lead. Now in some traffic, they're just trying to make their way past one of the Williams Gym Esports yellow car. Not the one that Aldo Massa is in that just had that incident, but the sister car. Now up into 5th goes Simone with his new tyres.
Yeah, and that was actually about a 4th position because of the fact that Logitech G Altus Esports cars, Simone Maria Marcino, had taken that pit stop. But look at this, actually. Guillaume Escudero is going to try and make this move back as they work themselves towards the Lecum complex on track. And is Simone going to be able to hold on? He should be able to brake later. Indeed, he does. So the new tyres helping him out a little bit there. But Guillaume Escudero in the Williams Gym Esports yellow car, not allowing him to just disappear there, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and so good, smart driving. Just drive right down the middle of the Kemmel Straight, so you still have the option to defend either to the left or to the right. And that incident there with the LMP2 car and that GT car, the gym machine. I would almost I would ask the question to you, Will. Do you think that might be a really good case for a fine example of what one could be considered as barging?
Yes, it's already under investigation as well. 16-14, number 96 and 59 cars under investigation for contact down at P1 number 2. It's Ulsan Puaka who's behind the inertia sim racing car, who's not had a great day, let's be honest, David. They've been on pit road twice already today. They've had some issues, and well, that's just going to hurt them further right now. And I think that the stewards will take a dim penalty when you are already at least a lap down from everyone else in your field and you're making moves like that.
Yeah, exactly. They had a problem earlier, cost them a lot of time, put them off cycle on pit strategy, and now they're running second last in class, last of the cars that took the race start, I believe, as well, 16th in category, and a bad race could become worse if they attract the ire of the stewards for that contact that we just saw.
We can't really be going around imparting your inertia on other cars.
Hello. But they have actually got some damage. We just saw that, David, on the right-hand side from our aerial coverage. There is some damage to the driver's right-hand side of that car because of that contact. And, of course, these LMP cars, they don't like being hit on this side because it really does upset the flow of air. And, of course, the flow of air equals downforce on these machines.
Yeah, precisely. Riding on board with Ava Vavatic. This is higher up the order in the LMP2s than we were just talking about for inertia sim racing. This is a battle for second. Sven Neumann taking a different line towards the braking zone than Dirk Van Tulden does, taking a later apex through the second half as well. And this lead battle is close as it's ever been. It's now the lead. Dirk Van Tulden second for Ava. Third is Positive Sim Racing, who's jumped up one spot, I believe, at the expense of someone else.
Yeah, and also we've had the Logitech G Altus Esports cars from Maria Marceno on those fresher tyres. Let's not forget, he's got himself past SimRC.de, Crimson and Jürgen Frank, and has already pulled out a 3/4 of a second advantage in towards the final chicane this lap. IRDK Endurance car on pit road. Marcelo Mallow behind the wheel of that one. That's really early. If they had an incident, that IRDK Endurance car,
that would have been where the Positive Sim Racing gained another spot, is IRDK Endurance having whatever this issue is. They're on pit lane, taking a full service here with tyres as well. let's have a look, see if we can find a problem for that car.
Well, they're out and away in 46.6. We'll get someone to have a look at the replay and we'll come back to this one. But we're going to go, yeah, whilst we're doing this one, we're going to get you to multitask here, David, real quick. Let's have a look at the Altus Esports car, and let's have a look at the actual lap gaps over the last couple of laps between the Williams Gym Esports car and Logitech G Altus Esports car. Get this one. It's 3 seconds a lap right now that Logitech G Altus Esports are closing over Aldo Massa.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. 2.4 seconds, then 6/10, then 2.8 seconds. I think the new tyres for the Altus Esports, okay, it makes them quick, and Simone Maria Marchino put that car on pole, showed us that when he's got a new set of tyres on that Porsche, it's quick, but it also helps him through the traffic. If he has to go around the long way of a corner because another class car is passing him, well, he'll get more grip out there with those new tyres. If you're going out around on old tyres and you get pushed offline, you can't take your preferred lines, braking zones, all of that, then it's going to cost you even more. The advantage of the new tyres is great in clean air, but it's really good in traffic. And at the next pit stop, all these other guys will have to take tyres that have double stinted, and now it's Altus Esports' chance, if they want to double stint this set and have a quicker next pit stop.
Just to let you know, we've got ourselves a warning for Torrent Motorsports GTE. That is from Cinzio Amico. That is for him being an unjustifiable risk as he was battling it out against SRM Motorsports Orange and Stephen McGarvey. So, warning number 1 for the Torrent Motorsports number 98 machine. Battles going on for your race lead in LMP2. That one still goes on. But what has happened is Ava Veratic have got themselves to the top of the timing sheets here, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just one of those situations where, as I said, I was surprised that Ava didn't have the qualifying that they would like to have, but it's only a matter of time before they just start to pull length after length. I'm interested to see how they manage to get by Dirk Van Tolden and Torque Freak Racing. I would suggest perhaps down the Kummel Straight. But it's one of those situations where Ava Veratic, well, the cream of the crop as far as LMP2 goes, continuing to put their footprint in on it. Now we're seeing Wyvern Racing with Cyandra coming down pit road again, and I would suggest this is far too early for this to be planned, Will.
No, this is an actual incident that I'm trying to talk about here. So we have had another meeting with a wall or something. Let's try and see what we can see. Oh my word, Dana Blanchimont. That's just like Thomas Enger in 2001 in a Prost. That is a huge impact going off there. And that's actually one of the reasons Thomas Enger's crashed, that they changed this. Let's have another look on board with Cyandra. This is down in towards Blanchimont as the number 23 Porsche 919 Hybrid having a big off. Here is a look then in towards Blanchimont. What's going to happen? He's in a dirty air of, oh, that car just snaps loose, David. Game over for Cyandra.
Yeah, might have put the wheels a teeny bit on the painted lines on the inside, maybe on the curb as well. The dirty air, high speeds, and trying to change direction quickly on what I believe might have been double stinted tyres. It's all caught him out. Watching LMP2s now. Torque Freak Racing and Dirk Van Tolden has lost some spots since we were last watching with him. The race clutch car that had issues earlier has been putting in some good laps and is now caught up to these guys as well.
Yeah, we've heard there's been some issues on number 35, Team Hoixenveld car. They're down in P number 7 as we speak. We still got the race clutch car though, the LMP2 car running in the 4th place on track, and actually lap on lap Cam has been gaining almost half a second average over Dirk Van Tolden in the Torque Freak Racing number 48 machine.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not surprised. This is only going to happen more and more. Sven Newman is an extraordinarily fast LMP2 driver. Pascal Stix is quick as well for Ava Veratic. He
spun around though. Race clutch Arlen Tolman is spun around at curve of Paul Frere, But you don't normally get drivers spinning out there, but it's under power. And you can see he's trying to get that car turned around. Replay coming up for you as he exits the second part of Stavilo. So let's have a look. He puts the power on, and he's running over the kind of grate, puts the power on, oversteer, 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 can't correct it, and eventually gets turned around. And actually now, he's fallen down to 9th place in class, David, behind Team Oxybar number 35, World of Sim Racing Team, and TNT Racing, as we've also got some drivers on towards pit road. And I believe that was an LMP1 car by the looks of it.
Torrent? Is it the number 9 car potentially? Regardless, the thing for the LMP2s here, for the Race Clutch LMP2 entries, I remember in qualifying, that thing looked like a slightly oversteering handful, and it's still the same in the race. I'm sure it's quick, it's a car that looks like it goes where you point it, but then if the rear of the car doesn't want to come to the party, then obviously that has been a cause of some of their problems. And double stinting the tyres in LMP2, I'm sure doesn't help with a car that has a tendency for oversteer.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that the track conditions have changed substantially in the 1 hour and 20 minutes since this race started. Top 3 in each of your classes. Oh, actually, that's what the issue was. It was the Porsche bar by Sorg Rennsport esports car on pit road. So it was an LMP1 car making a central service, a driver change, Florian Kruger behind the wheel of that car. Number 18 machine out and away. And you know that Kruger is now behind the wheel of that car, having made a pit stop, tyre change, full service, Cam.
Yeah, and they're getting themselves set up and ready to go away. I noticed that the twin to that, the Porsche 911, is sitting there on pit lane minus a driver. So interesting to see what is going on with that 68 machine. The car looks to be in fine shape. Not quite sure why that one is currently MIA on the racing track, but as far as the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport LMP1 machine, I'm going to come in, and I have a feeling that Florian Kruger is going to try to be on max attack. I have a feeling that Thrustmaster Movano just doesn't have the gap that they are used to at this stage of the game, which means that everyone's going to have the urge to push further. But as we've seen with the track temperatures dropping, I mean, it's between about 77 to 78 degrees on the track. That is very cold for a racing track. You talk about 67 degrees in the air Fahrenheit. So it's just difficult because I'm just worried about a cloud being on a horizon, as it were, as far as the track temperatures go, because we're going into the night. I don't know about it's pretty confident, and this is just me speaking here. When it gets night, it gets colder.
Really? Oh my word!
I mean, unless you're in Australia or something like that. But for the rest of us, it gets colder.
Well, whilst you've been talking about something that is breaking news that I've never heard about, it's also worth noting that Frederick Evers has come and taken over the command of the number 3 Thrustmaster Movano racing car. Can finally move away to show you another driver, because Richard Arnaud should be on pit road this time by. He's 20 laps into his stint in the number 15 Race Clutch car, heading himself through the little left-hand kinks, through towards Blanchimont. And a lot of drivers should have had the word now that Blanchimont, you know, be careful through there. Don't be too aggressive. Make sure that that car is not going to get loose on you, as Richard Arnaud, indeed, David, does come down pit road.
Yep, exactly. He was leading after the pit stop for that number 3 that we were just talking about. Second place is SimRC.de Emerald. They might be able to go another lap longer than this. They might inherit the lead, but I think we're also expecting MSI Esports in this lap. We'll have to have a look for this number 15 car. What will their service be this time? Will it be a driver change for them? Definitely expecting them to take tyres. The car that will inherit the race lead if they stay out is SimRC.de Emerald. Michael Mittner will now inherit the race lead. When they stop, we're expecting them to not take tyres. We'll see how their undercut went through the first pit stop phase as we reach the second pit stops now.
Yep, and there is Race Clutch, and there is Richard Arnault. There is the tyres going on for him right now, as we are about an hour and a half into this event. Richard Arnault going to be dropped off the jacks any moment now. We're expecting around 42 seconds pit stop time, and it's a little bit longer. 44 second pit stop time for Richard Arnault. Loses 2 seconds on pit road then, as he comes out and away. This will give the race lead for the time being to Michael Mittner. Mittner, however, the issue for him, Cam, is he's got quite a bit of traffic on this lap.
Yeah, most certainly, and that this can certainly happen. You can only try to predict as much as you want. MSI Esports, meanwhile, is coming in. David Perez is hopped out of that machine. Alvaro Romero has gotten in. They're taking tires, the 13. Ricardo Fiobon in the PSR Black machine is also in the pits, as well as the Chimera machine of Simon Trendell. Looks like it's going to stay Trendell, and Trendell is going to get tires as well, as I'm not sure if the PSR car is going to be getting tires, seeing as they're not on the jacks yet. I'm going to say that PSR Black is going for a triple stint if they didn't take tires that last pit stop. Perhaps David could know. Actually, this is a very long pit stop for PSR, as Chimera has now gotten by. Actually, that seems reasonable. And so they're out and away, and on their old tires, but I'm not sure if they're triple stinting or just double stinting.
David?
I can only see right now the information on the pit stop time of their most recent pit stop, but definitely tires this time for that positive sim racing car we were looking at. Only people were expecting to not take tires. Virtual Motorsports didn't take tires, and SimRC.de once again going laps longer than anyone else. I think they're starting their 21st lap to the stint here, and then they're going to have a quick pit stop next time they pit if they choose to double stint this set of tires. Definitely a unique strategy from SimRC.de. We'll see if it plays out for them in the longer run, but right now they are being scored as laps led, because the car that has already taken its second pit stop of the number 3 car with Patrick Evers behind the wheel has not been able to catch just yet.
Yeah, and hello to RaceSpot Baby that you might have heard in the background a little bit earlier on as well. As we are just going to keep it with SimRC.de for the moment. It's worth noting that all but one of our drivers, David, in this LMP1 field are Porsches. Only one little Audi trolling around by himself here.
Yeah, exactly. A point that's made, I think, quite often here in the Neo series.
Staunch Audi.
Yeah, Virtual Motorsports being very, very bold with that car choice that has improved somewhat since the start of the season. The balance a little bit better. There is some strength to the Audi, but most teams deciding that the work that's required to try and set up that Audi in a way that would work and be competitive, it's just not worth it when they can get a lot more performance out of the box with the Porsche. And we're riding on board with Michael Mittner. Now he's starting to carve through the traffic. He was a little bit apprehensive earlier, and does he come onto the pits this time? Yes, indeed he has to. He can go one lap longer than everyone else on a tank of fuel, but he can't do two, not around Spa-Francorchamps, the longest circuit on the F1 calendar, and one of the longest circuits, with the exception of Le Mans, that this series goes to.
Yeah, indeed. So worth noting that during the pit stop phase, what we have seen is University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing Daniel Betterfield going to the top of the timing stands with a 31.5 second pit stop. He's been pounding in the laps as of late, and he is now 2.1 seconds ahead of Ava Veratic and that car. We talk about the one Audi in your field. Well, there's a look at it. It is the Virtual Motorsports car, and Michael Storm coming on towards pit road as SimRC.de, making their pit stop here, and out and away, no tyres, of course. P number 4, bit of a kick-off as he gets back out and away, and the RaceSpotTV, an ATVO sponsored car, coming back out onto track. Just having a look through. Yeah, diesel economy for the Audi. You're right there.
I'd like to point something out here. If I pick this up, David, you said that the teams weren't that interested in perhaps putting in the effort. So basically, David Haynes confirming that he believes that everyone that's driving the Porsche 919 is lazy. I'll make sure that that is certainly the headline.
That was exactly what I was trying to say.
Quote says. That's exactly what it is. This is how real news is done, folks. Okay?
Lazy P1 drivers, all of you slobs.
Well, we are.
Speaking of slob, Best Slob is now driving the virtual motorsport machine.
Yeah, indeed so. We are an hour and a half then into this. The 6 hours of Spa here, ladies and gentlemen, on RaceSpotTV, streaming live on the iRacing Esports Network. We are going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with more on the other side as we take you RaceSpotTV side by side.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
To the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Lee to the inside goes Logan Clapman is gonna touch in. Pit press, sideways, what a save!
Look to the outside as Cronkite goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Benner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact. He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We saw ourselves the number 9 Torrent Motorsports car going off down at Blanchimont, then just having to wait for everyone to go past. We're going to run through your top 3, which is going to show on the left-hand side of each of your classes. It is Frostmaster Movano Racing, the number 3 car, with Frederick Evers behind the wheel, leading by almost 10 seconds over Race Clutch, with Porsche Ball by Saw Grensport Esports in 3rd position. In terms of LMP2, University of Minnesota 1, Positive Sim Racing leading by 4.5 seconds over Ava Baratic, and then Talk Freak Racing in 3rd place. In terms of GTE, it is MSI Esports leading by 11.7 seconds over Euphoria, DriveX Racing, and Logitech G Altus Esports. Running out your top 3, Robinson, David Haynes, Cam Walsh here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Don't forget, of course, coming up your way in just a couple of days' time, it is the first round of the 2019 eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series on the high banks of Daytona. It will be the first race ever with the iRacing Peak Antifreeze draft, and will also, of course, be celebrating the 10th season of the series. Catch it on RaceSpotTV, on the iRacing Esports Network, on Twitch TV, and on Facebook Live. We've got ourselves a battle going on for 7th place in your LMP1 field right now. And we'll be having an interview in a moment's time with David Barraclough from Talk Freak Racing. But in the meanwhile, Cam, bring us up to speed what is going on in this battle for B number 7 in LMP1.
Well, Simon Trendell went up Eau Rouge just last lap and almost ate the rear end of that PSR black number 28 car that is piloted by Ricardo Chiovon. And Simon Trendell, I'm not necessarily sure if he's looking to save fuel, as you can just hear the engine notes just dip just a bit. They're being conservative up Eau Rouge right now. I think everybody saw what happened to Wyvern and went, you know what, guys, let's maybe tone it down a bit. Maybe start looking at doing tire pressure adjustments as we start heading into the long night. As it were, there's a Ford GT. Hiya, Ford, as he goes around. And actually, I was not expecting PSR to be held up in a way by that Porsche, and here we go.
Yep, and the gap is 3.5 tenths of a second right now as they head themselves down through Rivage once again. David Barraclough is here, though, from representing both of the Talk Freak Racing cars, and he is stood by with David Haynes.
Well, 2 Davids, why not? What could go wrong? Your number 48 car in LMP2 currently in 3rd place in a battle with 4th place. That car's running pretty well. What's in their future strategy-wise, and do you think you can hold on to 3rd place? Do you think you can win? What's your hopes and goals with that car?
Hi there, David. Yeah, first thing first with the HDD. I think we're in good shape. Very, very good shape, actually. We have a great qualifying effort by Roman and stock first pole for us in this series, so congrats to him. And he's not been in the car yet, so we've still got him up our sleeve to put in later on in this race, and I think he can do some damage out on the track. He's absolutely killing it at the moment, so let's wait and see what happens with that. And I think we have a good shout at moving forwards from here. But it's a long race, so we just need to see who shows up in which order at the end.
You've got your number 81 Talk Freak Racing GTE as well. They're around 12th or so, just out of the top 10. Obviously the GTE category a little bit more stacked, a little bit more competitive, and even in qualifying for that category we saw how incredibly close some of the margins were. How are they going, and again your expectations for what they can achieve with still 4.5 hours left to go in this race?
Yeah, so Chris has started the car for the 81, and he's made up a good number of positions in the first couple of stints. He's currently up in, I believe, around the top 10, maybe 11th at the moment. 12th at the moment. So yeah, good start by Chris. I'm going to be getting in the car for the next couple of stints, so we'll see how I do. We've been struggling a little bit with the setup for the car, especially in the hotter conditions for this race, but as the track cools down I think it should come back to us a little bit, so we'll just have to wait and see. The target is definitely a top 10. It's such a competitive field, you're absolutely right. You just need to go and look at the names of the teams and how close everyone is in qualifying to appreciate how strong the field is for the GT in the new endurance series. So yeah, top 10 would be perfect for us. It puts us within a shout of a good championship finish if we have a good Le Mans. So that's the aim for us today.
Spa, a very historic circuit. I think the only one that's appeared in every season of the Neo Endurance Championship. Do you think it's going to play nicely with you?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I've had some good fun races here in the past. I believe this is my third or fourth race here in the Neo Endurance Series. I remember racing here way back in the days of the GT1 cars. Those are absolute beasts to drive around here, really good fun. The GT cars, while they lack a little bit on the straight lines, they definitely make up for it in the corners, and they're great fun as well. So yeah, looking forward to tackling Spa in the Porsche. It's going to be a fun stint, I think. See what we can do with it.
Well, good luck to you and good luck to your team. Shout outs, thanks, sponsors while we have you on air.
Yes, firstly I'd just like to shout out to all of the team members, the squads that we've been using during the season. I think we've had some ups and downs, but overall it's been reasonably good for us. And then I'd also like to thank our sponsors at the moment, Infinity Decals. We have them on the car at the moment and wouldn't really do it without them. Finally, I'd like to thank both, obviously, yourselves for broadcasting the race, and Neo Endurance for putting on such a great event.
Well, thank you. David Barraclough there from Talk Freak Racing, as we've just had ourselves a 15-second stop and hold penalty for a car that's actually not currently circulating, but they get the penalty anyway. That is Inertia Sim Racing in the number 59 in LMP2. So they've had themselves a penalty here. Don't forget the major series will be starting soon, also here live on the iRacing Esports Network. If you like your Daytona action, check that one out with Paul Smith and Jake Sperry. On board with SCV Racing and Dominic Blazier right now. He's right behind Triton Racing, David, and this is going on for 7th place in GT cars.
Yeah, it was great to speak with David Barraclough, but the race doesn't stop while we're doing an interview. Plenty happened. We saw pass in the LMP2 category. We saw that penalty come in for Inertia Sim Racing. And if you want to follow along all of what's going on, you can head to live.neo-endurance.com for all of your live updates, timing and scoring. You can see some of the penalties come through there as well. See when people pit. We're watching indeed Triton Racing. Peter Jagodzinski there in 7th position, being closed down on by S2V Racing's Dominic Blair. Both of these cars pitted 1 lap apart last time. Both of them took tyres at their most recent stop. both of them are Porsches as well. So the difference here is between the drivers, between the setup, and between 1 lap's difference in the tyres.
Yeah, as we go look up the hill through Radio and down towards the Lacoon complex. Of course, these cars, they don't actually have rear view mirrors, which is why you've got that kind of little monitor cam. It's not just for them to be having a look at something with a movie. It's actually important for them because they don't have anything on the rear view.
What do you mean you're not? You're not supposed to plug your phone into that?
No. Nope.
Does it have Apple CarPlay in these things?
No, Android.
Or Android Auto, yeah, either system. I mean, I just, you know, it's so cumbersome trying to, you know, go through your Spotify playlist and do your navigation, and all you can see is LMP2s in your rear vision mirror there.
That's Oh, that's news for me. It's you know, you can actually, I think if on this you can actually see that's not the wing that you see in the rear of that camera for the UI1 Positive Sim Racing. That's actually the ticker for RaceSpotTV. He's actually watching the broadcast. That's yeah.
That's University of Westminster 1 Positive Sim Racing Ricardo Chavillon just gets himself ahead of Virtual Motorsport Bas Lob, but he's still got the run down and up the hill to come, so there's more to go here as they head themselves and look at that. The Virtual Motorsports Audi is close behind, but bolted a little bit there, Cam.
Yeah, you could. I was on board with the Audi, and you could hear it go. The revs went from at least 2 revolutions to a minute to 1 revolution a minute, which means he really got out of the throttle going up that corner, and he had to back way out. And Bass actually used a lot of hybrid energy, which is very bad for the Audi. The Porsche and the Audi being have 2 different methods of that hybrid reclamation, the recharging of the battery. The Porsche is able to do it naturally, simply by taking the heat exhaust off of the turbos and whatnot. On top of brake regeneration is actually, you can see in that camera that we were poking fun at, there is the Chimera LMP1 machine waiting in the wings as well, whereas the Audi only has the brake regen, which means that when at least for a place like Spa-Francorchamps, there isn't a lot of high regen zones, because these are a lot of mid-speed corners where you're grazing the brake instead of a hard braking zone like, say, the bus stop. So it's hard to use your boost, because this is exactly what's going to happen. You use the majority of your boost trying to catch up going through Air Rouge. Now you've got a Chimera car in front of you.
Yep, as you saw there, they were 3 wide for a minute as they headed down the back straightaway out of Curva Paul Frere as Bas Lob, Virtual Motorsports, down the position. But we've got a very busy pit road, David, in LMP2. And here's the interesting thing. Are people going to treble stint, or are they going to take tyres on this stint? This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, look, everyone in on the same lap all together. It looks like some kind of showroom, you know. Pick what paint color you'd like for your brand new LMP2. The car with the furthest stall is Torque Freak Racing, but it's Positive Sim Racing that get away quickest. Then goes, I think that was Ava Vivatic. There's a few going on there. So with the jump, there's Daniel Benefield still behind the wheel of the Positive Sim Racing car, but 48 seconds stationary. He was, of course, leading when he came in. I think he took tyres. Behind him, Ava Vivatic, Pascal Sticks behind the wheel now also took tyres. Torque Freak Racing, Ronnie Nunez, Apex Racing, Ferenc Kern, looking like they also took tyres. So the only team I'm seeing out there that double stinted at that stop was maybe TNT Racing, but track temperatures continuing to drop, skies getting darker, and it was 30 degrees Celsius track temperature at the start of this race. It's now 23, and as we set into the night, it will get even darker. So you've got a replay up on screen here, Will. What's happened?
It is the car of Team Chimera, and we think this is going to be up the hill, indeed so. As they get themselves, we believe, a slowdown penalty at some point, and no, they get passed by Virtual Motorsports, and actually you can see that gap just ekes out pretty quickly. Team Chimera, they have got themselves back past Virtual Motorsports, so that's the ongoing battle going on for P5, P6, P7, P8 on track right now. Team Chimera, 4 tenths of a second behind Positive Sim Racing Black as they come down towards the bus stop chicane. On pit road, you got Schubert Motorsports LMP2. They went another lap. They're doing a driver change right now, and into the car will come Moritz Freak for the number 33 team, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and the black helmeted driver getting ready to rock and roll is the World of Sim Racing team car of Carlos Alvarez Benetti has come onto the lane as well. So a couple of LMP2 cars starting to extend their fuel-saving windows. And hopefully as the Schubert Motorsport is taking tires, as well as the World of Sim Racing team.
Yeah, as we've got, this is nice, 1, 2, 3 of your SimRC.de people running in unison. I thought it wasn't actually, it just looked as though they were. You certainly had the LMP1 car passing the GT car. Oh, Jürgen Frank behind the wheel. As yeah, it was a gym car. As we're on board with SimRC.de right now, they are right behind the Williams Gym Esports black car of Aldo Massa in towards the bus stop chicane. Gap between these two drivers right now, there is 4/10 of a second, David.
Yep, you can say the number, but you can look out the windshield of that Porsche and sort of feel in your gut what that gap is. Just a couple car lengths. Closes up, of course, with the Concertina effect under brakes. Power down is good for Aldo Massa, but he's got to be aware of that car behind him. Jürgen Frank, SimRC.de, would like to get through soon. Battle of the yellow and black cars.
On board with Jürgen Frank as he gets a good run on the exit of the kink down towards Lecombe. On board with the number 77 looking to the outside in towards Lecombe. And the answer is going to be he slides, and he manages to get the pass complete. That was an interesting one there, because he kind of started coming across the racetrack, David, but he was able to brake and get ahead before the corner.
Yeah, and both of these guys are on the second stint of their tyres. Aldo Massa nearly looks at throwing the nose back down the inside. Jürgen Frank having none of it, and I think that's actually in the end just cost Aldo Massa some time. But yeah, these guys quite far into the second stint on these tyres. They'll be feeling a bit greasy, so very brave going wheel to wheel like that. And Aldo Massa gave exactly the car width that he needed to, and not any more than that. In fact, these guys are still running the set of tyres they started the race on nearly 2 hours ago, as we see the last of the LMP2 pit stops. The likes of SRN Motorsports taking the fuel as long as they can.
Yeah, and it's now Scott McGarvey getting in behind the wheel of that car. Neil Andrews behind the wheel of the MOATF podcast car. As we'll just turn our attention away from them for a moment, and let's talk about your current leader in class, Daniel Benefield. He's been able to extend this one now up to about 3.2 seconds over the Ava Veratic number 39 machine here, Cam.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to take a look at this to see. No, pit stops were about the same. There was a 1 second difference between the two. There's a 3 second gap between the two, so obviously more to it than that. But I will say Pascal Stix was taken over for Sven Newman this last pit stop. Which could perhaps also influence, but that's not to say that Pascal Stix is slow, just different. Different drivers, a different mission statement, as it were, for that driver. But you might want to keep the hot feed in for later, or you might want to have somebody that's good at understanding the track and keeping the car safe in these very, very changing conditions.
Yep, Team Chimera, Simon Trendell still battling with Positive Sim Racing Black in your LMP1 division as they work themselves up the hill. You can see it's clear skies, so what's going to happen when the sun goes down here, David, is the track temperature is going to dip even further really quickly. There are very few clouds in the sky, and actually let's show you the track conditions as it stands right now. It's 19 degrees Celsius with 15 km/h winds, 54% humidity, which is making it a little bit harder for these drivers in terms of their fuel consumption, which is why I think we're going to not necessarily see many of your GT teams actually being able to do the full hour, but we'll find out about that one in the next 4 to 5 minutes, Dave, because I've got a feeling that as it stands with this high humidity, they might struggle to make it the full hour and get what they need to do to save that pit stop.
Yeah, and David Barraclough told us these GTE cars, compared to some of the GT cars that came before them, well, they're not as quick in a straight line, they're quicker through a corner. That means they spend more of their time at wide open throttle, chewing through that fuel with whatever type of motor they've got, whether it's a 4-litre flat 6, whether it's a 3.5-litre turbocharged V6 as in the Ford, or whether it's the twin turbo V8 of the Ferrari. They spend a lot of time with the throttle pinned to the floor, chewing through their fuel tank.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick RaceSpotTV fan immersion break, and this is the battle going on in GT. This is Triton Racing versus STV Racing as we go on board with the number 82. Well, that's a couple of laps there on board of STV Racing in the GT battle. Giving you an update on a couple of process outcomes. So, yeah, then in terms of number 28 and 68 cars, no further action. That was causing a collision. And that was, of course, the University of Isabella 1 positive sim racing black car being the number 28. The number 68 car, that was the number 68 machine, was your Portfolio by Sorg Rensport's esports car on pit road. That is in GT. So no further action there. Race control was saying that both cars could have done something different. So both cars were partially at fault for that one. No further action as well between number 57 machine and your number 74 car. Number 74 car That is the SRM Motorsports orange car. And your number 57 machine, that was in the Race Clutch LMP2 car that we talked about a little bit before. No further action there in terms of the unjustifiable risk, David. That's because of the fact that the number 57 car did clearly make their intentions clear.
Yep, I think common sense prevails in the end. A lot of respect for the stewards. They've got a lot of stuff to look through during the race. People want a well thought out response to any protests, but they don't want it to drag out. They don't want post-race investigations. If they feel like they were wrong, they'd like a penalty or whatever during the race. So stewards have a thankless job, and no matter what they decide, someone will probably want to disagree with it, but it's absolutely necessary for the series and to uphold the driving standards.
Yeah, as we've also got ourselves Apex Racing UK versus IRDK Endurance Marcel and Mayo. The gap between these two drivers is 9/10 of a second right now. This is Apex Racing UK. We've kind of had a weird day so far, Cam. You've got the IRDK Endurance car that has led at one point in this event as well. The gap slow just creeped up to just above 1 second.
Yeah, LMP2 has been not what we normally expect out of an LMP2 event in the Neo series. It's almost been cut and dry, as it were, in LMP2. But finally, in this 5th round of the season, the final 6-hour event, LMP2 is really wide open with a lot of mistakes, attacks for position. I guess the LMP2 car just really suits Spa-Francorchamps, and it puts on a great show here. And I guess that's showing just through the ranks here right now with that Positive Sim Racing orange car leading, Ava Vervantic trying to make their attacks and trying to really pull the sweep, as it were, for LMP2 that they can. And then, of course, all the point battling that's going on. I mean, LMP2, it has been a fantastic show so long.
Yeah, and also we're behind. We've got ourselves Schubert Motorsports versus Team Hoixenveld, and that is going on for the 7th place on track right now. And this is Team Hoixenveld, Christian Kiewit, as well as Moritz Frick with the Schubert Motorsports car in the 7th place. There's going to be a bit of a situation in about 20 minutes time here, David, where you might have more of this kind of LMP1, LMP2, GT3 coming together moments.
Yeah, precisely, and the TNT racing car that's just in front of these two didn't take tyres at the last stop. These two did shoot at Motorsports and Team Hoixenveld. So that's an interesting one to watch, the difference in the tyre strategy there as well. And I love that we've had 2 hours of racing. Someone's having fun on the exit of Blanchimont there. A little field trip, if by field you mean pavement. It's certainly that we've already had 2 hours of racing in the books, and there's lots of battles for position on the same lap. And Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, just leaving the pit lane.
Yeah, 2 hours in the books. Hashtag jungle music. Thank you very much, Cam Walsh.
Yeah, we're going to be heading out and about. The RaceSpot mom has come over here to babysit RaceSpot baby. So you can hear, and we can actually leave the house.
Have fun. Thank you very much again, Cam Walsh. We are into hour number 3 of this is 6 hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network. Let's bring you up to speed then with everything that's happened so far today. We've just had a pit stop for Frostmaster Movano Racing. That is the reason why they are currently in 3rd place. It's not because they've done anything wrong. They are just 4 laps into a stint. They are running those shorter stint lengths compared to some of the other teams, most notably Race Clutch and SimRC.de Emerald, David.
Yeah, though in not too long, the number 3 car, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, is going to catch that SimRC.de car. It'll be effectively 1 pit stop behind. So they're stretching it out, it's working maybe against the other cars in class for SimRC.de, but not against Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3. It's not enough to stop them. Race Clutch, though, are also looking very, very threatening. So that's someone that SimRC.de have got to try and cover off if they want second place. I think those 3 cars are our best bet for our podium right now. Barring any of the other fun that we've seen for LMP1 class cars in the first 2 hours.
Yeah, we're running on board with the Race Clutch car of Richard Arnaud. We don't expect him on towards pit road this time by 20 laps is what most people do as a stint. However, we have seen the fact that SimRC.de have been consistently able to do 21 lap stint. So let's just ride on board with Richard Arnaud as he heads himself through Blanchimont corner towards the bus stop chicane. Into the right-hander will come Richard Arnaud, and indeed 20 laps complete, on towards pit road he will go. In terms of your P2 battle, Positive Sim Racing Daniel Benefield and Ava Veratic, they are separated by just 0.6 of a second right now. And we haven't really talked too much about this battle, but it is still interesting, David. And MP2s, I'm not quite sure how this one's going to play out, but Benefield has inherited the race lead. Benefield, of course, was fast in qualifying in the first part, just couldn't get a lap together when the track got quicker. And meanwhile, Ava Veratic have won all but one race in this season.
Yeah, exactly. Looking pretty quick earlier was that Positive Sim Racing car. Suddenly, deeper into the stint, Pascal Stix is looking like he's got his match. And we show that here, lap 56, nearly a second faster. The lap after that, half a second faster. The lap after that, taking another 0.3 out. What was a little bit of a comfortable lead for Daniel Benefield has been eroded away by that charging Pascal Stix. And they're on the same strategy, so this would be absolutely for the lead. This is the battle for the win in your P2 class, and it's close as it's ever been.
Yeah, we've also got a battle going on for 6th place in class. It is Team Hoeksenveld and Christopher Hewitt, who is leading, well, not leading actually, he's behind Schubert Motorsport, but what he is, David, is he's ahead on the Race Clutch LMP2 car, who we talked about a moment ago. They have not been given a penalty for what was a potential unjustifiable risk earlier on.
Exactly, you see in this shot 4 LMP2 cars and one Altus GTE trying to get out of the way, balks them a little bit, breaks this train up just a tiny bit. He gives a great run to Race Clutch as Aurelien Telmon, who's going to try and pass the Team Hoeksenveld car. These 4 cars are all for position. A great battle from P5 on down. And what can Race Clutch do around the outside? I think Christian Hewitt is sensible and just lets that one go for the moment. Race Clutch car also been quick but troubled. We'll get a replay, a different angle where there's less trees in the way. Yeah,
indeed. And there is Race Clutch being able to make the move around the outside, like Eminem would say, and he gets that move. Well, we expect a lot of people on towards pit road. Some people have just come back out on track, and well, after taking tyres last time around, Logitech GR2C Sports Neo car do not take tyres this time by, and that puts them back out front in GT.
Yes, 17-second lead is what they have now. Quick in the first stint, took those tyres at their first pit stop. And while that shuffled them down the order from the lead that they had, they managed to work well through the traffic, managed to move some of those positions back up, and now when they've taken their shorter pit stop compared to everyone else, they've put themselves sort of 180 degrees off cycle to all of their competitors. They've just come out of the pits this lap, and as I said, a 17-second lead for them. What they've got to do is hold on to that through this stint, because MSI Esports in second and Triton Racing in third did take new tyres. They're going to try and use them to claw back at Altus. Let's see if Simone Maria Marcheno is as good at managing tyres as he is at putting that car on pole.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about this GTE battle going on in a moment, but first we're just going to have a look at Schubert Motorsport and Race Clutches for P number 6 in terms of your LMP2 battles. They work themselves down the hill right now. And, well, just having a look through as they come up the hill. He's got himself a good run. He's close enough maybe to have a run in towards the Lecroom complex. He's in there in the toe. He's there in the toe. 97 1,000 revolutions per minute. And he's down to the inside. Done. 2. Oh, he's off! He's off, and he almost makes contact with the Team Hoeksenveld car, who somehow manages to get that car stopped on time. That was almost 2 drivers in your top 10 out, but they both avoid major calamity. The race clutch car just a little bit too hot through the middle part of Lecom. You've got yourself the Team Hoeksenveld car who comes through the corner thinking everything's going to be okay. Look at this.
Yeah, I said it before, I think that race clutch car just looks a little bit taily, a little bit oversteering. Christian Hewitt locking everything up to avoid making contact. The seconds he lost there, nowhere near as painful as if he damaged some of that car. And once again, I mean, obviously, the oversteery setup doesn't push, it's quick, but then tries to turn in, and the rear end is having none of it for Aurelian Telmon. There might have been a tiny tap there with the Hoeksenveld car, but both of them still looking relatively straight panels. You know, they put in some great stints, close up, and then they just keep having these little costly problems for race clutch. At least they're still in the race and looking like they'll collect some points, which is more than can be said for their previous races in this horror season for race clutch in LMP2.
Yeah, Goguez in the number 66 car is half a second back behind one of the 4 GTs. Wait a minute, he's gone. But one of the 4 GTs, Frostmaster Movano Racing. So to kind of go back to this GT battle, what essentially happened was most drivers didn't take tyres on their first pit stop. A few of them decided that they were going to. They were Logitech Gialtis Esports, as well as Triton Racing and Odox Motorsport. So what's really happened is now, we've got one half who's going to try and do the last 2 hours in one set of tyres. You've got the other part of the field, David, who's going to basically have fresh tyres at the end of the race, or think they can trouble this thing in the dark.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a seesaw on strategy with those 2 divergent strategies we've seen in the GTE class. You know, in this stint right now for the next hour, it's advantage the likes of Williams Jim, whose 2 cars we see on screen here, but particularly MSI Esports, Euphoria DriveX, SimRC.de, both of them with the newest tyres this stint. But the advantage in the next stint will be once again with Altus, with Odox, with Triton, and some of those other teams that did the alternative strategy. A great little in-team battle here with the Williams Gym cars.
You know what this is?
Team orders?
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. In towards Lecom. I'm sorry, I had to do so. Yellow.
Aldo Massa isn't in one of those cars anymore, and the team chief could have told them, Mario is faster than you. Confirm you understood that message, because that looked a little bit choreographed. It looked like they were very, very smart to not hold each other up unnecessarily. It is a team sport sometimes.
Yeah, for those of you that did get the black and yellow, but yellow is now ahead of black here in terms of your 2 Williams Gym cars. I don't want to get in trouble for something that got misappropriated a year ago. Let's go back to your battle for the race lead, shall we? As well, this is Frostmaster Movano Racing. They are now behind the Race Clutch LMP1 car. Not quite sure what has happened. They've had a couple of slow laps here, actually. They're trying to treble stint tyres, I think. So they needed an 18-second pit stop that last time by. But they are 7 tenths of a second behind Race Clutch LMP1. What's happened over the last couple of laps? Because all of a sudden, Race Clutch leading the way in the number 15, Richard No, and we'll get an indication of the lap times now they come past. And yet, a couple of laps to go, Frederic Evers lost 2 seconds and the race lead to Race Clutch.
That is a bizarre one, and we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. The number 3 car has won every race so far this season. They've been bordering on untouchable, and now it's not looking so certain. The strategy plays not seeming so inspired, and the pace right now just not seeming quick enough. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they're nursing a problem to the next pit stop, and then they'll pull out the blinding pace once again, and maybe Frederick Evers just having trouble with traffic. I mean, here would be an example as we nearly get a 3 wide, 1 of each class. If you had 2 of each, it could be Noah's Ark. But just not getting through the traffic anywhere near as quick as Richard Arnaud is.
Yeah, as there's a look on the exit of Jackie X corner. Movano lost themselves 2 seconds on this lap as lone, so all of a sudden Frost Marston not as strong as they have been previously in this event. You can start to see the shade coming onto the track, the sun's going to come down behind the trees. We are going to be finishing this race, of course, in darkness. That's one thing that is worth noting, as Virtual Motorsports making themselves another pit stop, as going back down in towards your GT battle. We've got Odox Motorsports right now, and they are currently chasing down Euphoria Motorsports, although actually Euphoria have got themselves ahead of Odox Motorsports and are pulling away just a little bit.
Yeah, Daniel Lafuente obviously having a good handle on that Porsche. Just a little bit pacier right now than Ricardo Ferreira for Odox Motorsports, who, look across at my timing screen, might be on the different tyre strategy. Euphoria tyres at the last pit stop, Odox no tyres at the last pit stop. That's the difference. It's just a couple of tenths per lap, sometimes a little more even, sometimes above a second. The difference is it's going to be so interesting to see how this plays out in the GTEs. I'm going to need a second to sort of count backwards the number of pit stops, try and work out, who is going to have fresh tyres in the final stint. Because if you've got the track position and the fresh tyres, that's where you want to be. And this LMP1 battle we watched earlier is still going on.
Yep, and this is Virtual Motorsports versus the Team Chimera. You don't have a look at those lap gaps. They, of course, talk about drivers going through a pit sequence. What we are going to do is apparently they do it every single time in the Neo Endurance Series, so I have to do it as well. RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with the one and only Audi. Well, there is your tradition, the Baslob Audi car. Just last time by 156.286, but losing time right now to Team Chimera. Let's give you an update on the retirees, and actually, I'm going to look through it. There's more retirees in this race than I thought there was, David. We've got ourselves a total of 10 drivers out. One driver on pit road who's been there for an hour, just over now. That is the Porsche powered by Rensport Esports 2 car, the GT3 entry, but we've got 10 drivers confirmed out of this race.
Yeah, some of them from our P2 class, some of them in the P1s as well. We've seen that if you get offline, if you have a wiggly moment in some of these P1 cars, the high speeds that they do mean you're taking high speeds to the scene of the accident, as I think Martin Brundle loves to say.
Does anyone actually listen to Martin Brundle still?
I mean, I assume so as well. Look at this traffic for the LMP2s, and I think this is the leaders in LMP2s. Yes, it kind of is. So Pascal Stix was closing up Daniel Benefield. We were talking about that earlier, and now through the traffic, just half a second of reprieve for Daniel Benefield, who stretches that gap out to nearly a second. It was just a couple of tenths not long ago.
Remember that P word I said earlier on this broadcast? It's patience. And that is what is the name of the game right now for Iva Veratic and Pascal Stix in the number 39 car. There's a little bit of snap oversteer there on the exit of La Source, coming down the hill towards Air Rouge once again. And that's an LMP1 car just going past. That's the MSI Esports number 13 machine with Alvario Ramio behind, so ahead now, as they'll come past the king towards the com, gap up to 1.1 seconds again.
Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and suddenly these guys, and you're talking about the retirements, there's less cars out there on track to beat traffic, but suddenly your LMP2 leaders have found plenty of it coming through these GTEs particularly, and it's tough for the LMP2s because they don't have that massive hybrid punch off the corners that the P1s have got. They're quicker through the corner and not a whole lot quicker in a straight line. Okay, they are still quicker in a straight line, and that's where they get all of the passing done, but they just haven't got that huge punch from the hybrid pack like the LMP1s have got to get through traffic.
But to give you that update then on the retiree list, most recently Torrent Motorsports out of the event. Inertia Sim Racing in terms of your LMP2 class out. GT class, you've got yourself Zenith Esports, Porsche Bar by Rensport Esports, Core Sim Racing and Team 85. You also have Odix Motorsports and Avavaratek 23 in terms of your LMP1 cars, as well as VRT E-Racing. 3 non-starters here today. Giant Esports and VRT E-Racing for your LMP1 field, and Road Bastards for your LMP2. That was due, I believe, to infraction issues. Talking about infractions, no further action in terms of an incident that was being reported between number 35 and the number 45. Number 35 car being the Team Huixenveld car, and the number 45 car being the
race leader,
the race leader, Daniel Benefield. Now, we saw that one, and the position was given back, so there was no further action on that one. It was on the 39 car, actually, I take that back, so the Eva Veratek car. So the position was given back, so no further action. Incident under investigation right now involving the number 3 car. So the number 3 car, number 15 machine, and the number 96 is under investigation, as on towards pit road comes Mivano Racing. They're only doing 15 lap stints. I've just noticed this. This is their 4th pit stop, and they're only doing 15 lap stints in this race.
Yeah, exactly what we said. A bizarre strategy, not sure what they're doing, whether they're trying to 1.5 stint sets of tyres or something, trying to do 45 laps to a set of tyres by doing 3 truncated stints. It's a bizarre one, and we'll keep an eye on this pit stop because there's a driver change. Evers out, Hamilton back in. I think that will signify probably they're going to take tyres at this stop. It's a to me, I'm sure they know what they're doing, I'm sure they've got a reason, but to me it's a rather baffling strategy that the number 3 car is trying to do. They have far and away had the pace in qualifying, and now in the race it's some of it's falling away from them, and the strategy also just not immediately clear to me what they're doing.
Well, in terms of the incident, it was of the Race Clutch team in terms of LMP1 and the Williams Sim Esports car in terms of GT. That is still under investigation. We'll keep you up to date with that one. It is being investigated as we speak, and that was about 10 minutes ago, actually. So Marcus Hamilton could be in for a bit of a rough day. It could, well, actually determine the overall lead of this event if Race Clutch are determined to be at fault as well.
Yeah, a lot of expectation, I think, then riding on the shoulders of our stewards into what they decide, because it could have a huge effect to the finishing orders. Watching GTEs, S2V Racing and SimRC.de battling for 6th place, riding on board with that SimRC.de car. Marcel Fassbender must have only recently gotten behind the wheel of that car. It was Jürgen Frank, I think, qualified and started it. Another driver change also for S2V Racing, because it's now Jan Vikowski behind the wheel of that. It makes a lot of sense. We're approaching the halfway point of the race. If you're going to use 2 drivers, you might as well put one in potentially for the first 2 hours and the other one in for the last 4, or do 2 driver stops, 2 hours, then 2 hours. Another battle here. There's a Torque Freak car. We spoke to David Barraclough earlier. Yeah,
it's Torque Freak Racing versus Team Bushfink Racing, and Team Bushfink Racing have the advantage as they head toward Rouge and Radiant once again. I will say, this track, it not only is beautiful to drive at, it's also beautiful to experience as a fan. I've been to the total 6 hours of Spa twice, as here comes another run back by Torque Freak Racing and David Barraclough looking to the outside in towards Lecom. You kind of had to walk around this track backwards, which means you've got to have some good stamina early on to get from where you start up the hill to go towards the back end of the racetrack, and you need quite a bit of stamina to go up hill, and you don't really realise how big the elevation changes are, David, until you actually walk a lap around this track.
Yeah, I think the circuit I visit most often is Albert Park, and it's very, very flat around the lake there. Not a short circuit, it's also up around 5.5 or 6 kilometers. A lot flatter, though, than here. David Barraclough came back at the Torque Freak car. These two, almost traditional rivals in my mind, banging it out here for 13th place in class.
Yeah, as we're on board then from David Barraclough as he exits the Fangio chicane. You can see the shadows deepening on track right now. No further action. We talked about that one between 39 and 45. We're keeping an eye out, of course, on the incident that might evolve your race leaders, as Apex Racing UK's Fern Kern is on pit road. And let's very quickly talk about the stewarding here, because they've, of course, the iRacing First Sporting Code is in full effect. However, we've got a team of 3 different stewards who will look through incidents on track, and the stewarding crew here does provide a really good additional aspect to racing. I mean, if these drivers had to wait until after the event to end up having their decisions upheld or declined, it would make for a very different type of racing. It's a bit like a lot of the IMSA races when you end up having a winner who's not a winner, and then maybe a winner again, maybe not.
Yeah, you can't have a top flight sports car series like this without live stewarding. And I'm with you. No one likes the outcome of a race to have to be decided, you know, after the race in the stewards room. We want the order that they cross the checkered flag at the end of the race to be the end of the race. We want that to be the finishing order, you know, unless it's an incident in the last 2 laps or something that does take that time to investigate. We'd all rather that the racing was settled on the racetrack.
Yeah, as a wonderful look there down at the Fangio chicane, you can see the lights are going down. Yeah, like the Arctic Monkey says, this track, it changes when the sun goes down. It's a bit like at the total 6 hours of Spa, when the track, you do finish the race in the twilight zone. As it also, a good thing about this series is that the ACO, with their crazy new super season rules, means that we're following pretty much the last 2 races of the World Endurance Championship as well, with Spa being the penultimate race and Circuit de Spa Le Mans being the season decider.
Yeah, and I'm also massively looking forward to that RaceSpot 24 Hours of Le Mans, the season finale of the Neo Endurance Championship, and I'm still interested to hear more of how it's going to work, but there'll be some invitational teams, I believe, to that race as well, not competing in the regular Neo series, but good sports car teams from some other smaller series on iRacing.
Yeah, so that'll be fantastic to watch as we're on board with Schubert Motorsports TNT Racing. I forgot the fact that we sponsor that race. It also means that technically we have a RaceSpotTV 24-hour race, so I don't need to organise one on my own. As I will say, a big props to all the legal organisers of these sorts of things, because I know, having done it for a number of years in terms of being an IndyCar league official, as well as running the first ever RaceSpot 24 Hours at Spa, just how complicated it is. But also, David, the fact that you've got to get the decisions right, it's in the detail. You know, you mess up one little thing in setting up a session, or you mess up one little thing in terms of an incident, it's not necessarily about money, but it's more about, you know, the fun aspect of it for drivers.
I don't know if you've ever been in a race that was meant to be a rolling start but was a standing start, and everyone's massively confused, and it's just the tiniest little checkbox at the bottom of the billion things that you needed to have looked at. Not a mistake I've made, but it's a little kind of thing that can happen when you have a league, an experienced admin, someone who's you're experienced not just in sort of organising a race, but also in the way the iRacing systems work. Always a fantastic help. And what we're looking at here, I think, is Marcus Hamilton. This is a different replay, but Marcus Hamilton, I think, has moved his way past.
Yeah, he has.
Is that SRN car like magnetic with your cameras or something?
It seems to be. I have no idea why, but
they hacked you to get more airtime.
Yeah, I think they have. This is Marcus Hamilton.
Check your computer for some like Trojan things. Has anyone from that team sent you any files lately?
I'm not quite sure, but Marcus Hamilton, he has got himself up past SRC.DE, as that's the pass being made, hybrid boost power, and also the fact that SimRC.DE were 3 seconds a lap slower that last time by, so they kind of just wanted, I think, to allow, did it way better, just wanted to allow Marcus Hamilton to go past. And this is what I often say, and a lot of people in endurance racing, watching endurance racing for the first time, or haven't watched too much endurance racing, say, well, why are they letting the drivers go past? Well, because the first thing you do, David, is you're racing against the clock. But if you spend 4 or 5 laps trying to defend against a driver, yes, they may stay behind you, but you're losing time in terms of your overall objective.
Yeah, if you were a runner in a marathon race and you spent half the race pushing and shoving with a different runner, then neither of you are going to win the race. Someone else is going to. You've got to pick and choose your battles, run your own pace if you can, and that's how you'll win or get the best result possible for you, not by going biffo bargy with 3 hours and 30 minutes still on the clock, lots of pit stops, lots of racing, lots of traffic to still go through ahead of you. Just losing your own time, wearing out your own tyres.
Schubert Motorsports and Moritz Frick closing down TNT and Robert Tinsley. Well, this is the classic situation of what happens when you have a driver who did take tyres and a driver who didn't take tyres. Because last time pit stop for Schubert Motorsports was 48.5 seconds. For TNT Racing, it was a 31.1 second pit stop. So no tyres for TNT Racing, and they're paying the difficulties of that now because they're losing on average half a second a lap to Schubert Motorsports.
Yeah, through the strategy though, TNT Racing have done a very good job to move themselves up as far as they are. Look at the standings. Yeah, they qualified well, and then maybe faded a little bit in the early race, but their strategies brought them all back into it. And top 5 for TNT Racing, that would be pretty good in a field that has the likes of Positive Sim Racing, Torque Freak, SRN Motorsports, Apex Racing and that like. TNT Racing, not a huge name, but doing very well for themselves in this category.
Yeah, TNT Racing, I mean, I've known them for a number of years. They used to be really big in terms of the Skip Barber As is this going to be TNT just defending the position? Yes, it will be. At one point, they were sponsored by Livestrong. They run in endurance racing in different formats over the years, but not a lot of people necessarily know who they are outside of the league racing circles. We haven't seen them, for example, compete in the World Championship series that often. And Schubert Motorsport as well, the same applies to them. Moritz Frick, we're on board of him still in that number 33 car as he heads himself towards Pua at Double Apex right-hander. Talk about this track. Walking up from, oh my word, that's a bit of a bulk there by one of the GT cars. That is the MSI car. Yeah, MSI car. And that allows Schubert Motorsports to come right back close now. The walk from Fangya up to Puan, that is the one that really does test out the glutes. The good thing about it is, though, David, if you do make yourself up the hill, there's a place that not only sells beer, which is good value, and chips, which is everywhere in Belgium, and your not quite hot dogs, kind of a mixture between a burger and a hot dog. You also get ice cream, which is always useful.
I'm a big fan of ice cream, and I'm also a fan of a burger or a hot dog from time to time. It's
really?
The track a little bit there. Yeah, little known fact that I do enjoy some chips. I do enjoy a burger. Yeah, 2 corners in a row there, and I won't stop talking about food. But Moritz Fricker, I'll touch on this briefly. Looking like he got a bunch of understeer through Blanchimont, and then maybe too deep on the brakes into the bus stop as well. He's gotten so close, and now it's extended out. Yeah,
I mean, first of all, for those of you who's playing bingo, 2 hours 35 minutes before we made a proper reference to food. Of course, David Haynes is probably the biggest foodie on RaceSpotTV. I've seen the video of you and Domino's, for example, in Australia in that food eating challenge. But SimRC.de versus Williams Gym Esports, gap is 3 tenths per second as they exit the bus stop themselves.
Yeah, battle of them yellow and black cars once again, and this time it's that SimRC.de in there because number 97 car let go by the 96 earlier, tried to scuttle away, but not far enough from Marcel Fassbender.
Yeah, as that is no battle going on for 7th place on track as they work themselves up the hill. Wonderful crane shot that we've got here as the drivers work themselves through Air Rouge. Okay, I'm still waiting for a decision from Race Control in relation to this battle as Richard Arnaud and in the number 15 Race Clutch car and your 3rd place driver, Frostmaster Movano Racing, and a number 3 car are currently under investigation for causing a collision. Other driver involved in that one is the number 96 machine. That is the Williams Gym Esports black car. We have got a warning. First warning for the Race Clutch car. So no penalties for that one, but Race Control have given a warning to the Race Clutch car for an unjustifiable risk. No. Yeah, for unjustifiable risk then for Race Clutch.
Well, to understate things a little bit, that's big.
Yes. However, it's not a penalty.
Yeah, indeed. So I guess dodged a bullet there, but that puts them on quite thin ice with the stewards. Plenty of racing still to go. A little slap on the wrist, I suppose it is then. Battles continue in GTE that I've got my eyes on. There was one we were looking at earlier, but then also deeper for 10th place. Redface Racing, I think, have moved in front of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, potentially. So, don't have to look too far in any of our categories to find a battle that is going on, because it's just so close, and particularly in that GTE category.
Yeah, GTE things are really close all over the place. There is Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Redface Racing are ahead of them. The gap between themselves and Redface Racing is currently 7 tenths of a second. And let's put the lap gaps up there. You notice that little by little, Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Dion Fallio is gaining up to the rear of Gold Guez. I'll tell you a story about Guez, by the way. This is from the archives of me commentating far too long on RaceSpotTV, of course Glacier TV before that. Golgowitz once did an IndyCar race at Watkins Glen International with one arm.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, one arm. He'd broken his arm, so he wasn't able to use it, but he was able to shift, complete a race in the top 5 in an IndyCar strength of field race at Watkins Glen International. And you know how hard Watkins Glen is at the best of times. You put a Formula car in like an IndyCar, and you know that was, in my opinion, one of the most impressive results I've ever seen a driver do. He was just somehow nailing it, as we got a lot of drivers on pit road in terms of LMP2.
Yeah, it's one of those things in the LMP2 category that just about, there's quite a few of them that are absolutely locked to the same lap. So you see Torque Freak, I see Ava, I see Positive Sim Racing getting away just as Race Clutch come to a standstill. And once again, you cannot separate Positive Sim Racing, Ava Vivatic, and Torque Freak's Ronnie Nunez is not going to let them get away too far. Any driver changes there? No, it looks like it's still Daniel Benefield and still Pascal Sticks. So Benefield's going to drive at least 50% of this race before there is a driver change in that number 45 that I think will inherit the race lead once the 4 cars in front pit in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, Pascal Sticks in that number 39 machine. We can see has shared the car so far today with Sven Newman, as just getting further confirmation about this previous penalty. Very risky move by the number 15, resulting in the fact that the number 3 car had to yield, and then there's that minor touch between the 3 and the 96 car. So the blame was placed on Race Clutch for that incident that we talked about just a moment ago. And we're just going to turn our attention over to the Daniel Benefield car. Glenn Key has been there in the mix as well today for the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing Machine, sponsored of course by that University of Isabella 1 in Spain. Just going and having a look through it, the Fongi chicane track, the sky is coming down behind the trees slowly but surely, as well we get that position now where we will be dark before this race is complete, David.
Yep, in sim time is 20 to 5 in the afternoon, evening, however you want to look at it. And you can absolutely see those shadows through this section of the track getting a lot longer than they were before, covering a lot more of Blanchimont, as we've got what's going to be the LMP2 class leader and the GTE class leader side by side through the bus stop. And there's actually a history between Altus Esports and Daniel Benefield, and I don't want to be too much of a gossip, but Race Control did find Daniel Benefield, who was in a P1 car in round 1 this season, at fault for contact that took Altus Esports out of the first race of this season. So passing, lapping cleanly this time. No one doubts the speed of Daniel Benefield, but Altus Esports weren't happy with that one in round 1.
Yeah, we talked about this at the top of the broadcast, the fact that Altus Esports won at Circuit of the Americas, they won at Suzuka. Their other 2 races though, they had a total of 2 points at Interlagos and a big factor 0 at Sebring. Because of that coming together, well, the good news is they're no longer on the same postcode on track, so we don't need to dwell too much on that one. Worth noting that a lot of other cars in LMP2 came onto pit road that last time by. Going the longest this time around though is the Schubert Motorsports LMP2 car. And, well, they're doing about 45 minutes in a stint right now. Excuse me. But for Moritz Frick, every lap again will help. This is going to be a case of, they did a full service last time, so actually only need to do a short surface this time as well. Service.
Yep, potentially so. Riding on board, I guess even we might see them into the pit lane this time. If that's the case, there's just one braking zone separating them from the pit entry. And I love this rev counter where you see the small capacity V8 that revs all the way up for this LMP2 car, compared to the diesel in the Audi that really only seems to use a quarter of the gauge, up to 4,000 RPM. And Moritz Fricker brings it on to the pit lane. The other driver in that car, his brother Lennart Fricker, two brothers in the Schubert Motorsports car that brings its way onto the lane from what was the lead. They'll be hoping to grab 5th place again when they come out.
Mike Nürnberg back behind the wheel of the Porsche Bauer by Sorg RaceSport Esports number 18 machine. Out and away he comes. 3 hours 17 minutes remaining then here in this event. You can of course catch up with live timing and scoring all race long. Visit live.neo-endurance.com. Fantastic of course live timing and scoring software, which we also use an almost identical version for RaceSpotTV, Nabel.
Yeah, live timing, a great addition to this broadcast, especially if you've got maybe a teammate in the race, but you're not able to be watching the session. You can keep up to date with what your favorite driver, your friend or your teammate is doing, what their laps are like, when they pit in, when they pit out. Maybe you're out and about and you can open it up on your phone. All kinds of possibilities like that. And if you were Thrustmaster Movano or any of their friends, you could keep up to date with when or if your boy Dion Fialo gets past Joel Guez. This battle, inseparable, these two.
Yeah, and Thrustmaster Movano Racing's Dion Fialo has got Joel Guez still ahead of him. The gap is 4 tenths per second. Coming out pit road, by the way, is the, my opinion, therefore fat number 44 machine coming out onto track, and Team Mad have just made themselves a pit stop as well. Staying on board with Fadio, he gets a good run. In fact, this is the better run that I've seen by the Thrustmaster Movano racing car. Let's see whether he's going to actually translate this into a move. It's a forward versus a Ferrari in towards the braking zone, and he can't quite. Yes, he can. Powers through on the inside of the car.
Yeah, well done by Dion Fialo. He just made his presence known, decided it was going to happen or it was going to be an accident, and in the end it works. Now potentially some pressure from, I think that's a Simitok car behind for Red Face Racing. Are they on the same lap? I glance at my timing screen. No, I don't think so. But we direct our eyes to the LMP2 class because there was, well, first of all, we go to the SRN Motorsports GTE because they're holding someone that Will Vincent loves hostage, it would appear. Oh! Yeah, there was a problem for Pascal Stix, and we see where he lost 6 seconds on the previous lap. He's very, very close to the leader, and he's lost that gap. And we've seen how.
Yeah, and this was, you say, we saw it is on the exit of Fagna into Stavolo 1. Turns into the corner, just catches the grass by the looks of it, and just misses that Armco barrier on the inside. So Pascal Stix lucky there. Just needs probably a fresh, clean set of underwear, but Talk Freak Racing is back in this one. We haven't really talked about the TFR in this 48 machine, but they are still within 7 seconds of your leader, and all of these drivers are on the same stint and same strategy.
Yeah, we had an idea that there might be some deviation to the strategy in LMP2, but I remember not long ago we had a fantastic shot about the leading 8 cars all stationary on pit road together in order, all of them doing basically the same number of laps, taking similar decisions with the tyres. Now, will that change once the sun starts to set? That's what we've got to keep an eye on, but for the meantime, it's really just all about the lap times in LMP2 and avoiding having a half spin through Curva Paul Freya and Stavolo if you are Ava Vivatic and are looking for another win this season.
MSI Esports coming on towards pit road right now in LMP1. You know what, we need to ban that. People should pull into their pit stalls correctly. Let's make it a rule change for next year. But MSI Esports pulling on towards pit road, getting out of the car. David Perez getting in behind the wheel of the number 13 machine as we get closer and closer to halfway. Hey, David, did you hear the news yesterday?
No.
Circuit Catalunya coming to iRacing 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, Circuit Catalunya.
I was looking at, I was watching my own team's race in the second split of the Bathurst 12 hour, and congratulations to my co-drivers who helped us to second place in second split in the Porsche class. But I got a message from one Randy Cheneth that said, hey, go take a look at the top split broadcast stream. And against all better judgment, I trusted Randy Cheneth, and when I flicked over, it was some rather interesting news. It's always great to get a fantastic, popular, well-known and well-liked circuit like that coming to the iRacing platform this year. Yeah, and we were the first to break it on RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network. Thank you to Kevin Bobbitt, to Steve Myers, and to Greg Hill for allowing us to break that one. So now I've actually had exactly the same opportunity as Jonathan Boutel in terms of breaking a track news, except Le Mans was probably a little bit more of a bigger deal. Worth noting, Ricardo Roscoe, the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car, has been on pit road now for 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and there's no one in that car. Yet the front left and even the left rear guard as well, not looking good on that car. Might also point to some suspension damage. You see it comes into the pit lane here, and when it's going in a straight line, the steering wheel is 45 degrees to the right, and I want to suggest that's not conducive to a fast race car, and I think you've figured out where that's happened. Is this the same as what happened to Ava Vivatic? No, it's going to be at a different point of the circuit. Yeah, I'm presuming it's going to be at Blanchimont, because the car is still going at speed around here. We're going to go on board there. Oh, my word. That wasn't even near Blanchimont. I don't know what happened to that car. I think he just had something go wrong in that car. We're about to go on board of him and show you what happened. And then I just saw that car dancing towards the wall. Let's have a look again. Exit of Stavolo 1, Stavolo 2, or Curve of Paul Frere, call it what you will. He's fine onto the gas pedal. He's fine through here. He just catches a piece of grass, not paying attention. Very, very early in the corner. That shouldn't be a problem there. He just gets one wheel on the outside grass and just softly turns the wheel to the left to follow the track around. Well, that's too much for the outside rear tyre, which just doesn't have enough grip, and that pitches him into the inside wall and a retirement. Yep, and there's a look at the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps from at least several laps down.
Well, yeah, several laps down. There's a look by Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. You can see the sun beginning to set on the horizon here. This track is what? You've got to remember, it's very high up in the mountains. I've actually had the chance to go to this race twice, the endurance event, with Neil Heckins. The thing that's worth noting is he's got not the biggest engine car in the world, shall we say. So when we're kind of going up the mountain road towards Spa, you've got us in our car, in Neil's car, and then you've just got 4 GTs, Corvettes, Ferraris blasting past us whilst we're struggling to get 80 kilometers an hour. Yeah, I took Team Bushfink Racing driver to a mountain lookout near me, and I'll tell you, a Toyota Prius doesn't go up hills in a hurry either. Red Face Racing Joel Guez is going to try and come back at Dion Fiala, who had a brilliant move to get past him, so that's a feisty battle for 10th there. Or maybe like a Prius, Joel Guez will just be doing some fuel saving. Yeah. It's just to let you know, David Barraclough has come out of pit road in the number 81 machine. Incident under review, number 28 and number 33 cars. That is going to be the Schubert Motorsports car. And number 28 is going to be the University of Positive Sim Racing Black cars. An LMP1 over an LMP2 battle being investigated for an incident that happened. Just having a look back, about 3-4 minutes ago. Just trying to work out where it was. In fact, yeah, David, you can look for that one. We've got a couple of interviews we're going to be talking about in a couple of moments as well. First of all, we're going to be talking to Robert Tinsley from TNT Racing. Benjamin Lindsay is behind the wheel of that car right now. But Robert Tinsley, you started off in that car. Well, you've been in that car for a couple of hours. How has it been running into the sunset here at Spa?
Oh, it's beautiful. Loving it a lot. It's a very fun race so far.
So, in terms of where you are, you're currently 8th place in the LMP2 car. And is that kind of where you expect it to be? I mean, we're kind of in this weird situation where you're all kind of doing the same number of stint laps, but there's 1 or 2 people above you who are eking out the extra lap. There's some people that's not able to do so.
Yeah, we usually shoot for top 5 just through attrition. We started 9th, and I decided to triple stint our tires just because it would work out best for Ben, and you know, trying to take tires every other stint. So I jumped from 9th to 5th and was able to hold up the guys behind me pretty much just to kind of ruin the race a little bit to give us a chance. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can jump up back towards the top 5 towards the end.
Well, in terms of where you are, running into the darkness, do you think there's going to be any difference in terms of not only the handling of your race car, but in terms of the overall track? Do you think you can triple stint it to the end, for example?
It's possible to do it, but I think with darkness coming, I mean, well, luckily the field is a little bit more spread out now, but with darkness it might cause a few miscommunications. So yeah, we'll just try to keep it clean and see how everybody else is doing.
Talking about that track being congested early on, it was very congested around the first time that you were trying to catch up and pass GT cars, and you had LMP1 cars behind you. Just how crazy was it being in that middle class here today?
Oh yeah, it's real crazy. On lap 2 going up Eau Rouge, the guy in front of me spun, so I had to take evasive action and cut Eau Rouge, or is it Radeon actually?
It's Radeon technically.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so I had to slow down and go back to the back of the field and kind of just work my way back up to where we started. But yeah, I mean, looking behind you and in front of you, it's, you know, like any middle class, it's very difficult.
Well, before we let you go, shout outs and sponsors, who gets it done for your team?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Race Boss and ARD Tuning and the rest of the TNT guys, all us our old guys here.
Well, thank you very much. And we're going to hand it over to David Haynes. He stood by with Sire Andra from Wyvern Racing.
Yep, Sire Andra of Wyvern Racing. It's the number 25 car in our LMP1 category. And not the race you guys would have wanted. You're, I think, 4 or 5 laps off the lead in that category. Haven't given up. But what would you describe as the cause of your problems?
Basically, we didn't do enough edge testing, so to speak. I think a lot of teams tested, including us, in the cooler weather, knowing that we'd run into darkness. So we did a lot of testing at night, getting ourselves familiar with that. Did a lot of testing at dusk when the conditions were changing lap to lap. But we didn't do a lot of testing when the track was nice and hot towards the start of the race, and I think that's what caught us out on old tires, basically. And honestly, that's just something to learn and take forward to the next race.
Yep, and talking about that tyres, we've seen some different strategies in the LMP1 category maybe. Most people double stinting them. I think we're looking at the Thrustmaster Vano number 3 potentially doing some odd triple stinting with them. Do you think any of the teams will be trying triple stints on tyres as we get cooler track temperatures and as the sun continues to set further?
Absolutely. There is sort of a target, sort of a tire wear you want to hit if you want a triple stint, and I was getting close to that towards the end of my run. So I think as we hit the halfway point in the race and going past that, I think triple stinting is viable, but that's only if you've actually done the testing to see if the car is stable enough to run those 2-stint old tires.
Yep, and we're watching your car right now making its way through some traffic. And have a look at scoring. The leader is in lap 89 and you are on lap 83. Obviously lots can and will still happen, but in 11th place in class right now, do you have much hope of being able to improve that?
I think we have. For example, the positive car just now seems to have gotten into trouble, and I think that's only going to get, well, not worse, but more cars are going to get into trouble as night sets in. So I think our sort of strategy right now is to turn fast laps to keep ourselves in contention, but at the same time be safe enough that we'll make it to the end of the race and maybe take advantage of any people that have any crashes.
After this race, the Neo Series goes to Le Mans for the Season 5 finale. Is that something you're looking forward to? How do you rate your chances as a team around Circuit de la Sarthe compared to the competition that you've got here in the Neo Series? Is it one that's going to favour you guys, or are you maybe secretly dreading it?
Well, I think it will favour us. I think we like low downforce tracks at Wyvern, and I think especially since we've already done one 24-hour race at Le Mans, so I think we've gotten a lot of good experience from that, and a lot of good data from that to apply to the setup and our strategy. So I think, I mean, especially since at this race we got second in qualifying, which is a new record for us, I think we stand a very good chance at Le Mans.
Made any good gifts lately?
You know what? I got a couple waiting in the wings here, David. Maybe I'll tag you next time I post it.
Mate, please do go ahead. I would love to see them. Always exciting stuff from Syandra at reddit.com/r/iRacing. Subtle plug there. Not subtle at all. Well, I'm going to wish you guys the best of luck. Still in 11th, but there are some cars ahead of you that could run into some troubles. You could move further up the order. For half of yourself and Wyvern Racing, shout out. That was like shout outs and thanks together in one word. And you got any of them?
Well, first off, I want to give a big shout out to Virtual for running the Audi up as high as they are. Spa is not a friendly track to the Audi, but the fact that they're running in 4th and 5th around that area is astounding, and honestly, kudos to them. If I had the choice and the BOP favored it, I would definitely be running the Audi right now, so congrats to them for sticking with it, honestly.
Right, well, there we go, Will. Fantastic to hear from them, and in good spirits, considering the struggles they are having in this race, I think.
Shouts. That's going to be a new thing from now on, just shouts. But yeah, Syandra, thank you very much to him and Wyvern Racing. We just saw it a couple of moments ago. The number 28 machine had a stop and hold penalty. That's the University of Isabella 1 positive sim racing car of Daniel Beda. We are, ladies and gentlemen, halfway through this, the 5th round of the Neo Endurance Series for this year. Half the race gone, half the race still to go. It's a long race here at Spa, but it's one that will really test the drivers. As next up, it's going to be night time, and that will happen before the drivers get themselves complete here today. Having a look at the drivers as they head themselves through La Courme this time, and well, what we have got is still 43 drivers, 43 teams even, circulating out on track. But you can see the sun starting to set behind the trees. We turn our attention over to Jackie Ick's corner. And it's been a race which we've seen a couple of incidents, but nothing that's really been too controversial. We had one team, number 14 car, who got themselves a penalty at the very start of this event, David, because we had a car upside down on its roof before we even got past the start finish line. But apart from that, overall, it's been a fun race.
Yeah, exactly. There's some teams out there having a very good run, looking to move themselves up the championship orders. There's a few that, you know, have had their struggles, and Spa's never going to be an easy circuit. It's very fast. Mistakes happen quickly and have big consequences. So, the first half, look, if the second half is as good, then we are in for an absolute treat.
Yeah. Give you an update on what is going on in terms of each of your three classes. First of all, in Prototype, it's a 14-second lead right now by Mivano Racing over Race Clutch. However, Movano should be on pit road this time by. They've done 20 laps of a stint already. We're in fact going to go on board with the driver of Marcus Hamilton because he should be on pit road this time by. He's got 14-second advantage right now over the Race Clutch team. And then third place is Porsche, Basel, by Sorg, Rennsport Esports. The Porsche bar by Sorg, Rennsport Esports car in third place, SimRC.de in fourth, MSI Esports in fifth, Team Chimera sixth, Virtual Motorsports and Simultalk Esports round out your top 8. You've also got 3 other drivers running, 3 other teams even running. University of Isabella, 1 Positive Sim Racing black car. They have recently been penalised as we do see Movano Racing on towards pit road. They are now down in 9th place. The second Frostmaster Movano Racing car, they've had incidents. They are down in 10th place. And Wyvern Racing, we just talked to Syandra from that team. They are down in 11th place overall. To go back to LMP2, it is right now the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing number 45 car leading the way, but it is a close battle going on between themselves and Ava Veretek and Torque Freak Racing. The 3 drivers are separated by 7 seconds on the racetrack. World of Sim Racing team, they run in 4th place. Team Hoixenrad in 5th, Race Clutch in 6th, TNT Racing in 7th, and Schubert Motorsports in 8th. We still have 15 drivers in our LMP cars, in our LMP division even, who are running. In GTE, it's Logitech G Altus Esports leading by 50 seconds over the Williams Jim Esports yellow car. It's worth noting that both Simone Maria Marceno in the Altus Esports car and Mario Bellotti in the Jim Esports yellow car have not yet made their most recent pit stop. Almost everyone else behind them have. MSI Esports running 3rd, Euphoria DriveX Racing in 4th, Team Bushwink Racing in 5th, SimRC.de are on pit road and fall back to 6th place, and then Frostmaster Movano Racing and Triton Racing, well, it's all changed because the pit stop's going on. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 5th round of the Neo Endurance Series. Well, Vincent David Haynes, we should be joined before too long by Tobias Brockman, and what I see is this track starting to get just a little bit darker right now as we've just had out of pit road Porsche, sorry, we've not had out of pit road Porsche, we've had ourselves Frostmaster Movano Racing out of pit road. Porsche Ball by Sorg, Rennsport Esports are ahead of them 1.2 seconds right now. The thing about this part of the race is that the sun will get into your eyes. We come with Paul Frere, and that's an easy move there. Marcus Hamilton up a position by the looks of it. Oh, that's just me getting too excited, David, because actually the Rennsport Esports number 1 car is actually 1.3 seconds ahead, not the car that I thought was just being overtaken.
Yeah, the one that was being put, I believe, a lap down was an Audi, and that is very self-explanatory who is driving that one. The actual gap here to the next car for position, as you rightly point out, 1.4 seconds. But flying along is Mike Nürnberg. He just set a 1 minute 54.7, which made him the fastest car in class last time around. Of course, this number 3 car in 3rd position with Marcus Hamilton is just finished an outlap and is starting their first flying lap of their new stint. So obviously they're not going to be scored as such. It was new tyres at the last stop for Mike Nürnberg. It was double stints for Marcus Hamilton. So he might not close this one up right now.
Keep you up to date, there is an incident under review right now. It involves the Porsche Bar by Sorg, Rennsport Esports number 18 machine, and the number 57 car. That is a Race Clutch LMP2 car. It is under investigation. It happened 5 minutes ago. So it's going to be about another 10 minutes until we actually know what the outcome is going to be. But when you've got a penalty potentially looming over your shoulder, you do start to worry, David.
And is that an investigation that has the number 18 as the aggressor?
First car named is the number 18, so yes, I would say.
That was my assumption as well. It's interesting because it's always going to be a challenge to pass your way through traffic. You can lose time there, you can gain time there, and maybe Mike Nürnberg's just been too aggressive with an LMP2 car. The stewards will look, we'll find out, but it'd be a shame if that was the case, because they're running very well, not just in this race, but in the championship as well. They set a 154.6 this time by, and a 155 dead is all Marcus Hamilton behind can manage. He is expecting Mike Nürnberg to pit in about 7 laps time. He squeezes by that Torque Freak car right before Eau Rouge Raidillon. Didn't want to be held up there.
Yep, so we are, as we say, over 3 hours now into this event. Give you up to date of what is going on in terms of battles. We've got ourselves MSI Esports right behind Team Chimera right now as they work through the Jackie X corner. That's the battle going on, which is actually for position. There's no strategy really involved in this one. MSI Esports and Team Chimera have been involved in battles all day long. Team Chimera, Simon Trendell is about a quarter of a second ahead as they head down into Fagna.
Both getting clear of the Porsche GTE before there. It doesn't separate this battle right now. Let's get a great view of the wonderful forest here in Belgium. Lots of trees.
Yeah, apologies, that was RaceSpot Wife. I got distracted for a second.
Fair enough, fair enough. Still a battle separated out just a tiny bit while we were watching it. The battle for the lead has closed up. I remember we showed the replay of Pascal Stix having some problems, losing 6 seconds through that exact sector of the track earlier. Got his head down, clearly run a cleaner, smoother race. Back within a second of the race lead.
Yeah, so 7/10 of a second going on between these two drivers right now. We're going to play a game. What time will Tobias Brockman arrive? I'm going to say in 20 minutes time.
That's good. I want to make an educated guess, based on what the time is in Germany. But if the man needs a nap, the man needs a nap. I will never begrudge that. Yeah, I'm thinking 40 minutes.
40 minutes on board with Team Hoytsenveld, number 35 machine with Christian Kiewit, because, well, the one team we haven't really talked about today is the World of Sim racing team. Carlos Alvarez Benidi is currently 4th place in that number 51 car, and they managed to work themselves up into this event. They are on the same strategy as everyone else, and it's worth noting that in terms of where they are 10th place in the championship. Team Hoytsenveld are in 6th.
Yeah, they pulled a real sneaky one on us. Nothing too flashy, no crazy lap times lighting it up on my screen, but what they have managed to do is avoid some of the issues that Team Hoytsenveld have had, that other cars around them, like Race Clutch LMP2, have had, where they've been quick but maybe incident prone. They're also not the lead battle, so they've snuck their way up into 4th place, still quite some distance away from 3rd. 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the LMP2 category, they're all not separated by too far, but then there is about half a lap that those 3 are clear of the rest of the LMP2 field.
Right now, if you are Pascal Stix, you're going to be putting on those flashing lights saying, please, GT traffic, just move out of the way. And he catches one right on the exit of Blanchimont that time by. Daniel Benefield has led a large part of this race. Ava Varesek didn't have the qualifying, really, so they've had to kind of work themselves up in this event today. But what I've also noticed is that kind of the downforce levels, I think that Positive Sim Racing are just running a little bit less in terms of downforce, because Ava Varesek have not been able to do anything in that draft for the last hour or so.
Yeah, and there's also differences that you can do with the gearbox. Unlike the GTE cars where there's effectively pre-made gear stacks and you've got to choose the short or the long ratios. In these LMP2 cars, it's all customizable. You would have a slightly longer 6th gear or a slightly shorter 6th gear, and maybe when they're driving by themselves, the 6th gear hits the peak power of the engine band, but when they're in traffic, maybe it's in slipstream, maybe it's not so helpful.
Yeah.
So
let's actually show this.
Look there.
We're going to show this to you, and we're just zoomed in on the right hand side of your screen, and I think you're absolutely right, David. It's bouncing off the rev limiter. No, it's not. It's just getting to peak band.
Is going up to 9,600 RPM, which is about the shift point in some of the other lower gears. I'm not going to claim to be an expert, but it's one of the things, as well as the downforce levels, that could be a difference between these two cars. The gear settings could be a little bit set up to give more to Daniel Benefield in the higher ranges, or maybe Pascal Stix has settings that works well outside of the slipstream but isn't giving him enough through the slipstream. It's just one possibility, one of the setup things that could be different between those two cars.
Yeah, we're having a look now at the battle for 4th place in class. Mario Bertolotti in the Williams Jim Esports car, Martin Fitzpatrick then in the Triton racing car. Let's give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion, shall we? Let's go on board that Triton racing driver for a few moments. Well, that was, we saw the move happen there to put the Triton Racing team ahead of Williams Jim Esports Yellow, as we've got ourselves now just under 2 3/4 hours remaining here in the 5th round of the Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV. It's Will Vincent along with David Haynes, as we're going to go and turn our attention over to the World of Sim Racing team, as they have just been passed by Team Hoyksendveld as they come up the hill once again, up through Radion and then through the right-hand kink. Wallace Racing Team, they lost that position a moment ago. And what they actually did was they decided to stay behind her. They recognised the fact that actually it could be a little bit too counterintuitive, shall we say, to try and retake that position back as they head themselves down through Rivage. Once again, that long, sweeping 180-degree right-hander. Then into the newly named Jackie X corner. Celebrate. They have a name after all. The number 51 team just falling a little bit further back now to Team Hoixenveld. So looks as though it's probably a good idea in their interest just to allow Team Hoixenveld to pull, well, to get that position and pull away a little bit. They don't have to worry right now about defending, although they do have to worry about the number 8 car who's going to try and go around the outside at the flank chicane. This is an LMP1 car, the Simultech Esports car of David Taranto. One of those classic LMP1 passing LMP2 whilst they're all trying to pass the GT car. David Taranto using that hybrid power to pull away as he'll get himself up towards Blanchimont once again through the left-hander at Blanchimont and down towards the bus stop chicane once again. David, have you eaten some food yet? The answer to that question, quite clearly, ladies and gentlemen, is a no, as Simultech Esports in the number 8 car just moving themselves past some more traffic. A little bit further ahead, we've got ourselves your overall race leader. It is Race Clutch LMP1. The reason why they keep on getting the lead of this motor race is because they're on a different strategy to Marcus Hamilton and the Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES 3 car. The reason why I say that is because you've got yourselves 7 laps into a stint now for Movano Racing in that number 3 car as they come through the bus stop chicane one more time. And hey, it might still be called the bus stop chicane, it's just been reprofiled over the years. But Race Clutch, they are currently 17 laps into a stint. Porsche Bar by Sorg RaceSport Esports, they have done 19 laps on a stint. Worth noting that we still have the incident between the Porsche Bar by Sorg RaceSport Esports car under investigation. An incident with the number 57 machine, the Race Clutch LMP2 car. And it's going to be a warning for the Race Clutch LMP2 car. So no penalty at all, no warning for the Sorg RaceSport Esports car. So the number 18 car is clear. The warning will be for the number 57 Race Clutch car. First warning of the day. Any more warnings, they could get themselves a penalty. Having a look then at the battle still going on in GT3, and Williams Gym Esports Yellow, of course, lost that position to Triton Racing a couple of laps ago. They are now 2 seconds back as they work through in towards Radion and then the Camel straightaway. Battle going on towards the rear of this one, though. We have got Odox Motorsport versus Team Bushpink Racing. Welcome back, David Haynes. How was your snack?
Delicious and chocolatey.
What did he have?
Chocolate milkshake.
Okay, that's not really a snack. That's just a drink.
I mean, I needed one. It's snacky.
Okay. As Odox Motorsports continue to battle with Team Bushpink Racing Pink. This is for 12th place on track. In just to bring you up to speed, David, you might not have heard me. No penalty at all for the number 18 machine. In fact, the blame was placed on the number 57 LMP2 car.
That is good for the LMP1 cars and not good for the LMP2s. Then I guess is the very plain interpretation of that. Benefit to us in that it doesn't rob us of that part of the battle for the LMP1 category. It still gives Porsche Basel by Sorg RaceSport Esports a fighting chance at the podium.
Yeah, although there's still a lot of strategy still to go in the LMP1 field, of course. We'll talk about that one as this race continues here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. You're probably watching already on the iRacing Esports Network, but what you can do is you can go and find that subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button, get the very best of sim racing from ourselves, RaceSpotTV, from the global sim racing channel from SimSpeed TV, Apex Racing TV, as well as
GSRC. Have you
global,
said that?
yeah, the global sim racing channel, and Podium Esports and PRTV as well. If I missed you out, I'm sorry. Hit the subscribe button, neighbour. Do it.
Oh yeah, because I'd never want to miss a single iRacing esports network broadcast from those great guys at SimSpeed. What a fantastic job they do with the Monday Night V8 Supercar Series, the new season of V8 Scops coming, and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Sprint Series Australasia this Wednesday night, guys.
Yeah. Oh, Odox Motorsports down at the bus stop chicane. Did they get help there? It looks like they did. And they were battling with Team Bushwick Racing Pink, and I think an LMP car did a little bit of something behind them in towards the bus stop chicane. Let's have another look. I mean, it's gonna...
This angle will show. It's possible they just locked up the rear tyres. That's what
yeah,
it
they
looks
must
like
have done
on board. But we'll see. That LMP car just a little bit too far back. Already some damage on the Odox Motorsports car, missing the front cover. And clearly not the only issue, because very deep in the braking zone, just getting a wiggle, presumably rear tyres locked up.
I think that car has got the build quality of a standard Samsung mobile phone, to be honest, as they will go back out on track and try and close the gap back down to Torque Freak Racing in the GTE division. There's been the conversation going on about names of corners here around this racetrack. I mean, we've been calling it Air Rouge and Radios, two separate corners and two separate parts of the racetrack since, you know, we've been doing RaceSpotTV, so you don't need to worry about that one. However, Speaker's Corner, this corner right here, David, is now known as Jackie X Corner.
Yeah, I kind of liked it when it was no name, because that in itself is a name, and I like the subtle irony, but you know, it's a good reason to give it a name.
Yep, of course. Fong, yeah, everyone knows it's Piff Puff at some point. It's had them, and the thing, a track that this old, like Spa-Francorchamps, you know, people remember the old corner names. People always refer to by the old names. In terms of your LMP2 battle, first of all, something's happened on track, because Ava Veratic have taken the race lead, and they're actually 4 seconds ahead of Torque Freak Racing. So whilst I was talking about something, Ava Veratic have got themselves the race lead. And let's pull up the lap gaps and see what happened. Well, yeah, they've just got themselves up to lead of this motor race by 4 seconds.
Big problem for Positive Sim Racing, who were leading and are now in third, is this, I think the gap, Ava Veratic to Torque Freak has stayed just about the same. It's Positive Sim Racing that I think we're going to have to dig back into their last laps and see what on earth they've been up to.
Yeah, so you're going to have a look at Positive Sim Racing, because actually, where is Daniel Benefield? Yeah, he's lost something like 12-13 seconds over the last couple of laps, and it wasn't in lap number 95,
he's
96, 97.
92.
Yeah, so it's a while back now with Daniel Benefield, but talk us through what happened.
Well, I've not seen exactly what happened on that lap. I'm just looking at the lap chart and seeing that it was a 2:14 that lap for Daniel Benefield. I'm watching it at super duper speed, not Eau Rouge or Radio.
Oh wait,
Veratic was right.
I've got something here. There's currently an incident under investigation with themselves, the number 39 car and the number 73 car. Number 39 car, of course, is Ava Veratic. Number 73 car is in GT, and that will be the Odox Motorsports car.
Yeah, and there's already some damage on that Odox Motorsports car that I don't remember from before that. So, what is it? Whoa, so just on the entry to Blanchimont, yeah, on that lap 92 for that car. So,
we are trying to find it, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us, shall we say, for just a quick moment here. We will find what happened. Daniel Benefield did have himself a bit of an incident, but we're going to go back to live photos for a moment. Let's go back and let's concentrate on the race, because Race Clutch have just come out of pit road, and this put Thrustmaster Movano Racing back into the race lead.
Yeah, indeed. And third place, but owing us a pit stop rather soon, is SimRC.de Emerald, which means I think the net third place will go to Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports. And that's the state of play at the top of the LMP1 field, which was relatively close in qualifying, but during the race, it's been a lot more spread out than the LMP2 field and the GTE field, where we've seen battles all race in both of those.
Yeah, so that is 16 seconds, but let's not forget the strategy is different. We need to keep an eye out on the strategy between these two drivers over the next couple of laps, because that is really going to be where this race could turn interesting, especially in the last half an hour of the event. So let's just have a look through as well. Down in your GT field, the gap's kind of started to open out a little bit now. MSI Esports, number 75, they've got themselves now a 5.3 second advantage as they are working themselves now about halfway through a stint, and but they're being closed up now by Logitech G Altus Esports car, because the Logitech car did take tyres, MSI Esports didn't take tyres, and it's the same thing we've been talking about all day.
Yeah, exactly. The last stint, I think, was the Logitech G Altus Esports car leading by about 15 seconds. Now, when they reverse on the tyre strategy, and it's old tyres for MSI Esports and new tyres for Altus, well, the gap's just a little bit closer. So there's definitely a way that this could all shake out in the favour of Altus Esports, who did a driver change. Simone Maria Marcheno out of the car, Yannick Lapchin in, and have you found the replay?
I thought I had.
Like it'd be this lap,
there
but it'll be further around. Yes, here we go, the entrance towards Blanchimont. No, not this lap either.
No, not that lap either. So
it's kind of confusing, because it was lap 92 of the number 45 car, not the leader, the overall leader's lap 92.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out what has happened. We will get it for you. Let's have, we'll try and get this one sorted out. We're going to have one more go right now, as this could be the incident. This could well be the incident. Actually, this looks a bit more like it, as they head themselves down towards Blanchimont right about now. And you've got yourself that number 45 car. And no, we still haven't got it right. We're going to give up for a few moments here, because we thought we had it. And every time we try and look for it, we can't find it. Oh, yes, we have. Finally got it. There we are. There we are. Let's have a look on board Daniel Benefield.
I haven't seen this one yet, just to find what lap it was on. So I'm not sure what happened. I'm learning along with you. The Ava Vivadic car is there, tries to stick a nose to the inside, that little left-hander before Blanchimont. And I'm not sure Benefield was expecting Glenn Key to be there. Didn't leave a full car's width. It was a cheeky place to stick your nose down anyway before Blanchimont. This angle will tell us a lot.
Yeah, as there we are, in towards the corner, 2 wheels off the track for the car. And this is not Glenn Key that we're looking at, of course. This is Daniel Benefield, who is on the right-hand side of your screen. And then you've got Ava Veratic with Pascal Stix on the left-hand side of your screen. That's what happens between the two drivers. Daniel Benefield spun around. Well, this could be, I talked
that's
about...
Where the Odox car got the damage, trying to avoid that. They've gone all the way out wide and hit the outside wall there. So Odox Motorsports presumably not happy at all with that either.
Yeah, and we are having a look. It has not yet been, it's not yet been determined. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. And the thing as well, that is Ava Veretic, of course. We talked about the fact they needed a podium and consistency here today. If they do get a penalty, they'll drop back to about 9th place on track.
Yeah, precisely. As you mentioned, by the championship standings, they didn't need to take any huge risks, and that might have been a bit of a cheeky one by Pascal Sticks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just 2.5 hours away from the end of this one on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. We are going to take a quick moment, take a quick break, but we'll be back with more after these messages. We'll take you RaceSpotTV side by side.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
Gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Lee to the inside goes Logan Clapton is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Looks to the outside as Drunke goes off. De Jong into second place.
I'm going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Trying this contact though.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Benner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact. He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schumacher, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
The sun, she is setting. Honest. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage here of the 6 hours of Spa on RaceSpotTV, streaming live as ever on the iRacing eSports Network. 2 hours, 20 minutes left of this event to go, and we are still waiting for a decision on this one, and it's actually got a bigger consequence right now because I'm just trying to have a look through to see Glen Key. Glen Key's 3 laps into a stint, but it's worth noting there was 17 seconds longer on the pit stop. They took tyres. David, if Ava Veratek get a penalty, they're going to have to come in, do a pit stop, and they're only going to be midway through a stint as well. It's going to be horrendous for them.
Yeah, exactly. Would absolutely throw away any chance of Ava Vavatic getting a win. Oh, we've got the camera on a different SRN Motorsports car this time. Scott McGarvey is into the pit lane, and I can understand why it might take the stewards a while to rule on that contact, because personally, you know, as a driver, as a competitor, from time to time, I can see a little bit of both. You know, that Ava Vavatic and Pascal Stix was closing up and the inside line was open. Then I can also see Positive Sim Racing, and it was Daniel Baderfield in the car at the time, not quite expecting the nose to the inside there. So it will definitely, it's not a slam dunk, that's for sure. There's reasons to be made for, you know, whether that's a penalty for Ava Vavatic or whether it's no action or whether it's maybe a warning. Maybe the crime wasn't so bad, but the result of it was unfortunate.
Yeah, as we were having some people on social media talking about that crash down at the Blanchimont corner, it was very similar to what we saw Luciano Berti in 2001 with Eddie Irvine. Which was in itself a horrendous thing. I believe it did pretty much end Luciano Berti's career at Prost. Some would argue actually put Prost out of business.
Yeah, 2001, the last season of Prost Grand Prix, and of course Alain Prost, multiple-time world champion, now finds himself with a senior role at Renault Sport F1. So he's probably actually gone on to bigger and better things as a Formula One team manager since then. But speaking of team managers, my friend Simon Feigel's team, Altus Esports, closing in on that lead.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the lap gaps. Get this one, David. Average of 1 second a lap over the last few. An LMP car, that's an MSI car, just going to go past in towards Le Cam. And you can definitely see now the sun setting. And this is when, I mean, you've gone past the hardest bit, in my opinion, of the race, when the sun is in your eyes down at Blanchimont 1. Now, it's just about adjusting yourself to the night. And I mean, we joke and laugh about the day-night thing being a new thing on iRacing. I will say one thing, David. Back just about 4 years ago, when I used to still run, I was running at Daytona, just doing some practice. I ended up doing about 7 hours of practice at Daytona. What I didn't realise was that my world was getting darker and darker around me. I started in the sunset. It was pitch black at night, and all it takes is one little blink when you're in the zone, and you realise, and that will put you off your game. As Yannick laps in then, almost running into the rear of MSI Esports, Alejandro Sanchez.
Yeah, different lines, different closing speeds through the Fanias chicane. While it was Simone Maria Marcheno in the 83 car that puts it on pole, it's handed over to Yannick Lapchin, who appears just as rapid. But MSI Esports not going to jump out of the way, not going to show them a path through. They're determined to hold up Altus until the next pit stop sequence.
Yep, and by the way, just to let you know, there's other incidents on under investigation as well. The number 28, the number 77 machine, that is currently under investigation. Number 77 car is SimRC.de Crimson. SimRC.de Crimson actually involved in another investigation right now. This is in the number 55 car. That's IRDK Endurance. We've talked a lot about the one that's going on between Ava Veratic, University Positive Sim Racing, Orange, as well as your number 73. That was the Odox Motorsports car. We've also recently have added to the list what a sim racing team and the number 76 car. Number 76 car being the Team Bushwick Racing pink car, as here we go for the race lead. MSI making it go around the long way, but it should be easy under braking here for Altus Esports. Indeed it is. Altus Esports back to the top of your GTE division.
Right in the picture behind them is that Positive Sim Racing LMP2 car we've talked so much about. But Altus Esports to the lead, and now put that car between them and MSI Esports, who are getting deeper into the run on their second stint of those tyres. It's fresher tyres for Altus Esports, and that makes the difference. They've got to be counting backwards, looking at how many pit stops they have to go to see if they can maintain that lead and be leading in 2 hours 15 minutes time when the black and white flag is waved.
Yeah, through the final chicane right now for the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car on pit road. By the way, we've got Virtual Motorsports on pit road as the University of Isabella 1 car just come through Blanchimont 2. Surprised actually that there wasn't more damage done to either of these two cars, to be honest, David. Let's wait. Stop and hold penalty for the number 39 car. I had it pre-written because I expected it, but the number 39 machine, stop and hold penalty for 20 seconds. Actually, no, we haven't got an idea how long it is, but it should be 15 seconds, but we'll get a confirmation there. It's a stop and hold penalty for the number 39 team.
Yeah, it's about 25 seconds delta through the pit lane, plus I believe you're right, 15 seconds is the default time for a stop and hold, unless it's something more egregious, in which case it might be a minute or longer. So we've got to look at where Ava Vavatic and Pascal Sticks are now, and then add 40 seconds to that. How far down the order would that put them? I think that would shuffle them back to third. I think they're far enough clear of fourth place World of Sim Racing team and fifth place Team Huysenfeld, but it would elevate Torque Freak Racing and Dirk Van Tulden to the lead, and Positive Sim Racing to second place. Penalty, and a rather significant one for Ava Vavatic number 39, your championship leaders.
Yeah, and we've got another penalty as well, and that is going to be from the number 76 car, and this is going to be, is it number 76 car? No, it's not. I take it back. I thought we had something else in there. The number 28 machine, they have, though, got a penalty. So the number 28 car, and that's the University of Isabella Positive Sim Racing Black. That is the LMP1 car, not the LMP2 car. They have a 20-second stop and hold penalty, as Pascal Sticks is staying out. The thing is, when you get this penalty, you're halfway through a run. It's a case of what do you do? When do you come on towards pit road? But we'll keep an eye out on that number 39 car, and when they come out, I disagree with you. They'll come out in 4th, and the thing is, they could end up right in this battle with Team Hoixenveld and the World of Sim Racing team.
That's interesting. I'd be interested to see your back of the envelope numbers on that, because when I subtract the stationary time from the total pit lane time of LMP2 cars, the difference is about 20 seconds. So 20 seconds for to run through the pit lane, plus 15 seconds stationary. It's less than 40 seconds, which is again still less than the gap they have to 4th place. But again, this is sort of me pulling some numbers a little bit out of the air.
Yeah, I was going to say, mine's on the back of a cigarette packet, yours on the back of an envelope, as Frederick Evers putting the power down on the exit off curve of Paul Frere towards the Blanchimont and bus stop chicane sections of this racetrack. And Frederick Evers right now is 1 lap into his stint. He's pitted recently in that number 3 car, and of course, for those of you wondering, he is the 2nd of the 2 drivers in that car today. Marcus Hamilton was in there most recently. Of course, just when we're trying to get some information, our Google Sheets decides not to do what Google Sheets is wanting to do. Warning number 1 for the number 55 car. That is the IIDK Endurance car. That was for an unjustifiable risk involved with the number 77, the SimRC.de Crimson car. We've got to be giving a little bit of heart out to the SimRC.de car, because they basically just got bumped around for 2 laps in a row there, did the SimRC.de machine.
Yeah, sort of like change that you've left in a pocket in the washing machine or something. I don't know what else to say to that. They're still running 7th in class at least. Jürgen Frank is back behind the wheel of that one. I think it was Philip Weber for a little bit. Jürgen Frank, I would suggest the A driver in that car qualified it, and potentially the quicker driver as well. Top 10 is definitely in the GT category the most fiercely contested one, where anything within the top 10 you'd still be happy with yourself. Jürgen Frank's not happy with Lux Sim 24 there, but that's the nature of multi-class racing.
Yeah, just to give you an update on the rules, for those of you who are new to the Neo Endurance Series, they do run the iRacing First Sport and Tow, but they also have their own rule book as well. We're going to take you to section 6.3, race penalties. All penalties given by race control must be served under green flag conditions, and a penalty may not be combined with a regular pit stop, taking fuel, tyres, driver change or optional repairs. The reason why I said that the Pascal Sticks Ava Pratic car, it's going to be closer to the 4th, 5th place battle. You've got to remember, they've got a couple of seconds where they've got to slow on the run in towards pit road, and then they've got that very tight entrance on the exit of pit road as well. They have been setting some pretty fast laps though, the last couple of laps times. 203.6 last time by, so they have been pulling out a little bit over the Positive Sim Racing Orange, the World Sim Racing team, the Team Hoixenveld battle. So actually, by staying out the couple of laps, David, they might well have just gotten themselves ahead, but we should see them on pit road this time.
And the other thing to take into account though is that they get fed out of the pit lane further down the track than where the pit entrance is. We'll have to see for sure, but they don't want, if they can avoid, to come out in that battle. If they could stay out 2 laps and then, you know, through that time pull out a little bit of gap so that they don't end up stuck in traffic, then that might be the clever way to do it. But Pascal Sticks isn't serving it this time.
And he's supposed to do it within 3 laps. This is the last chance he has to do so, by my opinion. Otherwise, it's a bit like, remember the Michael Schumacher penalties in years gone by? When
Silverstone, where he served the drive-through penalty on the last lap and took the checkered flag in the pit lane without actually really serving the penalty. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, but also don't forget 94 at Silverstone, when they just kind of thought over it and eventually got disqualified from the event. I can assume that number 39 teams are appealing at this penalty right now, and they are furiously talking with the stewards. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of the conversation right now in that race control, but we have got more battles to go on track, so we have got to keep an eye out on other things going on. Schubert Motorsports and SON Motorsports going at it for 12th place on track. SimRC.de Crimson and Williams Gym Esports Yellow battle for 6th place in your GTE field. And Movano Racing have got themselves ahead of the Porsche Ball by Sorg Wrenchboard Esports car in the battle for 2nd place. Someone please make that team name shorter for next season.
It'll be something like PBSRE or something.
Yeah, that makes it even harder to say in some ways. There's been some very confusing. It took me a while to get used to simrc.de actually to say that at normal commentary pace, but we're keeping the eye out on the number 39 machine. As we say, there is the penalty. It has to be served, in my opinion, this time by. It's showing as amber on our live protest outcome and penalty sheet. He's got to come on this time. He stays out. Now this could be interesting. This could be a disqualification for the number 39 team.
Yeah, that's interesting. Don't know if they have more time to serve it, if they're in discussion with the stewards about it. I know in some series
it's not been formally issued. We're getting word, so we are aware of it that it's coming. However, it hasn't formally been issued, so that is what the issue is there. So I wouldn't say we're jumping the gun. It's now been issued. It's officially being issued now. So they've got 3 laps from this moment. So what I can assume is they probably were trying to appeal it. The race control team were debating, and they have certainly enforced that penalty now. So Ava Veratic do have that 15-second penalty that they will have to serve in 3 laps from now.
Yeah, okay, so now the 3 laps starts from this time. That will absolutely shake up the lead of the LMP2 category, and near guaranteed that the number 48 car, Talk Freak Racing, will inherit the lead in your middle category.
Yeah, and Talk Freak Racing, let's not forget, they are on the same strategy as the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car, and they are lapping faster right now. So it talks about the fact there wasn't much damage to the Positive Sim Racing orange car, but there seems to be enough damage potentially that it is harming the number 45 machine, just ability to get around the track, but also TFR are actually gaining. And let's not forget, Talk Freak Racing did take tyres last time by. Ratic didn't take tyres, so they're losing out twice all of a sudden to Talk Freak Racing and to Positive Sim Racing Orange.
Yeah, the lead that Vivatic have right now over 2nd place Talk Freak Racing, still rather comfortable 18 seconds. We know what's going to happen to that. Fortunately, you see that it's going a little bit this way, a little bit that way. It's 18 on my timing screen, 19 by this software. It's, and of course it comes and goes as there is traffic. I feel sort of LMP2 fatigued out. It feels like it's all we've spoken about for a little while.
It is. In terms of the battles going on, in terms of your GTE battle, we will talk about it for a quick moment, because we've got ourselves Logitech G Alta C Sport. They did themselves a fuel and tyre stop the last time by Yannick Lapshin, and that's the reason why they're pulling out about a second a lap right now over MSI Esports.
This is become an even more dominant lead through the next round of pit stops, which aren't that far away for GTE runners, because you can only assume at the next stop Altus will be carrying this set of tyres, just taking fuel. The MSI Esports behind them, who are on that double stint right now, going to have to take tyres at the next stop. The delta, the difference between those two, about 20 seconds to take tyres. So then that lead might go out as far as 25 seconds after the next pit stops.
Yeah, and don't forget, because of the fact that Altus Esports took tyres in the first stint, they have got that option of treble stinting the tyres at the end, or putting a fresh set of boots on for the last stint, and also they've got the strategy advantage in their own window now.
Yeah, that's exactly true. They've also got a fuel advantage over some of the teams behind them, like Triton Racing, Euphoria, DriveX, and MSI Esports. As we look at Pascal Stix, he is going to serve that 15-second stop and hold, and also another one being issued there, you see.
It's not. I made a mistake on that one. I thought it was a penalty. It wasn't. So that is the one I have jumped the gun on. But for the number 39 car, Ava Veratic, they are indeed now doing a penalty. You cannot touch the car. You cannot do anything to the car right now. Otherwise, you actually get a second penalty. 15.9, well, 15 seconds or so, out and away. Let's see where they come
out in third.
Yeah, it should be third right now. As World of Sim Racing team, they are quite a way back on track. Out on to the start-finish straight for endurance racing. And, well, yeah, they do come out in third place. And that's actually a bigger gap than I thought. So good call on that one, David, because that's about 12 seconds between third and fourth. But I will say that whilst we're waiting for that penalty to come through, Ava were able to pull out a bit more of a gap to 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, you've got more room for working on an envelope than a cigarette packet. So, not that I was ever good at showing my working, not that I ever got top marks for that, but I've maybe gotten lucky this time. And how close Positive Sim Racing and Ava Vavatic are this time, though, it's under 4 seconds, and if there is still some damage lingering for Positive Sim Racing, Ava Vavatic might catch them soon and again have to try and make a pass.
Yeah, and also one would argue now that with the penalty they've had, do they try and go risky in terms of the strategy and not take tyres at their next pit stop? Because this is going to be when they're going to try maybe to reel it back in. They didn't take tyres last time by. Do they try and be ultra aggressive to try and get positions back? I mean, the win is gone in my opinion right now. It's going to be really hard for them to get themselves to the victory, but they are only 13 seconds back from Talk Creek Racing, and that could be achieved by a no-tyre stop.
They've definitely got some options, that's for sure. It's not as close as it was earlier in the LMP2 field. No red boxes around anyone, no one within 1 second. The moment I say that, though, it goes LuxSim24 and IRDK Endurance, but someone is on the pit lane. 2 cars on the pit lane right now. This is Triton Racing. Martin Script. You know what? Someone taught me how to pronounce this one time, and I think it's gone. Yeah, it's gone in one ear and out the other. But for the third time, Lucky?
I believe it's Marcin Shipshak.
He's on the pit lane right now, revving it. I think it's trying to go as soon as possible. That's fuel only, no tyres for Triton Racing.
Yep, so Marcin Shipshak in the number 91 car, out and away onto track. And look, hashtag blame Randy, it's Team Kai Mera in the Joshua Chin behind the wheel of that car right now. Up through Rouge and through Radiop. As on pit road, you've also got the Porsche bar by Sorg RaceSport Esports car. Getting himself is that a driver change as well? Wayne Kruger behind the wheel of the car. Tyre stop. It would make sense to be a driver change at this point as well, with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, a good time as any is a tyre change stop to change drivers. That's twofold. One, it's a longer pit stop when you take tyres. Make sure you've absolutely got time to complete the driver change and not lose any time due to the driver change, but also your incoming driver has the benefit of a new set of tyres, doesn't leave the pit lane out there onto the race with an old set of tyres.
Yeah, just to give you an update, I was right. And it was Florian Kruger getting behind the wheel of that car. It's a very long stop, though, for the Porsche bar by Sorg RaceSport Esports car. 1 minute 8.5. That is longer than we expect normally, but it's going to be a full service and driver change out and away. 108.5. They're probably going to be taking tyres. Yeah, some dents being hammered out by the Porsche works team there.
Yeah, I think the front right-hand side, as it was sitting on the pit lane, looked less than factory, I will say. And on any other car, yes, you'd hammer out those dents. On this car, I think it might effectively be a front clip replacement.
Yeah.
Because it all looks 100% in order now, and it wasn't. This is the kind of thing that might add 30 seconds to your pit stop time. Yeah, around about that. So over a minute stationary, but the car looking pretty fresh now. So it's all GTEs on the pit lane now.
Yeah, and this is when we expect most of our GTEs to have come in, to be fair, because they've been able to go to the hour mark pretty much the entire race long. In fact, Logitech GL2C Sports, they have been able to stay out, as have Euphoria DriveX Racing. Get this, though. Logitech could be 2 laps better on fuel than anyone else in this GTE field.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure what to attribute that to. The Porsche is the GTE car with the largest fuel tank, but it's also the thirstiest one, and in theory the stint length between all the cars, all things considered, should be equal. So maybe just the driving style of the drivers behind the wheel, maybe some intention to stretch those stints out, maybe to help them with their tyres later on. You see them scoot past. The Williams gym car comes out, now a lap down.
Got a question. Have Race Clutch and Movano got the same number of pit stops to go? The answer is yes. However, one of the pit stops from Movano is going to be shorter than that for Race Clutch. 9 laps, 10 laps now into a stint for Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Frederick Evers. And for Race Clutch LMP1 in the number 15 car, it is a 24-second gap, but Race Clutch will be on pit road next time by, David.
Yep, indeed. Race Clutch racking up some laps led, but it's difficult to see a way on strategy where they're going to be able to grab this win, because we are, as you might have pointed out, expecting Race Clutch in this time or the next time by. They're very shortly to pit, and the lead that they've got is not enough to come out of the pits in the lead. The lead will absolutely go to the number 3 Thrustmaster Movano Racing.
Yeah, we still have, by the way, 3 incidents under investigation. The one between the number 51 car and the number 76. We kind of jumped the gun on that one. We thought there was a penalty already. This is the World of Sim Racing team versus the Team Bushwick Racing pink car. We've also got the number 44 car and the number 91 under investigation. That is, in my opinion, and therefore fact, Podcast Machine, NMP2, as well as the number 91 car, which is the Triton Racing third place car with Martin Shipshack behind the wheel of that one. And also we've got an incident between the number 54 car. That is an NMP2 car, again under investigation. That is iRacing Today Motorsports Chad Dalton versus the number 66 car. That is Red Face Racing, which is currently under investigation. As we have got ourselves left about 1 hour 54 minutes worth of racing to go in this event. And well, Joshua Chin, let's take a look on board of him for a moment, shall we? As he is currently running in the 6th position. He's 7.3 seconds back from the rear of the MSI Esports number 13, the Michelin-sponsored car. As the gaps, well, he's been losing time, Josh Chin, to David Perez over the last couple of moments.
I have a quick look. They're both on the same age tyres. So unfortunately, it just looks like David Perez has the advantage on Josh Chin.
Yeah. So, yeah, the last couple of laps, it's been kind of half a second here, half a second there. As let's just go and have a look as well, down through other battles going on track. We're keeping you up to date on penalties and everything else going on. As there's that wonderful look up through Radio as the drivers. They just take a little bit of that curb. But we've seen some big incidents here today, David, at Air Rouge and Radio. More Radio than Air Rouge, because realistically, Air Rouge is just that left-hander. All the incidents have been at Radio.
yeah, you'd have to be losing it very early. It'd have to be maybe some disagreement about who had their nose in front at the point of turn-in. Blanchimont, also a place where several classes of cars have come to grief, and some penalties dished out as well, with big consequences for the lead of the LMP2 field, but also huge consequences for GTE's Odox Motorsports, who were an innocent party to that, and they've been knocked well down the order. The LMP1 leader, Race Clutch, as we expected, now onto pit lane. Thrustmaster Movano Racing will inherit the race lead.
Yes, but here's the interesting thing. Do Race Clutch have enough to get to the end of this motor race? It's going to be close, in my opinion, and I don't think they've got enough. I mean, what, with 45-minute stints, they are going to have to do 2 more pit stops after this one. So does Movano, and I think actually there'll be a splash and dash at the end for Banas Remniak.
Yeah, definitely looks like there'll be probably a splash for that Race Clutch car. I'm thinking with maybe 20 minutes to go. Frederick Evers has still got 8 more laps on his current stint. Probably carry it to a point where he can take 2 full stops and get to the end. Balas Remniak is coming out in 2nd place, and he's also still going to owe us a full stop. My maths has stopped working. It was good earlier, and you heard it just break then.
Yeah, it did. It's been a long day for us, ladies and gentlemen, here on RaceSpotTV. We do apologise. Of course, don't forget.
Huge weekend on the iRacing Esports Network, if we're honest.
Yeah, huge. And of course, even though the weekend's over, it is going to get even busier this coming Tuesday with the first round of the 2019 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series. It'll be live here on RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network, on YouTube, as well as on Facebook Gaming and Twitch TV. And they've had themselves the first ever draft in the series, and they enter the 10th season worth of action at Daytona. Catch all the action live on the iRacing Esports Network. Almost got that one perfectly to time. I was 2 seconds, 3 seconds too short. TNT Racing, well, TNT Racing, Benjamin Lindsay, they are knocking at the door for 4th place right now in your LMP2 field. And having a look at the lap gaps, they gained, get this, 1.6 seconds over the last 3 laps.
Yeah, indeed. TNT Racing, and we spoke with that team earlier. They jumped into the commentary booth with us, and we said, you know, running well in the top 5, what do you feel is possible for you? And they, you know, weren't like, oh yeah, no, let's try and grab a top 3. But Benjamin Lindsay doing a fantastic job. And that car's a Lindsay and Tinsey machine. So it's, Benjamin Lindsay obviously doing a very good job. At that rate, it's not going to take too many laps at all until we'll have a solid fight on our hands for P4 and 5. And they're sort of in the midpoint of a stint, not expecting either of those cars to be pitting too soon either, so that's something to look forward to. Okay, we've got an update, by the way. The number 18 car, remember we talked about him earlier on? The reason why he had to get a front clip adjustment was because of the fact that they had an incident with a slower lapped LMP car, and that is the number 25 machine, the Wyvern Racing team, who have already been in the wars a bit today. We talked about them earlier on, so that's what we now know happened to the Porsche Sword Esports car, and I'm wondering whether or not I can try and get it for you. I'm having a look through the parts of the track, and this could well be it. This is through Blanchimont, so it's not this one, but they ended up having an incident with the Wyvern Racing car, is what we have been told. So it could well be coming up here. Let's have a look on board with Florian Kruger. No, it's not. I feel like this is the same lap again.
Yeah, it is the same lap, but it's showing us something a little bit wrong here. So, but we now know what the incident was, so there's a positive start, shall we say, to that one. But we now know that the number 18 car, that's the reason why they had to come down and make themselves a longer pit stop in this event.
in the grand scheme of incidents you can have, not the greatest tragedy. I think it might have put them off their pit sequence a little bit, added 20 seconds or so to their pit stop. Still find themselves in 4th place. I think really it just might have cost them a chance at battling CMRC.de Emerald for 3rd place. It's still possible that Porsche Basel by Sorgrensport Esports could get 4th, as Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Frederick Evers just come out of the pit lane 1 second behind Race Clutch.
Well, and also I was saying about the fact that I thought that they wouldn't have to make 2 more pit stops. They are going to have to make 2 more pit stops, but was this Frederick Evers reacting to Race Clutch, do you think?
I think if it was, it's a poor reaction, because with 1 hour 46 minutes to go, there's no way Frederick Evers is making it to the end with 1 more stop. If he goes 45 minutes on this stint that he's just started, there'll be 1 hour pitting again with 1 hour left to go, and they'll have to pit with 15 minutes to go. So I can't remember exactly how far they were into their stint, but really if they were trying to cut out a pit stop, might have needed to have pushed it just 10 minutes longer or so. But what I guess we will get is a Frederick Evers who's absolutely fired up, trying to take that race lead on the track instead of through the pit cycle, where we still believe Movano probably have an advantage. That 1 second right now, which is about what it was when Frederick Evers came out of the pit lane. Not closing up rapidly, and it is old tyres for Frederick Evers. He didn't take any tyres at that pit stop.
Yeah, so we are going to welcome Tobias Brockman into the booth in just 1 moment's time. I've been trying to find that incident with the number 18 car. It came about 15 minutes or so in this event. But again, Wyvern Racing haven't had the best day as Thrustmaster, having to slow it down quite dramatically on track in order to get themselves through some lap traffic there, David, down in at Radiar.
Yeah, it's like that in the faster classes. We've seen it from the LMP2s as well. They need to just check up a little bit, take the tighter line on the exit, put the power down, and of course, a great place for the LMP1s to deploy some hybrid boost and eventually gets through there.
Yeah, we're just going to have a check. This is Wyvern Racing on track, and this could, well, no, I don't think this is going to be an incident. Wyvern Racing, Nick Rowland is behind the wheel of the Wyvern Racing car right now. So we're going to give up on that one, ladies and gentlemen, for the time being. It's not worked our way today. But Balas Remniak, he is leading the way in the Race Clutch car. He's got a 2.5 second advantage, and that's 1.5 seconds actually. That has, that's 1.5 seconds that Race Clutch have gained over Thrustmaster Movano Racing in the last lap or so as a consequence of that incident. Who is in the best position to win this P1 class? Well, it's going to be close, because the splash and dash arguably has been taken already by Frederick Evers. They've got 2 more stops to go to the end. But Race Clutch, they've got themselves a full stop and a splash and dash to go. So realistically, it could well be that Race Clutch could get this victory. And of course, they would be the first time that someone apart from Movano has won a race overall this season.
Yeah, exactly. It's too late for this Race Clutch LMP1 to really make a charge for the season championship. But it would be a huge scalp for them to be the team that knocks Thrustmaster Movano Racing off the top spot, the first team to displace them from a race win this season. And the most recent pit stop took tyres for Balas Remniak, and that's what's allowing him to pull just a little bit on Frederick Evers. That gap's still about 2 seconds. And in 3rd place, and expected to be coming into the pit lane soon, CMRC.de Emerald. Philip Weber, I think, has 2 more laps to his stint. when he pits, I think it will put him behind Porsche Basel by Sorg-Rennsport Esports, who had to do those repairs, but will re-inherit 3rd place in class pretty soon, I would imagine.
Unless, of course, they have a penalty or a warning for that collision. We don't know. From what I understand, it was the fact that they came up behind a slower car and they just couldn't avoid the contact. So normally they'd get a warning at most. If that was the case, it could well be a penalty for the slower number 25 Wyvern Racing Neo car. Nick Rowland behind the wheel of that one. Good evening, Tobias.
Good evening, guys. How you doing?
I am not too bad. I'd ask you how you were, but you're not in the best of days, I've heard.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate with a very unfortunate timing. Having no phone with me, so I couldn't tell you guys what was going on.
Yeah, indeed so. So the number 13 machine is on pit road as we speak. That is the MSI Esports car, David Perez. And, well, Tobias, 1 hour, 41 minutes to go. All of these drivers pitting now still have 2 more pit stops to go. The question is going to be, as the sun goes down, do you dare triple stint the tyres?
I mean, looking at the track temperatures right now, it's 20 degrees Celsius, so you could possibly do it, but I didn't see people doing it in Bathurst yesterday where it was cold as well.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing about Bathurst. The difference, of course, at Bathurst is they are racing into the night here today, whereas, David, yesterday they were racing into the sunset, the glorious sunrise and afternoon in your battle. Oh, actually, let's stop and talk about that and talk about this for a moment. Because TNT Racing versus Team Hudsonville. TNT Racing down to the inside, 2 wheels on the grass in the run into Blanchimont. And, well, that's a bold move, but they've managed to make it work. Oh, no, they haven't.
No, they have not.
Let's get a replay. Let's get a replay.
Part of Blanchimont, and now we're going to see where it came unstuck in the second bit. TNT Racing really forced it to the inside here, but space is given. What happens when they try to go too wide through this next bit? Losing it through the middle of the corner and towards the exit is TNT Racing. They're sideways, and it's Huyssenfeld that have nowhere to go but make contact with the sliding sideways car in front of them. Taking the narrow entry, TNT Racing lose it by themselves there. And it's Huyssenfeld with nowhere to go. Is that how you see it, Will?
Well, it is, but also I'm thinking more about the fact, if we can have a look and stop it here, and then turn our attention to our overhead camera, brought to you by And One Design, into the corner. Yes, he does get the position, but he was kind of in a situation where he created himself a difficult moment. I mean, it's all going to come down to whether or not they review that one, but it's more than anything, I wanted to look at here. Because you had 2 wheels off the track trying to make the pass, and as a consequence of that, we know that the back end of these cars can step out at the best of time. Benjamin Lindsay, that might well, Tobias, seen as too opportunistic.
Yeah, too optimistic, and you have to remember these cars are running very, very low on wings on this track just to get the speeds right, and that turn is hard enough on your own. But yeah, just don't forget about this angle he went through. And yeah, Christian Kiewit, he didn't have any chance reacting to this one.
Yep, so let's keep an eye out, see whether that one comes under review. By the way, number 3 machine is under investigation. That's one incident with the number 41 car. That is a Racing Centre machine, and let's see when this happened. This happened about 2 minutes ago, so we might be able to see this one. As Tobias, this could well again be a huge change in the form of this motor race.
Yep, and the number 3, the Mivano car, if they get something, then this would definitely mean they would lose the podium whatsoever.
Yep, and let's have a look at their last couple of lap times, because this is going to make it easier for us to understand right now. Lap number 130, they lost themselves 3 seconds, so we're going to try, I'm going to say the word try here, David, because it's been a bit of a tough time for our replay official, being hacked, shall we say, by one team. But let's go and try and get ourselves a look at this. Frederick Evers. And this would have been, as you said, with the number 41 car. So we know we're on the right stage of the event right now, because we know that the LMP1 machine is currently behind the number 41. So let's try and work out what happened here as the very quickly running Frederick Evers. This might be a case of him just trying to go for a gap that didn't exist.
Well, we're going to see a fair bit of traffic coming in here. Evers goes to the inside. There, coming through on the MSI Esports GTE machine. Ooh, Evers all the way off the track, presumably trying to avoid that car. Was there any contact at any of these points, or was it just a miscommunication and Evers has dived off the track?
I think Evers had to dive off the track there, because you can just see the car. We'll show it to you again, just so we can get the right angle. The number 41 machine was moving from the left-hand side of the track to the right-hand side, and Frederick Evers almost had to, and there's a good look here. Frederick Evers was already moving to the right-hand side of the track, and the number 41 machine was doing exactly the same thing. I think you've got to say that Evers did nothing wrong there, David, because it's either that or run into the rear of the LMP2 car that adjusted his line at the point that the LMP1 car had already gone for the gap.
If anything, the investigation could be an unjustifiable risk by the LMP2 car.
Yeah, I agree. So we've got drivers on pit road, just to let you know. Talkfreak Racing LMP2 are on pit road, making what is going to be their penultimate pit stop of the day. Ronnie Nunez behind the wheel, and out and away he will come. Pit stop time of 40.8 seconds. We've also got the University of Isabella 1 machine, 31.4 second pit stop, so they're not taking tyres, Toby. They might be trying to treble stint this here, because I would have thought if you're going to take tyres, you take them now so you don't take them at the splash at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to take tyres now, that saves you time in the end, because when a splash, you stand there, nothing happens on your car apart the tyres, and then you lose even more time, when you could have done it just before.
Yeah, let's show you your top three, by the way, in each of your classes. Ava Veratek are leading overall in your LMP2 class, but they had a penalty earlier on, and they are going to have to come down towards pit road to get their standard service. That standard service will probably be in the next 2 to 3 laps. We believe they will fall down into the third position. I mean, if Ava Veratek win this race from here, David, we are looking at a huge comeback drive for them. They are 12 laps into the stint since they had the penalty. I do believe they should be on, if not this time, definitely next time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The fact that they've come through the pit lane to serve that penalty kind of messes with the way I look at my timing screen to know when they last took proper pit service, but it's going to be this time again, so they're 1 lap longer than that competition. Do they take tyres this stop and then double stint them through to the end? It'd effectively be a 1.5 stint. Or do they not take tyres now, not take tyres the next time? We'll see, because if they're just filling up the fuel tank, that's a little bit quicker. Pascal Sticks as a driver change there. Sven Neumann getting in the car for Ava Veratek, presumably to take it to the end.
Yeah, and let's see whether or not they put it on the jack. So let's see if they're really going to be bold and try and send Neumann out on someone else's half-worn tyres. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 seconds then. As we keep our eye on, let's see whether or not he's going to take those tyres. We'll find out any second out, and yes, he will, Tobias. So they're not going to go ultra aggressive in terms of not taking tyres and trying to make up the time lost through the penalty. They're going to take the tyres and just basically get Neumann to charge to the end of this race.
Yep, he will go all the way through now, and with these tyres on his hand and with these cool track temperatures, I think there will be no problem whatsoever to maybe get even closer to Glen Key and again pass him.
Yep, so 1 hour, 33 minutes remaining. These drivers who are pitting now, they will have themselves one more run to go. Here's an interesting point. We haven't talked about the fuel economy of this sole and lonely Audi here today, but as it stands, Virtual Motorsport might just be able to make it, as he will work himself through the bus stop chicane and down towards turn number 1. The Audi can go longer, of course, let's not forget, David, compared to the Porsche, and this might help Virtual Motorsports not only get a top 5, but maybe challenge SimRC.de even for 4th place. It'd be close. I say that, he almost hits the wall on the one down into Eau Rouge there.
Yeah, the diesel LMP1 also got a slightly smaller fuel tank because it's far more efficient with it being a diesel motor. Means that the pit stop times also just a tiny bit shorter because the fill rate is similar but filling a smaller tank. So the advantages, the way you can make the Audi P1 work is with those stint lengths through the strategy, even though it's not necessarily the fastest car lap per lap out there.
Yep. CMRC.de Crimson, Jürgen Frank. Let's go on board of him. In fact, let's give you a lap of RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with the number 77 machine. We've got ourselves a penalty for the number 25 machine. That is the Wyvern Racing car. We were thinking they were going to get a penalty, David. They have got a penalty. Nick Rowland is going to have to bring that car on towards pit road, and he's going to have to serve a 15-second stop and hold.
Yeah, difficult race becomes just a little bit worse for Wyvern Racing. Currently running at a level. I'm not sure that penalty is really going to drop them any further down the road. They are the last car running, benefiting from the retirements of In Order, Deep Breath, Positive Sim Racing number 27, Torrent Motorsports, Odox Motorsports, Amy Back 22, RTE Racing Purple, and the other Torrent Motorsports 59 car. So really, for Wyvern Racing, it's not going to cost them any positions, that penalty, but the last car running a couple of laps there.
And remember, I put this one up by mistake earlier, Nathan. I was right. Team Pushing Racing, they do get a 15-second stop and hold. I am officially Nostradamus.
Yeah, so just jumping the gun by about 15 minutes on the stewards announcing that one. But in the end, corrected, we're in agreement. about that one. Refresh my memory about what the number 76 team did. That's the GTE pink or purple car, isn't it?
Yeah, so number 76 machine was being passed by the number 51 car, which is the World Series team car. 76 on the inside into the braking zone on the early side, can't stop and just runs into the side of the number 51, which, yes, Tobias, it does seem a little bit harsh for what it comes to before that, but you've got to remember that 4 hours and 30 minutes into a 6-hour event, you're going to be pushing a car on the dirty side of the racetrack. You've got to remember to slow it down.
Yeah, I mean, running side by side everywhere, you should be careful that you get through there. And more importantly, they have to train the driver now to just be more careful since we got a 24-hour race coming up next month.
Yeah, and final warning this time is for the R-Racing Today car, Chad Dalton, and that is for having unsafe rejoin on track. Let's take you back up to speed in terms of the battles going on across the racetrack. One of them is in LMP2. It's Glenn Key right now, who's hunting down Ronnie Nunez as... Oh, yeah, I'm not going to turn those sounds down. I do apologise. Right, Glenn Key, let's bring you up to speed here. Glenn Key in the number 45, University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car, hunting down Torque Freak Racing's Ronnie Nunez. Of course, Positive Sim Racing car earlier on, David, being pushed off in an incident down at this corner, Blanchimont. Let's have a look at the lap gaps, and well, Glenn Key is charging right now. He lost a second on lap number 128, but gained 5 tenths on lap number 129, gained 1.5 on lap number 127. Past the start-finish line they come again, and this time by gains 22 one-thousandths of a second.
Yep, and it's starting to look dark in front of them when you can see the illumination of the headlights on the road. Got to get past Triton Racing before Eau Rouge, which is, and I mean it when I say Eau Rouge, pretty equal lap times that time by, but it's not out of the realms of possibility for Glenn Key and Positive Sim Racing to close that gap down, and after being somewhat unceremoniously turned earlier, get back to the lead. They could still win this.
Yeah, and there is a look on board with Glenn Key through the final part of Le Con down towards Rivage, or if you want to call it Bruxelles, call it Bruxelles, where it's 180-degree downhill right-hander before you flick it to the left down at the Jackie X corner. Oh, a little bit of double lock there for Glenn Key in the number 45 car. The other battle we've got going on track right now, this is the battle for your overall race lead. We'll put the graphic up on your screen here, Tobias. Grossmaster Movano Racing have actually lost 1.4 seconds over the last 2 laps, and as they complete lap number 140, they are going to lose another 1.6. Actually, right now, Race Clutch are pulling away from Movano.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing consistent laps at least now in 139 and 140, but as you can see, they lose more and more real estate towards Race Clutch. I think they just found another spot where they could save time.
Down towards Le Con, they come. 1 hour, 24 minutes remaining in this event through the right-hander. And the thing is, you can just about still see them, David, as you work at certain points of this racetrack. But for Frederick Evers, he's having to push. Of course, they did that short stint last time around, so they were on older tyres, despite the fact that they did that short pit stop. So if you're Frederick Evers and Ravana, you're thinking you're going to have to take tyres for the last about hour, 15 minutes of this race.
Yeah, and then it could just be possible that Race Clutch don't need to take any more tyres to get to the end. Personally, wouldn't be thinking of risking that. The track temperatures don't look like they're going to drop a whole lot further than what they are right now at 20 degrees Celsius, which is a pretty cool track. It's a pretty quick track. In fact, Bellis Remignac is proving that as his last lap 1 minute 53.942. That's the fastest lap that car has turned all race, and I think very possibly their first lap in the 1 minute 53s.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that it's getting dark now here at Spa. And the thing about this racetrack is as well, for those of you, and I'm sure everyone has done a race at Spa before, is that you only get illumination at this point of the racetrack. From after you get up at Rouge Radion, it is pretty much dark the entire way. Through La Source for Frederick Evers, the last time by, he lost another 0.6 of a second as he scrolled down towards Air Rouge on the left, on the right, through Radion, up, flicking, kinking to the left again, and now it's that run towards the Le Courme complex. Toil Creek Racing, let's go back to them, and let's show you the fact that last time by, Tobias, actually Positive Sim Racing lost 0.2 of a second. They're going to lose a little bit more right now as they are stuck behind the Simitok Esports car, who was just a little bit slow despite the fact that they were in competing divisions.
Yeah, I mean, traffic is always the thing that can destroy your laps, especially in multi-class racing. Even though it's your same class, I mean, it can happen and it will happen, especially with 6 hours of racing. Now we have 1 hour 21 to go. So, I don't know, what do you think is going through Glenke's head right now?
Push, push, push. But again, David, let's go back to what I said earlier. The P word, the patience word. When he knew he lost a second down at the bus stop chicane because of the Simitok car, who is laps down, his car isn't working perfectly. The last thing he needed to do was get ultra aggressive. He allows another LMP1 car to go past. The gap is hovering around 5 seconds, but for Glenke, the word I would say is patient if I was his team boss, as well as asking him very nicely to try and find a little bit of lap time.
Yep, they pitted the same lap last time between the two cars, so it is just all on Glenke being able to close this gap down. There's nothing else in it. There's nothing else at play. It's just this is a 4.5 second gap for the lead. Ronnie Nunez leads, Glenke in second.
As they work themselves through the Fangya chicane, let's go on board actually with Toil Creek Racing's Ronnie Nunez right now. Of course, one of the things that's worth noting, just a little bit of an off-topic thing, is that the grandstands that you see right now is what they have for the Grand Prix event. At a lot of the other events that they run here, they don't have a lot of these stands around the racetrack. So actually, the track is more illuminated than what you'd see in the 6 hours of Spa. But it's all the 24-hour race that takes place, of course, later on in the year.
Yeah, it's pitch black at some parts of the track, but of course you have there where there can be some spectators. Of course you have all these guys with the barbecues and their tents and everything, but real lighting up the track is not happening, especially not in the 24-hour events.
Yeah, plus Master Movado Racing coming out of pit road. They took tyres at that time by. They have got themselves one more pit stop to go. They come out in a bit of traffic. That's not going to be what they wanted to have happen, as they're going to have to try and get past some of this as they work themselves up the hill. So, looking by, and Marcus Hamilton back behind the wheel of the car as well, David, for the last hour 20.
If I'm honest with you, I can't see a way at this point. No, ignore me. They are going to have a splash for 20 minutes of fuel to get to the end from here. Obviously taking tyres now, that set will give them good pace from now until the end. 1 hour 20 minutes time. Race Clutch aren't going to be able to pit in 3 laps time and make it to the end from there, so it's still all to play for. And while they haven't been necessarily door to door within 1 second of each other, the race is on for real between Race Clutch and Thrustmaster Movano. Thrustmaster Movano taking no time wasted through traffic.
Yeah, they went free ride on the run in towards the Fangya chicane that time by, as that was, of course, your leader in terms of GT. That is the second place even in the leader of GT MSI Esports we saw. Just to bring you up to date, for those of you who are just joining us in terms of the championship in GT. We have got ourselves in the lead of the championship, MSI Esports. It's only a 4-point gap between MSI Esports and Triton Racing. However, Logitech G Altus Esports have won 2 races so far this season, but they've had 2 poor positions as well. So the thing for Logitech G Altus Esports Neo and that number 83 car is a case of they have to win this race here today, and they've got to win Le Mans realistically, Tobias, if they are going to get themselves this classification championship. But they've had a sterling race today.
I can't say too much about the race today, but I can say that the Logitech G Altus Esports guys, they are somewhat very consistent, and also looking at the gap, there might be a chance that they can bring that without any danger to the start-finish line.
Yeah, and you can see this is the run down to Le Mans, and you can just see the little slivers now of light where you have yourself the cars coming towards Le Mans. Second place is Mark Perez. There you can see him on track. He's only 7.6 seconds back as you get the glow of the Porsche on through Le Mans. And MSI Esports, of course, they've been a more consistent team this season, David. They scored points in every single round. They haven't won a race, though, this season. They've had themselves a 2nd and 2 thirds.
Well, it looks like they might be having seconds of second at the moment. 1 pit stop remained for them and Logitech G Altus Esports. Expecting both of them to not take tyres at their next stop. The gap, 7 seconds, 8 seconds or so. Advantage Altus Esports right now for the lead of GTE. And those two, well, they're a little bit clear of Triton Racing in 3rd, and the racing in GTE that's closest is behind that.
Race Clutch are working themselves now 1 minute 8 ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing. A standard pit stop, lane to entry to lane end, will take you about 1 minute 5 seconds. So Race Clutch should have a 3-second advantage, Tobias, at the end of their pit stop. They are due on pit road next time by. They're flashing the light at the LMP2 traffic as they exit curve of Paul Frere.
Don't forget, the pit entry isn't the easiest one. I mean, of course, those drivers are the best in that field, as you can see now from the position, but you can lose so much time entering and exiting the pits that can be a difference as well now.
Yep, down towards the bus stop chicane, completing another lap will be your overall race leader. Race Clutch in the LMP1 division. Well, they've been battling with Thrustmaster Movano Racing, and of course, Race Clutch came into this event 4th place in the championship with only 45 points compared to Movano Racing's 80. One of the things that's worth noting, of course, ladies, you just joining us, is the fact that all of the races so far have been won by Movano Racing. We are realistically down to 2 drivers, 2 teams in terms of your race victory. CMRC.de Emerald, he entered the day in 3rd place in the championship, running 3rd. And the Porsche Bauer by Sorg Wrenchboard Esports car, they came to the championship 2nd, and they are running in the 4th position. Let's show you your top 8 in your prototype division, and it is Race Clutch who are due on pit road next time by, who lead by 1 minute 9 by Thrustmaster Movano Racing. CMRC.de are midway through a stint. They are in 3rd place, and they're 30 seconds ahead of the Porsche Bauer by Sorg Wrenchboard Esport car. MSI Esports run in 5th place, Team Chimera in 6th, Virtual Motorsport in 7th, and Simatok Esports rounds out your top 8. There are 11 teams running still in MLP. However, we've got ourselves a couple of drivers many laps down. They are the Positive Sim Racing Black car and the Waven Racing Duo, Waven Racing Neo car, currently being driven by Nick Rowland, who are many laps down and have recently had themselves a penalty. Let's just check to see whether or not the Race Clutch team will stay out for this 1 extra lap that we think they are going to be doing so. They'll come through the chicane, and Dave, the answer is yes.
Yeah, staying out is Balas Remeniek flashing those headlights, and I tell you what, when you're on board now, you can tell when those headlights are being flashed. The largest source of illumination around the circuit is those car headlights. During the day, during an onboard, we can't tell when they're flashing their headlights at a car in front, and now it's, if you excuse me being a little bit contrary here, now it's clear as day.
It is. We'll run through your standings in the LMP2 division. This one is clearer because everyone is on a similar strategy in your top 3. Torque Freak Racing are leading the way by 6.8 seconds over the University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car. Ronnie Nunez behind the wheel of the Torque Freak Racing car. Glenn Key behind the wheel of the Positive Sim Racing machine. Ava Vertrac Racing, Ava Vervatic Racing team even. They are in 3rd place. They are currently 21 seconds behind your class leader. However, they had themselves a penalty early on that took them out of contention from the win. You've got to remember that Ava Vervatic, they are leading the championship with 62 points, and they'll be gaining quite a lot of points still over Apex Racing UK and IRDK Endurance, who are 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Torque Freak Racing, though, will move up into a clear 2nd place if they do manage to get themselves the victory. In fact, even if Torque Freak Racing comes 2nd, they will still move into 2nd place in the championship. What does Sim Racing team run 4th? They, however, are on a different strategy. They are due on pit road any moment now. Race Clutch, they are in 5th place, with TNT Racing in 6th, Apex Racing UK in 7th, and the Loomis IM24 MOATF podcast machine, they round out your top 8. And let's actually go and check out the World of Sim Racing team car, because they are due on pit road this time by. We've also got ourselves a Race Clutch LMP1 car on pit road, so we're going to turn our attention over to them in just about 20 seconds, as the World of Sim Racing team car will actually stay out and do another lap in the number 51 car, so we can just show you there. There's Balis Remniak. He's out and away. Tobias, actually no, he's not out and away. He's into his pit stall right now, and he is going to be making his penultimate stop in this event.
That looked a little bit weird for me. Do they have the pit box that much forward? Because it just looked like they stopped and then they went going again a little bit, like missing the pit box.
Yeah, actually, let's try and rewind this one back a little bit, because I wanted to see them coming in. It looked as though they were a little bit slow coming in. 3, 2, 1. Actually, no, they were okay. They were just slow coming on towards pit road.
It looked weird for me.
Yeah, but they're out and away. 25.7 seconds to pit stop. And we are just going to wait for confirmation. They didn't take tyres there, so they've actually got a pretty big gap right now over Frostmaster Movano Racing, and this is going to be a gap in the region of about 25 to 30 seconds. 26 seconds is going to be the gap as Frostmaster Movano Racing come past the start-finish line, Toby.
Oh, that will be interesting. No, not taking tyres. They probably have to pit one more time, I think. So, do you think they're going to take another pit without tyres?
Well, I think they might want to. They might try to do so. And this is going to be the only way, now they've not taken tyres this time, David, that actually they can win the motor race. They've got to hope that the cooler track temperatures, the deficit by not taking tyres is reduced.
Yeah, big all-or-nothing gamble. If it pays off and they can make these tyres last, well, they're sitting in a good position, 25 seconds clear of Marcus Hamilton, and also needing a shorter splash of fuel than Thrustmaster Movano Racing to be able to get to the end. So both of those things are in the favour of Race Clutch, but what's in the favour of Thrustmaster Movano Racing's number 3 and Marcus Hamilton is that they did take tyres at their most recent stop, and if they can make good use of them, then a 25-second gap with an hour 8 minutes remaining, well, it might not be enough, because there's plenty of places that having those fresh tyres helps through the fast corners, but also with being able to make their way through the traffic. They can be a little more decisive, a little more confident. Not too confident, but it's one of the ways that new tyres helps you in a multi-class race that it wouldn't if you were just time trialing.
Let's have a look through your top 8 in your GTE standings. And Logitech G Altus Esports are leading by 9.3 seconds over MSI Esports. We talked about the championship standings between the two of them earlier. It's worth noting that Ultras Esports have 3 laps better strategy in terms of their fuel mileage compared to MSI Esports. That will translate to about 4 seconds when they make their final pit stops in the next 10 minutes. Triton Racing running in 3rd. They're 41 seconds behind the class leader, and STV Racing running in 4th. SimRC.de are actually in a very close battle right now with the STV Racing and the Williams Gym Esports yellow car. We're going to go to that one in a second. Thrustmaster Movano Racing in 7th, and Redface Racing round out your top 8. And let's actually do go to this battle for your 4th place on track. This is SimRC.de Crimson that we're on board with right now. They get the run out of Radio, and they're flashing the lights. Actually, no, that's an LMP car flashing the light, so it's a bit deceptive when we go on board now. But SimRC.de Crimson are still behind STV Racing as we come down to an hour and 6 minutes to go. Tobias.
Yep, looking at the lap times last time around, Jürgen Frank did a 2-minute 12.773, which is just a little bit faster than both S2V and Williams Gym Esports Yellow in front and behind him. So he is now in the position which is the most dangerous. You have to attack, but also you have to defend, and you're very prone to errors, especially with then the LMPs also coming through. So he should be careful right now, because look at the traffic coming up.
Yep, as they're going to split some of the traffic in towards the final chicane once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all in a row as we go back on board with the SimRC.de machine. As you can see in the virtual mirror, because they don't actually have actual mirrors, they use a virtual mirror here. You can see the LMP car just waiting for the opportunity to now appear on the right hand side of your screen, and now it's going to go past the SUV racing car as they come down to just about 1 hour 5 minutes remaining in this event. David, they're due on pit road in 10 minutes time. They don't need to pit just yet. However, that advantage, actually STV Racing might be close. They might be close, and there is one thing that we haven't talked about in all of this race, but it might come to hurt us now, is if you take a high downforce approach to this track, yes, it can make you more nimble, but you do use more fuel as a consequence of using a high downforce setup to a lower downforce setup.
Yeah, that's true. SRN Motorsports LMP2 car comes through, splits this up for a tiny bit. This is a fantastic battle here, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all of them on very similar fuel strategies. And Jan Vikovsky doing a fantastic job keeping SimRC.de Crimson and Williams Gym Esports behind. And these guys can't afford to fight too hard, lose too much time, because it's really not that far down the road behind them is Thrustmaster Movano Racing's GTE and Redface Racing as well. The GTE field is always very, very close, very tightly contested, and always with the smallest of margins.
Yep, Guillaume Escudar on board the Williams Gym Esports Ferrari as we just work towards that final hour of the event. What we're going to do very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, is take a quick commercial break. We'll come back for the last hour in just a moment here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. We'll take your RaceSpotTV side by side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
assist to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing!
Lee to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit grass sideways. What a save!
Look to the outside as Trunkgate goes off. De Jong into second place.
I'm going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
I tried, there's contact though.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Benner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact. He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schumacher, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, watching a replay here of Wyvern Racing's Nick Rowland. Oh my word, what was that for Wyvern Racing and Nick Rowland? I need to see another look from the aerial footage here, but what I can understand is Nick Rowland in the number 25 machine, he started off going from, he went to the right hand side, he got all 4 wheels on the grass right now. He gets past one driver, tries to cut back to the left-hand side, and then just makes contact the Apex Racing UK car. I have no idea what just happened there at all, David.
Yeah, and then look at this giant wiggle, unable to save it after trying to correct on the grass. So car wants to go one way, steer the other way. Oh, car's going that way too far now. It's like a little pendulum. Once it was out of control, you knew he wasn't going to save it, but it was quite a long time before he fully lost it. And what's already been a very disappointing race for Wyvern Racing gets just a little bit worse right at the end here, and you really feel for TNT Racing here, who are racing up pretty high in the order in their class, having a good race, and then where on earth are they supposed to go here? They get clobbered in the side. Do they save it before the wall? No, that's a pretty hard hit, and they'd be lucky if they got away without any suspension damage from that side-to-side contact with the barrier and with the Wyvern Racing number 25 car. Yeah, the thing is, they are going to try and stay on track. Just having a look, they're 9.4 seconds right now, Tobias, over. But no, take that back. They are 13 seconds ahead of the Luxus IM 24 MOATF podcast machine of Neil Andrews. TNT Racing did a 205.0 last time by. They were 8 tenths per second slower
than the MOFTH car. However, the thing is, he's got to try and ride it out to Benjamin Lindsay because he's due a pit stop in a couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, they have to watch out for the lap time right now if they want to take the repairs, because the repairs can definitely mean you lose that 30 seconds of a gap.
Yep, and also we've got ourselves pit stops taking place. Here is MSI Esports on pit road. This is what I talked about earlier on today, because, David, MSI, they are on pit road, I think about 3 laps before Logitech G Altus Esports Neo, and it doesn't seem like much, but 5 seconds is going to be huge because of the less fuel that they're going to have to put into the Logitech car.
Yeah, what it also means is this is another one of those little things that all stack up. It's 3 laps newer tyres for Logitech G Altus Esports, and while that didn't matter a whole lot in the first stint, as we push them into the second stint, it's going to have just that little bit of an effect that is in the favour of Logitech G Altus Esports, and behind them some other cars come into the pits as well, like the Williams Gym Esports yellow car, which was in 3rd position. Last of the GTE stops. They can take fuel now with 56 minutes to go, and all of them will be able to make it to the end from here.
I have a question, actually.
Go.
What actually happened with a lot of the other cars?
They crashed.
Yeah, but it looked like a lot of them.
It's Spa. As your simple answer, we are going to run through your retirees in just a little bit. It's a 31-second pit stop then for Guillaume Escudero coming out. He's going to bring that car home. Also, it's worth noting that there was one team I was a little bit worried about. They were STV Racing. They should just about be able to make it. However, they're the ones who's going to be coming at the finest, David, because they are 3 laps already into a stint, and that's longer than anyone else in that GT division.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were going shorter earlier in the race, or if they've made some kind of call, like seen the pit window open and decided to get in early, try and get away from traffic. I'm not sure, but it looks like SimRC.de Crimson, the number 77 car, Marcel Fassbender, has jumped them by pitting 1 lap later than S2V Racing. It's the 2 cars you see on your screen right here, not including the LMP1 that was in the middle, but that was how close they were. But SimRC.de Crimson having made that jump.
Yeah, they have. Also worth noting that your gap out front is currently 19.1 seconds between Race Clutch Ballas Remiek and the Thrustmaster Movano racing car of Marcus Hamilton. However, I say that, tyres taken by Thrustmaster Movano Racing last time, by no tyres taken by Race Clutch here, David. And this is going to be the charge to the end of the event, because in the last 3 laps it has been a total of 4 seconds gained by Marcus Hamilton.
Absolutely turned it on, as you can see from those 3 green laps in a row. Ballas Remiek and Race Clutch doing the only strategy that was ever going to give them a hope of a win here. It was an aggressive one. It was a bold roll of the dice. And that gap that was 27 seconds and was 25, now it's down into 18 seconds. And that rate of closing with still 53 minutes left in the race, you've got to imagine that he's going to get there sooner rather than later, is Marcus Hamilton. And even the fact that his splash of fuel is going to be a bigger splash, going to take longer to do than for Race Clutch. That's a very good closing rate, and Marcus Hamilton is putting those new tyres, those fresher tyres, to very, very good use.
Yeah, this could be a very close end to this motor race. Here we are on board with the Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 car as they work through the Blanchimont corner towards the start-finish line. And let's see what the lap time difference is going to be this time by Movano Racing through the right, the left of the corners. I was going to say, we had stopped having penalties. We have got the incident with Wyvern Racing under investigation. I mean, that's almost certainly going to be a penalty for Wyvern Racing and Nick Rowe and Marcus Hamilton last time by. does a lap time of 154.569. He was 1.5 seconds faster that last time by, Toby.
So you remember the gap they had when they left the pits, about 25 seconds, right? If they would have taken tires, the pit stop would have been 15 seconds longer, so they actually maybe strategized the win away, because they have to go all the way through on these tires now to even have a chance to stay in front.
Yeah, but the same situation is though, Toby. You think about Race Clutch, they're going to have to treble stint their tyres while it looks of it.
That's what I mean.
And I mean, Race Clutch, it's one of those things about endurance racing. You've got to roll the dice, and you've got to remember, Toby, that no one's beaten Movano Racing all season long in this LMP1. If you're going to want to beat them, you sometimes have to do a Coanda and roll the dice and do crazy things.
Yeah, but if you remember 1 second or 1.5, let's say 1 second average per lap, since traffic is an issue and as well. So 0.8 to 1 second a lap with 51 minutes to go. For me, if just calculated with nothing bad happening, that's already Movano through.
Yeah, we've got ourselves as well. Glenn Key, he's slowly tapping away at this 8.5 second battle gap between himself and Torque Freak Racing. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing and that number 45 car didn't have that incident earlier on and potentially damage to go with it, David, they could well have been leading this motor race, because right now they are lapping faster, but I think there's more that Glenn Key could have been doing right now had that car been more physically intact.
Yeah, exactly. A huge what if for that 45 car UI1 Positive Sim Racing's LMP2 entry. They had amazing pace in qualifying, great pace in the first half of the race, and unfortunately something's out of their control. It's just fallen away from them, and your GTE leader is on the pit lane for their final stop. Just like we thought, no tyres for Logitech G Altus Esports. They take the amount of fuel that they need, 2 seconds shorter than MSI Esports. That's their advantage from going 3 laps longer. They're going to come out of the pits, and what does the lead look like? It's not too much, it's just over 10 seconds, I think. They can't afford any mistakes, but rejoining in the lead, no more pit stops. Logitech G Altus Esports are in the prime seat to win this race.
Yeah, Yannick Lapshin right now behind the wheel of that car. Mark Perez behind the wheel of the number 75 MSI Esports machine, who, don't forget, came into this race with the championship lead. As it will stand, we will be looking at Logitech G Altus Esports moving up into second place in the championship, and MSI Esports retaining the championship lead. However, actually, it would be only a few points in terms of the point differential. I'm trying to work it out in my head right now. It would be 5 points difference, David, between first place and second place heading into Le Mans, and that will set up a great showdown.
The win would close the gap by 4 points. That's the difference. First place pays 20 points. Second place pays 16. So it wouldn't be a huge swing in the favour of Logitech G Altus Esports, but it's the kind of thing you've got to do to be in a position to be able to capitalise on any mistake from your competition. You've got to put in your best effort, your best foot forward, and make sure, even if it seems unlikely, that you are in the position where it's possible.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, double point in play as well at Le Mans. So, if they manage to win the event here today, and that's of course a big if still, with 48 minutes to go, if Logitech G Altus Esports can win here today, Tobias, and if they can win at Le Mans, they will win the championship.
Yes, and you just said the right word. The if is the important thing here, because you know as well what can happen at Le Mans, and especially what can happen during 24 hours. Not only talking about your strategy or about the car itself, but also about driver fatigue or material fatigue at the driver's rigs.
Yep, and of course we know the heartbreaks that can go on in a 24-hour event. And of course, you'll be here live on RaceSpotTV, the final round of the championship in just 6 weeks' time. And you can probably join Connery and myself for breakfast like normal in that one. But let's go back to the Hamilton versus the Remniak. And let's have a look at the battle in terms of the lap gaps. 1 second faster on lap number 158. There's a lot of traffic though for the driver of Marcus Hamilton to close up and pass this time around as they exit the final corner. That's the SimRC.de machine ahead, and they're going to get past from GTE. That's the Team Bushthink Racing GTE car. Last time by, the first time in 5 laps, David, that we have seen Thrustmaster go slower than Race Clutch.
Yeah, maybe pushing really hard on those new tyres, closed the gap, did a good job, but traffic playing a role here for Marcus Hamilton. It's behind that SimRC.de car, trying to put a lap on them. They're sporting, they get out of the way for him. He hasn't got quite as much hybrid boost as I'm sure he might have liked. 292 kilometers an hour, the top speed. Going to approach TNT Racing's LMP2 car. Does that slow him down? The exit of Malmedy? Not really. So the gap, which was closing very rapidly, suddenly it's not closing quite as quickly.
Yeah, and it's a long way to go. Don't forget, Thrustmaster and Movano Racing are going to have to come on towards pit road first as well, because they are 17 laps into their stint. They are due on pit road in 3 laps time. Race Clutch LMP1, however, they are going to come on towards pit road in 8 laps time. It's all going to be a case of who can manage the tyres the most in LMP1 towards the end of this one. Go back to LMP2 and Torque Freak Racing versus University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing. The last 3 laps, actually, Toby, Glenn Key has been losing time to Ronnie Nunez.
Yeah, it looks like having either bad luck with traffic or the tires giving in just a little bit. Looking at the lap time, yeah, Torque Freak Racing, they're doing a great job with a 2-minute 3 and 041.
On the exit of 701 for the Torque Freak Racing car. Now through curve with Paul Frere, 702, and bringing it towards the... And it's worth noting as well, actually, David, that all of these drivers in LMP2 still have to make one more pit stop. It's going to be a case of who dare not take tyres.
Yep, almost all of them came down with 90 minutes to go. We know 55 minutes or so to a stint for these guys. Expecting them pretty soon, and right now, the Torque Freak Racing, that's interesting, deciding to lead the strategy for the P2s. I feel like maybe going a little bit longer on this stint was possible for them. Are they going to consider tyres for the last 44 minutes? Positive Sim Racing's Glenn Key follows them in as well. First and second on the lane for their final pit stop. Ava Vavatic stays out.
Yeah, I was considering the fact that if Ava Vavatic stayed out, they would have to take no tyres. We're keeping an eye out on the pit stop time, so for Ronnie Nunez, it's at a point that I really wish I can see these cars as we zoom in on the number 48 car. I doubt anyone would take tyres here. It would be too risky a call to take tyres with just 45 minutes of the event to go, including the outlap. And indeed, yeah, Ronnie Nunez does not take tyres. Glenn Key as well, not taking tyres. Both the teams doing pit stops under 30 seconds. It was 29.8 for Torque Freak Racing. It was 27.9 for Positive Sim Racing. So Tobias, 1 second gain in the pit stops there by Glenn Key, who does a 52-second lane to lane compared to a 54.3 for Torque Freak Racing.
You could see him playing around with the pit limiter by shifting from second to first, from second to first. That gives you a little bit more speed. If it's 2 seconds worth, I don't know, but that can help you a lot.
Yeah, don't forget, you can tweet us at RaceSpotTV, hashtag IRNeo. Let us know how your Neo Endurance weekend has been going. And that is your 3rd place drive. That gap, actually, Tobias, is down to 5.3 seconds as a consequence of that pit stop. Neither of these drivers took tyres, so actually, one may argue it's a case of how well they've been able to manage the tyres now. That will come into play.
looking at those pit stop times, 2 seconds quicker. Positive Sim Racing, that's why the gap, which was 8 seconds, is now 5. Glen Key is just tantalizingly close, really, to Talk Freak Racing's Ronnie Nunez. Might be able to see them down the end of the Kemmel Straight, might be able to see them on the run towards Blanchimont. That's Simitok Esports GTE that's had some kind of problem through Fanias, Will.
Yep, so let's try and get ourselves a second look at that one. This is the number 78 car. Oh, just losing the back end of that machine. Under braking, we caught the back end of it. Let's try and catch the front part of this incident. So we're on board with Pierre Lisson as he heads himself on the exit of Pumont 2. Runs over the curve, gets himself a 1X. Of course, safety rating does not apply in this championship, but back end of the car just steps out there, Tobias, and of course in the dark you've got to be so much more careful about rejoining the track.
Yep, I can imagine an LMP2 car not being too happy about having actually seeing lights in front of you pointing your direction. So yeah, the rear can step out if, for example, your wheel movements are too harsh and also your tires are very much used. And now with the hotter tires just spinning out of that situation, that won't help him at all. And I think he will get it. We got 19 degrees track temperature at the moment, so I think that is as low as it gets.
Yep, Ava Veratic then comes out of pit road. They do a 52-second pit stop as well, as it's the identical in terms of Positive Sim Racing lane to lane. They took 3 tenths of a second less fuel, but they lost 3 tenths of a second on the entrance to pit road. Sven Newman now still behind the wheel of the Ava Veratic car, who of course come into this event as your championship leader. They lead by quite a while, and actually, in terms of the championship, it's really going to be Talk Freak Racing taking the challenge to Ava Veratic in terms of the final round of the championship. But that number 39, that penalty really has haunted them throughout this event. They're still within 10 seconds of your race leader, David, but it would take an heroic effort now to Sven Newman to pick up a 4th victory for that team this season.
I mean, they are one of the fastest cars. It's possible. I'm one of those never say never kind of people. Weird things happen in the night at endurance races. And that gap to second place that was over 3 seconds is now down to 2.850. And his outlap here, Sven Neumann, is flying along. The lead is probably too far away. Has there been a problem for Ronnie Nunez, or is my timing screen freaking me out? It is. My sincerest apologies. Just trying to mess with me. He's still fine.
He's not
me, but
he did a 2:49 last time by.
It's his outlap.
Yeah, that was his outlap. I take that one back. Yeah, of course, it's always a little bit weird with the LMP2 because some of them are before the start-finish line, David. Some of them are after the start-finish line. It does confuse the living daylights out of us.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas the GTEs are all, the LMP1s are all past the start-finish line with the in regards to the location of the timing line. So it's 5 seconds, Ronnie Nunez to Glen Key, and we're going to have to wait one more lap before we'll get a representative lap from Ava Veratic to see how much and how quickly they might be closing on Positive Sim Racing. But we can get the gap between first and second.
Yeah, and of course what you see is the difference in terms of the pit stops up on your screen. But last time by, Glen Key lost half a second in terms of that battle going on for your lead in class. On towards pit road, probably one of the last pit stops we'll see all day is the Loomis 24 MOATF podcast machine on pit road, the number 44 car. Down in your GTE division, we have still got a couple of battles to settle the score. SimRC.de right now, Tobias, are being hunted down by STV Racing as the gap in the last couple of laps has come down by 7 tenths of a second.
Yep, Fassbender now really needing to push the car, but as you can see in the lap times of him, especially in 141, it means that there must have been traffic because the other ones look pretty consistent actually. But as you see, Jan Wojciechowski, he is pushing even more, but he also lost time 2 laps ago by half a second.
It's just getting a quick swig of water there. It's been a long race for us here on RaceSpotTV. To give you an update on retirees then, 3 drivers did not start. They were Torrent Motorsports, Road Bastards, and VRT E-Racing Purple. out early. In fact, out at the start of this event, at the start-finish line, coming to the green, was VRT Racing involved in an incident. In terms of your LMP1 victims, you've had Ava Veretic, number 23, Odox Motorsports, and Torrent Motorsports, University Positive Sim Racing Green. At least one of them was down at Le Mans Radio. In terms of your LMP2 attrition, this is a good thing, I have to say, David. Only only one royal retiree in terms of LMP2, and that was the Inertia Sim Racing Corsac car.
Yep, exactly. So the LMP2 cars, something about maybe their teams, maybe about the car, they're just holding up or persevering on. And now we do get that comparison we were thinking about. It was 3 seconds that Glenn Key had over Sven Neumann. Now it's 1.6. I'm guessing that's going to keep coming down. If I was Positive Sim Racing, I wouldn't be at all assured of second place.
Yeah, and of course, Ava Veretic, after that penalty earlier on, they are desperate to try and get themselves as many points as possible. IRDK Endurance on towards pit road for their last time today. At this point, they're only looking at about half a tank worth of fuel as the car comes in towards pit road. Kim Vendel Osterby behind the wheel of that machine. He will be bringing it to the end of this race. And turning our attention back, though, to this battle going on first, second, and third in your LMP2 battle. The situation as it stands right now is that Glenn Key is slowly catching Talk Freak Racing. Ava Veretic are definitely catching Positive Sim Racing Orange. And Tobias, we've got at least one grandstand finish to come.
No, there will be multiple exciting finishes in this race. I just hope, for also the sake of spectating here, that Positive Sim Racing can get closer to Talk Freak Racing at the same moment as P3 is, as AVA Veretic 39 is.
Yeah, as past the start-finish line again, we're going to see some more lap times coming through in a minute. 204.0. He's picked up the pace as Ronnie Nunez at last time by, but still, Glenn Key was a little bit faster. Behind, Glenn Key was 2 tenths per second faster than Ava Veretic, and also Ava, Tobias, had to let an LMP1 car go past that time by down at La Source. That LMP1 car will be passing we'll be passing Talk Freak Racing down on the back straightaway. So this will hurt Ava Veretic and potentially also a little bit to Positive Sim Racing.
Yep, I'm just looking at the real live timing right now, but yes, you can see there was a little bit of draft from the GTE car, which is now holding them up. So that can be very, very interesting very, very soon.
I've been saying the P word all day, the patience word, but all of a sudden, when you are Ava Veretic and you know the fact you got the opportunity, if you can just nail the exit of the Jackie X corner, David, this is where you've really got to be aggressive as he gets the move done exactly where he needs to. All of a sudden, sent Newman within a second of Glenn Key.
Yep, if that red-face racing Ferrari was just, 20 meters further back, it really would have compromised the exit out of Jackie X corner, but as it was, Sven Neumann just managed to carry his exit speed. There's a puff of dust from somewhere in front, headlights illuminating those particles in the dark, and this gap closes less than a second, and very soon Sven Neumann will be using the slipstream to close up and hopefully pass Glenn Key. And 33 minutes left on the clock. Could he even manage to recover Ava Veretic towards a potential win? That's even less likely, but what is likely is that he could catch second place.
He could do. As we look through and look at the amount of traffic ahead, this could be the key moment of the event here, because it's actually brought all three drivers within 3 seconds of each other. Ava Veretic are just 3 tenths of a second behind Glenn Key, but look at all that traffic in towards La Source. Then Newman takes the inside line. He's going to have to try and get past one of the GTE cars before Rouge, and he gets past one, but then another one gets put in the way. That is going to help out the University of Isabella 1 car. Aggressive is Sven Neumann. Game on for all of your podium here with 32 minutes to go, David.
Yep, exactly. We've got as close a battle as you want for the top 3 of P2, and that's because they've just come through a battle in GTE that was 3 cars all battling for 5th place. Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Dahl, we saw a great shot of that for GT. S2V Racing have gotten their way past SimRC.de Crimson. It's all heating up now. Battles wherever you look, but we're still sort of waiting to see how the strategy plays out for the lead of P1, but for the moment, P2, 2nd and 3rd place, some of your closest battling on track. And Ronnie Nunez, who had quite a bit more of a lead, has lost some of it out as Thrustmaster Movano's GTE effort explores all of the available runoff areas here at Spa.
Yeah, and if you're Ava Veratic now, it's all going to be a case of what can you do in the next couple of laps. You don't want to wait here. You want to try and make the move early. Of course, the issue of LMP2, they have no energy recovery system. They have no chance to use that hybrid boost to try and get the advantage. He's got to use the draft the old-fashioned way. The light will start flashing from that LMP2 car. It's definitely flashing from Glen Key right now. Glen Key looking to try and put one driver between the two of them through the bus stop chicane, and it's going to work, but oh my word, getting bulked there was Ava Veratic, because actually Glen Key was slow coming out the bus stop chicane, Tobias.
Yeah, but luckily for Glen Key, Sven Neumann had the traffic in front of him and couldn't accelerate out of that turn as he wanted to. But look at Glen Key making slight mistakes here and there, being nervous or no.
Yep, with 31 minutes to go. You can see that Sven Neumann gained a lot in lap number 155. Worth noting what this battle goes on when Nunez is going to be able to put out the gap just a tiny bit. Sven Neumann will not be waiting for the draft to basically put himself through. He's not going to be saving fuel at this point. Instead, he's going to be trying to put these headlights everywhere on track possible to try and get Glen Key to make a mistake. They have got traffic on the exit of Malmedy as they head towards Rivage. One will go past, both will go past, although Ava Veratic having to take a little bit more caution there, David, in towards Rivage.
Yeah, sensibly just waiting to see if the Williams gym car would turn in towards the apex. He didn't. They saw that this battle was going on. Let Sven Neumann continue. And I tell you what, just watching from here on board, the car of Glen Key, that positive sim racing car, it just looks like it's struggling with a little bit of understeer. There's a couple of places he hasn't been able to throw the car into the corner, hasn't made it to the apex, and Lafagna, no exception this time by, close as it's been in a long, long time. In fact, I'd say close as it's been since they made contact that Ava Veratic got a 15-second stop and hold for.
Yep, so these are the two people that at one point were first and second in this class. LMP1 traffic is looking to try and get past. He's going to have to be careful because there's a lot of people all fighting for the same piece of real estate once again. Glen Key under pressure into the bus stop chicane, but Ava Veratic having to get out of it. Down as they slowed it down to one of the slowest points on track. But Ava Veratic moves to the left-hand side of the track, lets one LMP1 car go past. Let's two LMP1 cars go past, I think. But also, that's going to mess up the exit of the corner a little bit for the University of Isabella 1 Sim Racing orange car as they come towards Air Rouge. Actually, I would say, David, that time by Glen Key got the advantage, but slow traffic actually as they come up the hill, and this is the moment Sven Neumann is going to go 3 wide and he's going to take the position then. Ava Veratic up into second place. It's not over yet though. There's going to be a little bit more running as they come down into Le Combe. Ava Veratic timed that one perfectly.
Yep, here's your replay. Nothing Glen Key could do about it. You can't go too wide up the hill there. You just had to match the GTE's pace. Sven Neumann, it was just the right distance back. He could hold the throttle wide, carry the momentum, and then once he was through, a little bit of a weave, saying, I'll defend this position if I have to. But in the end, Glen Key sees the sense, and Sven Neumann is up into second place, and just 3 seconds adrift of the class lead. There is Ronnie Nunez, there is the Torque Freak racing car. While that battle has been taking place, he's snuck away a little bit further. But now there is no other class cars between him and Sven Neumann, who will, I'm sure, have ample opportunity in 27 minutes to close that gap down.
Just to let you know, whilst all this has been going on, Race Clutch have made their final pit stop of the day. They have come out and they are 15.1 seconds ahead of the team of Thrustmaster Movano Racing. It will take an absolute accomplishment now, Tobias, for Thrustmaster to be able to gain and get past. It's almost an impossibility as Marcus Hamilton actually just going past the Ava Vivatic car.
Yeah, I mean, Race Clutch strategy worked out so far. They just stopped 45.5 seconds, so before I thought they would be at around 10 seconds of a gap. But you can see Marcus Hamilton closing in again. When they left the pits, when they went back, it was 16 seconds. Now it's down to 14.78, so that can be very interesting. 26 minutes left here.
Yeah, just to let you know, Race Clutch LMP2 are battling it out with Apex Racing UK. So Robin Bondom and Johan Half separated by just 2/10 of a second in LMP2. In terms of GT, the closest battle is right now between Thrustmaster Movano Racing and S2V Racing, and the gap between those two drivers is 1.5 seconds. As we have a look at the lap gaps, it's worth noting that gap has been almost static for the last few laps. 3 seconds now is the gap between first and second in your LMP2 class. Ava Vivatic have got themselves a second over pure Positive Sim Racing Orange and are closing that gap down 2.7 seconds. Last time by, the Ava Vivatic car, as Sven Newman was able to gain 0.3 of a second over Torque Freak Racing, but time is running out. 25 minutes left to go here, David.
Yeah, precisely. I'm seeing for these LMP2 cars that might be 13 more laps or so. With that gap the way it is, just over 1.5 seconds, really Sven Newman only needs to take 2 or 3 tenths per lap out and have a realistic shot being there to be able to try and make a move in the last 2 or 3 laps. And it's not the only battle in the LMP2 class, because here is Apex and Race Clutch, and Johan Half trying to get past his ex-team, having raced in that same Race Clutch LMP2 car in Neo earlier in the season, made a switch. So this is personal for 5th place. Johan Half gets past his ex-teammate Robin Bondon. Look at how close they get. Too wide, nearly through Pouon, but the Apex Racing UK HPD gets that position.
Yep, and that was a fantastic little battle that went up through Lacombe, through Malmedy, down through Rivage, but Apex Racing UK's Johan Half able to get himself the advantage over his former teammate. Let's get ourselves another quick look back at this, see what we can show you, as they had got side by side once, and then they also got passed by the LMP1 car, and then it's really close again between them. The real move, however, started a little bit further back, and it was right here. You can see on the outside goes the Apex Racing UK machine down through Lacombe, side by side through Malmedy, close side by side racing between the two drivers, and then actually it was the Team Chimera driver that stopped that from being too wide all the way through Rivage as well, as Race Clutch actually, ironically, come on towards pit road, Tobias.
Yep, now in pit road, where the stress is built up a bit, but they could definitely try the nerves of that other car. And I think they're only going to do a splash and dash as well here.
Yeah, to note in terms of your LMP2 car, we expect one other driver, one other team on pit road. That'll be the World of Sim Racing Team Machine. Let's go back, though, to that battle for your race lead in LMP2. It's down to 1.4 seconds. Look at that. Last time by on lap number 159, David. 1.7 second advantage gained through the traffic by Sven Newman. He wants that race victory.
Yeah, exactly, and we see it in the timing tower on the left-hand side, because this is for the lead of LMP2. So even when we're looking somewhere else, you can see this one closing down. Ronnie Nunez, I'm sure, giving it his everything, but no one has been quicker in race pace than Ava Vivatic, and it just goes to show that they served that penalty that cost them 40 seconds, and here they are, worked their way back up, where it's looking very, very possible we'll have a solid fight in the last 20 minutes, where Ava Vivatic could be once again winners in LMP2 class in Neo Endurance Series. Riding on board with that Ava Vivatic car, Sven Newman wheeling it through the exit of Malmedy, down through Rivage, Brussels, whatever you want to call it. Now downhill left, very easy to understeer there through Jackie Ick's corner, and then Pouon, one of the corners that requires the most commitment, the highest speed, 5th gear on entry. It goes down to 4th but shifts up to 5th through the second part of it. This battle is fantastic.
It is. One second. Just to give you an update on penalties, we have had one from the number 36 machine, that is Team Mad, who had an incident at the bus stop involving the number 76 machine, Team Bushwick Racing Pink, who themselves have had a penalty here today. What happened was the number 36 machine cut across the number 76 in the bus stop chicane and ends up therefore getting himself a 15-second penalty to boot. Under investigation is a number 7, a SimRC.de Emerald car with the number 69 machine. That is, he says, the Anders Dahl Thrustmaster Mavane racing car. That one is under investigation. We'll keep you up to date with this one. The gap is down, Tobias, to 7/10 of a second. Again, Ava Vivatic has been relentless in their pressure. The gap is now under 1 second.
Oh yeah, under 1 second it is. So now Torque Freak Racing, Ronnie Nunes, he has to put the pedal to the metal to get away from this situation. But with traffic coming up, it's going to be an interesting story at the end of Camel Straight.
In an update, there's been a drive-through penalty as well, and this is for the number 57 machine. This has been for exceeding track limit. That is the Race Clutch LMP2 car. So the reason why they were on pit road recently is they've got themselves a stop-go penalty for exceeding track limits, David.
Yep, so a Race Clutch car that hadn't scored any points yet this season, while they're on their way to grab the first. The insult is their ex-team member passing them, and the injury is that penalty. They'll still get some points where they're running right now, I do believe, but once again, not the race that the pace that car has shown could have promised.
Okay, let's keep you up to date with what's going on in each three of your classes, shall we? Last time by, Thrustmaster Mavano Racing was about 0.8 of a second faster than Race Clutch, but it could be a case of too little, too late in terms of LMP1. Only 2 teams run on the lead lap right now. Porsche Barbour Rennsport Esports is down to 3rd place in class, and they are 1 lap down. In terms of your LMP2 field, it is the battle that we see on your screen. It is Torque Freak Racing, Ronnie Nunes versus Ava Vivatic and Steve Newman. The gap is currently at 0.6 of a second, but traffic will be the big factor. There's going to be lots of traffic to play, and to come here, Ronnie Nunes trying to hold on to get Torque Freak Racing a victory in this event, and it will be Torque Freak Racing's first victory after scoring 3 podiums in this series so far. 3rd place is the University of Isabella, Positive Sim Racing, Orange Car, Glenn Key, who just kind of toned it down now and is running in 3rd. In terms of your GTE battle, and it is still Logitech G Altus Esports who've got the advantage over MSI Esports, and even though MSI Esports are a little bit faster, it's not going to be enough to close things down in the last couple of laps. It's dark, it's night, but we still got a grandstand finish. It's 1 second between Torque Freak Racing and Ava Vivatic for your LMP2 class victory of less than 20 minutes to go. David, I'm going to call it now. This will come down to traffic.
Yeah, exactly, and on this lap, that was my thoughts exactly, because the traffic hasn't helped Sven Neumann this lap. Sure, it helped him close up earlier, but he had to lift out early coming up through Eau Rouge Radion. He just got cost some time through Malmedy. Really, that's cost him maybe half a second. And you know that there's plenty of laps left. The traffic will give and the traffic will take. And right now, the traffic is taking from Ronnie Nunez because he had to take a shallow entry into Lefania's chicane. You don't know what's going to happen here with the SRN car, with one of the Thrustmaster cars in there as well. You know, every time you feel like you're hurt by the traffic, like it costs you time, there's also times where it'll do the same to your opposition. You've got to be, your words, the letter P word, patient sometimes, even though as we get towards the last quarter of an hour, I'm sure Sven Neumann can see another win for the number 39 car, and he's not feeling patient, but they're experienced and they've won because they don't lose their head in the last hour of a 6-hour race.
Yeah, and Tobias, that was the first time that Ava Vivatic have lost time compared to Talk Freak Racing in the last 9 laps. But that was due to traffic, and it's put him a little bit further back. And actually, I will say that lunge into La Source that time by looked a little bit that all of a sudden Sven Neumann is starting to overdrive the car a little bit.
Yeah, the traffic was very badly placed for Sven Neumann here, so that's what I said before the encounter at Radion, the encounter down further down the track. So yeah, of course he's pushing right now because he has to. He has 16 minutes left, and patience is running out, as you, I don't know how many times we said that word today.
Well, it's been far too many, but it is a key factor. There is still more traffic to come. You can see one GT car that is just about in shot as they work through Jackie Ick's corner. Each one of these cars and their placement on track is going to be vital, as you see a little bit of puff of smoke there. But there's about, by my looking, about 5 cars that are easily going to be a factor in the next 3 laps. Ronnie Nunez, we're on board with him as he comes into the Funky chicane. Slows it down. The last thing you want to do is bin it after getting yourself potentially a great race, but he's going to be balked a little bit on the exit. And as they come into, that's going to be the first moment. This is going to draw it back down. That's the Altus Esports car. And that where it was a miscommunication. And that means the gap is down now to less than a second once again. You can see the flashing light by the Altus Esports car now. Newman's just going to have to hold it around the outside, but that gap now, as small as it's been, David, that traffic cost Talk Freak Racing 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, mixed signals between your GTE leader and your LMP1 leader, and now this is so close. Those flashing headlights from Altus Esports, I don't speak Morse code, but I think that was, what are you doing, mate? Come on, you're costing us both time. That could have been an accident. We both have so much to lose right now, and the only thing that, having avoided that, what Talk Freak Racing now have to lose is the lead. A podium almost assured, but flashing the lights, weaving here, they're going to lose time up the hill.
Yeah, and here we go, battle for the race lead. Ava Vivatic will have that for the second time over 2 drivers. They've been able to get a position done because of traffic down at Radion. But still, Talk Freak Racing are not going to give up yet. But Ava Vivatic are back to your race lead with 14 minutes of this event to go. And once again, it was traffic that helped them. A couple of laps ago, it was traffic that cost them time. But let's have a look on board at Talk Freak Racing. This is what happened from their perspective. Ronnie Nunez, he just had to slow down at Rouge and up Radion up the hill, losing momentum. And what you're going to see now is free-wide racing, and there is Ava Vivatic going past with just a few minutes of this event to go. Tobias, we called it in terms of traffic, but now Ava Vivatic have just got to make sure that they can negotiate traffic in the last 15 minutes of this event.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, Ronnie Nunez, he could have made his car a little bit wider, stepping out a little bit further, so that Newman couldn't get past. But now look at the speed that the AVA car is having now. But as you just said, traffic can be a key here, and Glenn Key was hoping for a little bit more of a fight in the back, because now he's down to 6 seconds after being 4.7 just before when the overtake happened.
Yeah, let's take you back a lap and let's show you this one again. We're going to start on board with the Ava Vivatic car as they head themselves towards the start-finish line. You note, and I could almost see it through that source, and you can almost hear Ronnie Nunes thinking, oh, why now? Of all places on track, when it's going to come down to the run through Air Rouge and Radion. The lights are flashing already. As they come down in towards Air Rouge and Radion, you just know the bulk there. And that's nothing that the GT car did wrong, but as they went through, it was side by side, 3 wide for a moment. And we've got to say, very quickly here, nothing that the GT car did wrong, David. He just did his job, held his line.
Yeah, exactly. If Simitok Esports car had gone, you know, offline or slowed down on the racing line or done anything too unpredictable, that could have been very, very dangerous for the first 2 cars in LMP2 class. That's the rule of being a slower car being lapped. Hold your line, be predictable. And now that that looks like it's sorted itself out as the lead for your Prototype 2 class, we cast our gaze to the Prototype 1 class, where the gap is 8 seconds, and on the last lap, Marcus Hamilton was 1.5 seconds quicker, but he's rapidly running out of time, Will.
He is. We're working it out at this rate. If he doesn't get held up by traffic, this could be a last lap pass from Ivano Racing. Of course, they are looking to keep their unbeaten season intact. They're using the draft, the fellow LMP2 car, in towards Le Combe. And at this stage of the event, Tobias, you're just wondering what other twists and turns we can have in what has been a fantastic penultimate round of the championship.
I mean, this race does have more plot twists than some of the best movies I've seen here yet. And I'm wondering if Marcus Hamilton can really put up the pressure here and really go any faster than he's currently doing.
Well, we won't know yet, but for Marcus Hamilton, I mean, we did talk about the tyre situation earlier on, David. We talked about the fact that Marcus Hamilton, of course, is the A driver for this team compared to Ballas Remnier. And I think that it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, many people have talked about Marcus Hamilton and how fast he can be in LMP1. This is his chance to see whether or not he can pull out an impossible almost situation, but that gap from 8 seconds is already down below 6.
Yeah, bring up my favorite graphic again. I love that one because it really shows, really demonstrates what we talk about a lot in these endurance races, where there are battles happening where the cars aren't necessarily side by side on track, but it plays out long form through the tire strategy, through the fuel strategy, and this is how we know who is winning that battle, that long range war. And this was a fantastic lap from Marcus Hamilton. Look at that number, 1.977 seconds. He was faster that lap. Basically, 2 full seconds pulled out of race clutch. He only needs to do that for 3 more laps and he's there. And I think they've got 6 more laps of this race. Marcus Hamilton will be crossing every finger he's got and praying to every pagan god of traffic he can find.
Yeah, but this could be a bit of a hard moment for Marcus Hamilton. He's going to have to get the inside line in towards Le Combe, and he does so. Gap below 6 seconds. It's also worth noting, Tobias, that Movano did lose about half a second down at the bus stop chicane that last time by. So, I mean, he's having to dive now. Earlier on, you had a teammate saying patience, patience, patience. Now, with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go, throw that one out the window. It's still a dive for the legacy of Movano Racing in this season.
I mean, if you've just seen it right now, as you were speaking, the number 3 car, race clutch car, 15 car, they were having problems with traffic again, so they were stuck again, and that means the gap now down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well. What I've noticed is that Movano Racing seems to be very strong in this middle sector. Yes, it's been unlucky for Race Clutch LMP1. There is your race leader. There is the lucky, again, Marcus Hamilton getting past traffic at the perfect opportunity. The gap is now down below 5 seconds, and there's not a car in sight towards the bus stop chicane. That means there probably won't be a car creating hassle before he gets out of Radion. 8 minutes of this race to go. Gap below 5 seconds. David, race on.
I'm shaking with excitement. I really thought for quite a while that Race Clutch had this, but suddenly, as they get longer and longer on those tyres, I think they've gone longer on that set of tyres now than anyone has all race. It was a huge gamble. They didn't take tyres 2 stops in a row. One of them was a full tank of fuel. One of them was a splash. And so we knew that Race Clutch were going to wear those tyres down. What we didn't know was about the weather. We didn't know about the traffic. And here, Balas Remeniak has to be so bold with Simitok Esports, that GTE car that whose position, whose location determined the race lead for LMP2, now finds itself with a role in LMP1.
Just to keep you up to date, by the way, we've had a battle going on with the MOATF car and Team Hoyksonveld. This is going on for P7 on track. We are keeping up to date with it. We'll let you know what happens. But with Arno Racing, through P1 1, clears one driver. Through P1 2, look how bold he is as he comes in towards the final chicane. This is endurance racing, ladies and gentlemen, and we hope that you can join us for the last 5 minutes. Go and tell your friends, get them to watch live online the last 5 minutes of this Neo Endurance Championship, because this is likely to be a photo finish. The gap down to 3 seconds. At the point they get to the bus stop chicane, Toby, you are going to be able to see the race leader.
Oh yeah, the first time for quite a few laps now that they're gonna be very close on the screen. So now it's all on the traffic for Race Clutch and all on the concentration, because I can see Remeniak already being frustrated by all the cars that get thrown in front of him.
Yep, here we are. We have got, by my recollection, 4 laps of racing to go. Marcus Hamilton will want to hope there's that extra lap. He needs that extra lap right now. Race Clutch, in my guesstimation, I think they'll cross the start-finish line with 20 seconds to go in the race to take the white flag. This really could be a fun one here, but it's all about traffic. We talked about traffic for the last 20 minutes. It's going to be traffic once again. As we go back to show you Race Clutch, Balas Remeniak, has he got any traffic? Well, actually, for once, David, there is no one around him. This is perfect for Balas Remeniak.
Yeah, exactly. Last lap, we saw that Remeniak had to be careful passing the Simitok GTE, and then Marcus Hamilton absolutely scythed his way through. That's the difference in traffic that the new tyres make. Being able to make those decisive moves, being able to turn down underneath another car, being able to keep the throttle wide when you go too wide through a fast corner like Pouon there. But even with no traffic to play, really Marcus Hamilton has the advantage. In fact, break those deltas down sector by sector. Middle sector, intermediate 2, that's the one with the most twisty bends, the most braking zones, and that's where Marcus Hamilton is absolutely ripping into the advantage of Race Clutch.
Yeah, but this time by, he hasn't gained a thing. Once they've both been in clean air, Race Clutch has been able to get back into a rhythm. You can see the headlights up in the distance there, but there's also a number of GT cars that will come into play in the last 4 minutes and 1 lap of this event. So let's go back to Race Clutch. They've got themselves past 1, and that's important because he got past it before he got to Lassource. Frostmaster, he has to get past before. As you know, he should be okay. He should catch him on the exit of Radion. This is going to be close. This is where you really need to take a deep breath and hope and pray it all goes your way, and it does that time by. It was actually a bit of time gained by Race Clutch by Balas Remeniak, but look, there's still more to come. There's an LMP2 car. There's a SimRC.de car still to play as we go back on board with the Race Clutch car of Balas Remeniak here, Tobias.
Yep, and Remeniak having little issues here because I think the P2 car almost just didn't see him coming down, flashing the GT car. Nice RaceSpot logo, by the way, on that wing. But he gets stuck again behind that GT car a little bit.
Yep, just to keep you up to date, by the way, we've got ourselves the MOATF podcast car and Team Hoyksonveld, the number 35 car. They are separated right now by 1/10 of a second. Here's a quick look at them as they come out of the final chicane and towards the start-finish line. This is when anything will have to go in towards La Source for these two drivers. Nothing just yet. The gap for the race lead, though, is down to 1.6 seconds. And now you can see, oh my word, how close was that for the Thrustmaster Movano racing car. It's close. And now another driver gone. Another driver gone. I've got to worry, though, that maybe Marcus Hamilton might catch some of this traffic on the braking zone to the bus stop chicane. He will flash the light and get past the Team Bushfink racing car. The gap is 1.8 seconds. 2 minutes warning, 2 laps of this race to go. To keep you up to date, it looks like we've actually had an incident with the Team Hoixenveld car. Actually, no. The MOATF car have actually had themselves an incident, and they have fallen back, David, about, in fact, yeah, they've had themselves an incident. They've gone off again. So the MOATF car, their race is ended in heartbreaking fashion for them.
Yep, I'm watching this on the replay live with our viewers. I haven't seen what's happened. It's coming through La Source. They've got the Hoixenveld car right behind them. Neil Andrews is in the Luxsim 24 Moet podcast.
Oh!
Probably MOTF. What's happened? Has he been touched from behind, or has he lost it all by himself
That
in
was
Eau Rouge?
That was down at Air Rouge, and let's have ourselves another look from the crane cam. This is the only way we're going to be able to see this with any form of true judgment. Do they go side by side, or does he lose it? Oh, this is going to be with an LMP1 car, the number 25 car, and that is the same 25 car that's been involved in incidents today, and that was Nick Rowland in the number 25 car, MOATF, out of this event. Marcus Hamilton, right now, it's almost going to be impossible at this stage. It's going to take a miracle at this stage for Marcus Hamilton, and he's got himself a lap to go, and this back straight to Tobias. It's been a really hard drive in this final sector, but I don't think it will be enough.
Yeah, both of the drivers will be pushing their boost buttons right now just to squeeze out that little energy they still have left in the hybrid systems, but as you just said, for Marcus Hamilton, it will be so close and so hard to get there. And but you see the traffic coming up again.
Yep, and this could be the difference maker, though, as they'll come and they'll take the white flag. There is one more lap to go of the 5th round of the 5th season of the Neo Endurance Series. We are looking at the battle for the overall race lead that has come down to the final lap. There might be a bit of traffic for your race leader through Air Rouge. There will be traffic for your race leader through Air Rouge. This will give the opportunity for Marcus Hamilton to gain just a 10th or so. But now Hamilton will have to find a way of getting past. And you can see he's flashing the light, and he's not going to be close enough. Hamilton, he's really going to have to hope for everything. He's got 2 cars to get past. I think this is over now, David, for Marcus Hamilton.
And those 2 cars are our LMP2 leaders. While Ava Vavatic have gotten through, they haven't shaken Torque Freak just yet. And that's probably not going to change towards the end of this race. But the traffic, once again, hasn't fallen in the advantage of Marcus Hamilton. Ballas Remignac will be so very thankful for that. The car... Oh, to the inside there. They go 3 wide to the entrance of Pouon. That was the Team Chimera car trying to presumably go a lap down, potentially for fuel economy reasons. Race Clutch can see a victory here. Next time they cross the start-finish line will be the checkered flag, but they can also see traffic. It might be Team 85 or one of them. They go to the inside, make their presence known, using all of the hybrid boost on the exit here. The gap is 6/10. And if there's no problems with traffic, this race belongs to Race Clutch. But any wrong move, Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Marcus Hamilton are right there.
To the flag they come. Race Clutch, Ballas Remignac, the last piece of traffic he has to deal with. Ballas Remignac through the bus stop chicane, and the dominance of Movano has finally been shattered. Your winner of the 5th round of the Neo Endurance Championship is Race Clutch. Ballas Remignac claims victory in the class. What a result, and what a way to end that one. Ava Vavatic, they are going to claim the victory in terms of your LMP2 battle. We have still got Race Clutch and the World of Sim Racing team separated by 0.4 of a second, though, in LMP2, Toby.
Yes, this is the fight for P5 right now, so Race Clutch can do maybe another overtake with the traffic coming up here. So that's still GT traffic being a worry for those LMP2 cars, but if that GT car stays on the right as it does, then there might be another chance at the end for the draft towards the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, as we're on board with Race Clutch, they of course have got themselves the overall race victory today. Another position in LMP2 will be great for them, as they now actually might get a little bit of a run because of the fact that the GT car was a little bit slow coming off the corner. But let's not forget, that is actually your second place driver in class. Race Clutch, Robin Bondon, will he try and make a move into the bus stop chicane on the final lap here? Is he going to try and sling one down the inside? Oh yes, he will. And what will happen is he's going to get it. He will get it, but whether or not the stewards will look at that one, I'm not quite sure. I'm going to call that a clutch move by Robin Bondon on the final lap, and Race Clutch will move up one position. Replay of that one coming up for you now. Oh, come on, that was just racing there. That was just racing, David.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was a mistake to defend it so hard from World of Sim Racing. What they needed to do is recognize that move was coming from a long way back, and instead of trying to squeeze them down, stay outside, try and cross underneath them, do the over-under instead of trying to hang it around the outside. We did miss our GTE leader crossing the line, but definitely celebrating flashing those lights. Maybe some burnouts for Logitech G Altus Esports, who take their first win in the Neo Endurance Series from the pole. Simone Maria Marchino and Yannick Lapchin are, I'm sure, absolutely delighted with that.
Yep, Logitech G Altus Esports, they win here at Spa, and now if they win at Le Mans, they will win the GTE Championship. And also, let's not forget, Logitech G Altus Esports, with a victory like that, who can imagine what's going to happen in the VRS GT World Championship Series, kicking off soon on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. What a last 15 minutes. And I'll say it again, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what endurance racing is all about. What a fantastic end to the Neo Endurance Series here from Spa. Let's have a look at your final race results. Race Clutch claims victory by under a second from Thrustmaster Movano Racing after 6 hours and almost 2 minutes worth of racing. Marcus Hamilton, he carved that gap down to within a second, but he wasn't able to get the victory. Portugal by Sorg Rensport Esports comes home third place in class. SimRC.de fourth place, and MSI Esports rounds out your top 5. Virtual Motorsports, your only Audi, comes home in P number 6. Thrustmaster Movano Racing in 7th. Team Chimera in 8th. Simmertalk Esports in 9th. And University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing car rounds out your top 10. There's a remainder of the results on your screen. Wyvern Racing retiring after being involved in, I think, 3 incidents in the last hour and a half of the event. And then we can also see University of Isabella 1 Positive Sim Racing. They come home in 12. Torrent Motorsports, Olux Motorsports, and Ava Vivatic rounding out your top 15. Just a point of note that the number 3 machine will be investigated for passing outside track limits after this race is scored complete. They will almost be guaranteed to keep second place because they were a lap ahead of the Porsche Bar-based Sorg Rensport Esports car, but that's something just to bear in mind. Over to LMP2. And it's Ava Vivatic who wins by 1.3 seconds over Talk Freak Racing. Ava Vivatic got past Positive Sim Racing at at Radion after traffic halted Glenkey's progress just a tiny bit. They also got past Talkfreak Racing at Radion after Ronnie Nunes' progress was held up by a GT car. Ava Vivatic, after having themselves a penalty and dropping back with an incident with Positive Sim Racing about 2/3 of the way through this event, they somehow managed to get themselves victory, and now they look to be the hot favourites in terms of getting themselves the LMP2 championship after being the most consistent team so far this season. Apex Racing UK come home 4th with Johan Hoff, and he wins a bit of a personal battle with Race Clutch passing him with about half an hour left to go. The Wilder Sim Racing team comes home in 6th place, Team Heixenveld in 7th place, Scubert Motorsport in 8th, 9th place TNT Racing, and 10th will be IRDK, the first team 1 lap down. I will say, incredible amount of consistency by your LMP2 field here today, and in terms of reliability and the teams that finished, we only had ourselves one team that did not start the event, one team that didn't finish the event, and one team that will be classified laps down after they ended up having some incidents at the end. The remainder of your LMP2 results, and you can see that SRN Motorsports comes home 11th, Team Madden 12, the Luxim 24 MOATF podcast car, of course. We saw them have the incident with Wyvern Racing at the end of this one. They finished only 2 laps down though. Racing Centre VIB Free Sports comes home 14th, and iRacing Today Motorsports rounds out your field of those classified. Finally on to GT3. It is going to be Logitech G Altus Esports that claims victory by 14.9 seconds. It was the biggest lead of the day as Porsche come home 1-2 in GTE, but MSI Esports gave them the run for their money. What this means is Logitech G Altus Esports now win at Le Mans, win the championship. MSI Esports, all of a sudden, their championship has become a little bit more difficult. Williams Sim Esports in 3rd place, Triton Racing in 4th, and Thrustmaster Movano Racing rounds out your top 5. S2V Racing comes home in 6th place, Redface Racing in 7th, SimRC.de 8th, Torrent Motorsports in 9th, and Euphoria Racing rounds out your top 10. There's the remainder of your GTE field up on your screen. We officially need to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. What a final hour we have had. What a race we've had in the 6 hours of Spa live on the iRacing Esports Network. We will have post-race interviews after these messages. You're watching the Neo Endurance Series. And again, that is what endurance is all about. We'll be right back.
to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing.
Race lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit grass sideways. What a save.
Look to the outside as Truncate goes off. De Jong into second place.
I'm going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
He's trying this contact though.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Benner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact. He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
For 4 rounds of the championship, it looked as though that Frostmaster Movano Racing were going to try and go unbeaten, and they were. Round number 5 comes along, and they lose out on the victory that would have given them the chance to go into Le Mans and chase an undefeated season. But they lose out by 1 second over Race Clutch. We're going to talk to them in a moment, but David, before we go to interviews, what a last hour we had.
Yeah, exactly. How amazing is that? You get a 6-hour race like this. There's plenty of action towards the start, and then all of the different strategies go one way, go the other, the different driver pairings, and then eventually it all comes down to a point. And that was 184 laps for our race winning LMP1, but only a margin of less than a second, and it could have been so much closer. My heart rate at the end was through the roof. Get me a doctor.
Yeah, Richard Arnault is our race winner, part of the Race Clutch team, which also had Balas Remniak involved with it as well. Well, Richard Arnault, congratulations, you have beaten your team. Race Clutch have beaten the dominance of Frostmaster Movano Racing.
Yeah, mate. To be honest, I'm still shaking because at the end that was so close, and that was a great job by all the team, by Balas, by Luis. We know that the triple stint at the end could be the things to do. We were not sure about the strategy at the end to keep Hamilton behind, but yeah, at the end that was just the perfect timing, and yeah, it's an incredible satisfaction for the team, especially considering what happened in the last few days also. But yeah, we are on top, we are aiming for that, and we are really happy to do it. And also congrats to Mivano, because they are really tough to beat, and yeah, we are really ecstatic to have done it today.
Well, you get 20 points, of course, here today, taking up to 65 points in total. In theory, the championship is still open for Le Mans. But I want to talk about those last few laps again, because we have just got word that there will be a drive-through penalty for the number 3 car. That's going to be added retrospectively, but it is academic in some ways, because Porsche Barbe saw Grandsport Esports ended up 1 lap behind these 2 drivers. But I want to talk about those last few laps when you could see Marcus Hamilton closing in and the traffic going the way of Frostmaster Movano Racing. What were you thinking?
Me and Luis were spotting Balas, so we are pretty much timing as much as we can the battery with the traffic, so it was like a mathematic game through all those laps. But also at the end, you know, I guess it was 5 laps before the end, 3 consecutive laps, we hit GTEs in the Rédillon, so cutting completely all the speed through the straight line and cannot put too much battery to, just in case of an attack from Hamilton, to have the extra top speed. And yeah, we made it work, but yeah, we were really nervous, but also really focused to deliver the job. And Ballas behind the wheel did an amazing job to make that triple stint work. And everyone at the team through these months of preparation to make the setup work and to be able to beat Mivano, who is the team on the top of the game in the LMP1 since the beginning of the release of the cars. So yeah, we are really happy to do it, and especially to break those winning streak in the Neo. So now there is 2 winners in LMP1. There is Mivano and there is us.
Next time out, we head ourselves over to the north of France, Circuit de la Sarthe and Le Mans. You've got to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely, and count us to give everything we had again to win it, and to maybe, you know, even if Mivano has a great gap at front, so it will be tough to beat them, and we need a little bit of luck on our side to win the championship. But if we can finish second, yeah, that's definitely our goal, and trying to win at Le Mans, my home circuit as well. So yeah, we have doing great in the special event, finishing third, so we will try to win it in 1 month's time.
Well, before we let you go, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done from Race Clutch?
Thanks to every fans and supporters. Thank you to all the drivers involved in the team on every platform, every game. So yeah, the team has done an amazing job. Thanks again to Luis and Ballas. Congrats also to our LMP2, to Aurelien and Robin that have defended our colors against today. And yeah, thanks you to everyone watching the stream, this race. We hope everyone has enjoyed it, and the suspense until the end. And thank you to you, RaceSpot, for broadcasting it.
Well, thank you very much, Race Clutch, claiming the victory here today in the Neo Endurance Series. As we've got a couple more people to talk to, and David, I mean, he makes the right point. You need a little bit of luck, and I always want to make that little joke. For a little bit of luck, you can make it through the night at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, David, we've got a couple more people we are going to talk to. We're going to stick it with... Who we're going to stick it with first? We're going to go to LMP2. We haven't got our race winner in LMP2, David, but we have got our third place team, Positive Sim Racing Orange, and they are stood by with you.
Yep, so we've got Daniel Benefield of that Positive Sim Racing car in the end coming through third after leading quite a few laps. And Daniel, that must be, I guess, a little bit disappointing for you guys, but in the end it's still some good points.
Yeah, that was actually the main kind of strategy behind it, or around our last stop, actually, to not take tyres. It was a worst case scenario is third, and now considering the championship we've had so far this season, we'd take third any day of the week.
And while I've got you two guys, I've got to ask your thoughts on that contact between your car and Ava Vivatic. Obviously, stewards looked at it and they ruled it as an aggression by Ava Vivatic. But I guess I want to hear in your words how you thought that played out.
I was just driving like my normal line. Like, I didn't even know he was there until I was about 90 degrees to the racetrack.
And Glenn, I guess you would have seen it. Did you take an opinion?
Yeah, definitely. That was it looked, because the situation built itself up to the Vivatic car drafting us as we had a bad exit. And then it didn't really seem like an opportunity, but they went for it in Pujon, I think it was. And it was on the grey zone because it was right on the rear corner of the car. And the penalty, I must say I wasn't too... I didn't agree with that, to be honest, because they didn't really let us through, because they rather made a mistake, but everything sorted out in the end, and happy with podium, of course.
And LMP2 was one of the most closely fought categories that we had this race, and I feel like really stepped it up. You guys looking forward to Le Mans, and do you think you can get on the podium again there? Do you think there's any chance to steal a win away from Ava Vivatic, who've looked pretty dominant in this series?
Yeah, definitely.
Le Mans is like, it's such a long race, and so much can happen. I mean, it's too hard to tell at this stage, like what pace we're gonna have, where we're gonna be, whether we can, like, so much can happen, particularly in the HPD, because I know you can still get engine damage by jumping the curb too much at the bus stop chicane. So like one little mistake by using too much curb and it affects your entire race. So I think it's a bit too early to call Le Mans at all.
As long as we keep our car clean, because initially that was our goal today. I told Daniel before the race, all we have to do today is just keep the car clean and the results will come. So I guess that will be for Le Mans as well, because we showed really good pace there at the iRacing official race last season, so I have big hopes.
Well, you did pretty well on executing on that plan from your side, and in the end finishing not too far away from the lead. There was a lot that was possible. Who do you need to thank on behalf of yourselves and your team, Positive Sim Racing?
I want to thank my mother and father, and happy Mother's Day, because we celebrate Mother's Day here in Norway, for watching, and also my girlfriend and her family watching downstairs right now. I can even hear myself and I'm laughing. And I want to thank the University of Isabel, JRT and Set 1 for giving us the equipment we have, and also our team chief for putting this together, and also shout out to Javi for opening a new restaurant and still being able to support us and giving us motivations.
And I'd like to thank my bed after this interview.
That's a sentiment I'm sure other Australians can sympathise with. Will, that was our third place finishers in LMP2, category that also went absolutely down to the wire, and we've got just a couple more people to talk to.
Yeah, indeed so. So we're going to be talking next off to your winner in terms of your GTE class, and it's a Logitech G Altus Esports Neo car, and I'll say this one now. In terms of Simone, Maria and Marcelo, compared with all the battles that were going on and all the craziness at the end of this one, you guys had it pretty easy in the last couple of hours.
Hello guys.
Hello.
So, well, yes, this race was a little bit tough. It could have appeared a little bit easier than the Bathurst, but I think the field was very, very hard. But I think what we made correctly is the strategy that gave us a little bit of easy life, because in the end we were like 10 seconds ahead and put still a little bit of minus fuel than our opposite at MSI, and we think the pace was the same more or less, and we just won because of the better strategy.
Well, in terms of the strategy, of course, it was a case of taking tyres, not taking tyres. You decided to take the tyres early compared to some of the people around you. But just how hard? I want to ask a question to you, because you were there at the start of this event when it was all going crazy. How hard was it driving that first half an hour with LMP1 drivers stacked up trying to get past, and then LMP2 drivers trying to get past with LMP1 cars trying to get past?
Well, yes, the traffic, especially in the first lapping from lap marking from the P1s, was very, very something like hell, especially because I race with a single monitor, So in order to avoid any kind of contact or things like that, you have to have in your mind what is around you. And yes, we had to fight the most with the traffic itself than the opposite sometimes, because there were obviously some drivers that, in order to not ruin our race or vice versa, they were a little bit too shine, if we can say like that. And of course, by indecision move, we lost a lot of time. So, but in the end, it was the best thing that both of classes could do. So it was also very hard for sure. But we just survived and we won. I think we had the luck, by the way, in the traffic.
In terms of the next race, it is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And the scenario for you is very simple. Win the race, you win the championship. Can you do it?
Well, we, as I said in the last interview, we just race in order to do the best we can. Obviously, we race for the win, and but we are still racing in one of the most difficult sim racing championship, also because the traffic itself, and we just try to prepare the best as we can, as always, and let us see. For sure, we will enjoy it, and because Le Mans is always a kind of magic track.
Well, before we let you go, shout out some sponsors. Who gets it done for that Altus eSport team?
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to my teammate, Yannick, that is very, very patient with me, especially when we just decide something like a hard setup to race in an endurance race. And we train a lot. And also our team boss, that is Simon, and our teammates, our friends, and our sponsors as Logitech G Astro, Motum Simulation, Cube Controls, and Confederation of Australia Motorsport. And a special thanks to Ernesto de la Peña that always supports me.
Hey, Ernesto, it's so great to hear you here on RaceSpotTV broadcast. It's so great. Well, thank you to Logitech G Altus Esports, the 911 claiming victory here today. We've also got ourselves the team who came home third in that class today. That is the Ferrari 488 GTE of Williams Gym Esports, and Graham Escuder is stood by with David Haynes.
Hello guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for the coverage.
Yeah, pleasure to have you here, and I guess well done to you guys grabbing third place in that GTE field. And I often say that the GTE category is one of the categories with the closest margins, with the most stacked driver lineup. So that's a serious accomplishment from you guys. And so I guess through the traffic, through all of the different classes of cars, it was pretty crazy out there. How did you guys manage to avoid the fate that befell your sister car, the 96? How did you manage to get that car to the finish line without too much damage?
Okay, first of all, the qualifying was very bad for us. We started P16, and then I know I have the pace from the leading group, so I started to push, trying to overtake some cars, and then we had our strategy very clear from the beginning, making double stints every time with the same tires. And in the beginning it was good because we exit the pits P6, so we avoid a lot of traffic, and from that I think also all the traffic in general in the race was good. We suffered some blue flags in not so good positions for us, that we lost some margin to some cars, but in the end we did a good pit stop. We put very low fuel. I was saving fuel all the all the last stint, and in the end we take the third position.
And a lot of the race we were talking about tyre strategy, because just about everyone the whole race double stinting tyres looked like the quickest strategy. But how hard is it with the second stint on the tyres? Do they slow down, or does the balance of the car change?
For me, it was nearly the same feeling than with fresh tires. Just you lost a bit on the corners, but for me the car was okay on the second stint. Yeah, on the second stint. And we thought that some people maybe will do triple stints because some guys didn't. Some guys put new tires in the second stint, and maybe they in the end of the race maybe they can go for a triple stint, but finally they realized they can't, and they did almost same strategies in the end. So.
And from 17th in the GT standings coming into this race to grabbing a third place, a podium, what does that do for your championship? Do you have a goal to finish in the top 10, or are you just taking each race one at a time?
Right now we think to qualify in the top 10. We know that in Le Mans we have double points, so we are very good on race. On qualifying we are missing something, but on race we are always nearly the top 5. So I think we need to believe to arrive on the top 10 in the end of the season.
And once again, I offer you congratulations. Anyone you would like to thank?
Well, yes, first of all, thank you to Aldo Massa, who made a great setup for this race. He practiced a lot, but they didn't finish with the Williams Jim Esports Black. And also say sorry to Piotr for the move in Les Combes. I think that was a close situation, close maneuver, but for me it was clear. And thanks to all my team.
Well, awesome. There we go, Will. That was third place, the car number 97, Williams Jim Esports Yellow.
Yeah, so we've almost gotten to the end, but we still have one more person to talk to, and that one, of course, is Neil Heckins. Neil, it's been an interesting race here today. Couple of things before we get ourselves to the end and anything else. First of all, number 3 car, they get a drive-through penalty. That doesn't really affect them because they're a lap ahead, of course, of the third place team, and that was the Porsche Bar by Sorg RaceSport Esports car. But also, we still have a pending situation between the number 91 and 97 car.
Yeah, exactly. So we have in total 3 post-race investigations. We've already looked into 2 of them. We're still looking into the third one. Yeah, so we the 3 car just went full throttle and passed another car outside track limits, which we also penalized another car for at least once this season. So in that sense we need to be consistent, and also we'll have to look into this. I mean, yeah, the incident between cars 91 97 we still have to look into. I can't really say about that as I haven't seen it yet. So yeah, it was a great race, I think, overall. Yeah, I think also the off-track limit or our monitoring system worked very well, and I'm very happy to see everyone behave in that sense.
In terms of our championships, of course, we've got, it'll take a retirement really for Frostmaster Movano Racing to lose the championship in terms of LMP1. LMP2, Ava Vivatic, because of their victory, they just pull out even further in a class that everyone's been falling out, almost falling all over each other. The thing that's going to be close, and the thing that I'm really looking forward at Le Mans, is that battle for GT, because, as I said on the broadcast earlier, if Logitech G Altus Esports win that race now, they will win the championship. So we've got at least one championship that is going to be fascinating to watch at Le Mans.
Yeah, exactly. The GT class has been very tight indeed, and also it shows how important consistency is with, yeah, at least before this race, with MSI Esports leading and Triton Racing being in second without a win. So I still have to calculate the points, so I have no idea on what the standings are now, but definitely going to be close.
I'm not going to lie, I've not commentated one of these races in almost 2 years. So what else do we have to talk about, Neil? Any other awards or prizes to give out?
No,
not anymore.
No, not anymore. We ditched that one, the CleanX challenge for this season, as nobody seemed to care about that. So. No more prizes.
Well, one thing, of course, is at Le Mans, I'd like to get your opinion on this, because it is a narrow racetrack, but because it's so high speed at certain sections, is there going to be any additional rules or additional information for the drivers as we head to our second 24-hour race at that track?
No, I'm not sure yet, but I think the for example, the off-track limit is not necessary there, as most of the corners are covered by slowdowns and police automatically, so that's fine. I don't know. I think we'll have to look in the archive and see at the stuff from last year, but I think as far as I know, we don't need to change a lot of stuff for this year.
Before we let you go, Neil, who do you want to give a shout out to, of course, as league organizer from the Neo Endurance Series?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Michael and Marco for stewarding today. Yeah, due to illness and other various reasons, we were only with 3. But they did a great job. Yeah, I would also like to thank all the teams and drivers for amazing race today, and also giving us the chance to watch a bit of the race at some point. It has been different in the previous rounds, and yeah, of course I would like to thank you guys from RaceSpot for another great stream today.
Well, thank you very much, Neil Heckins there. That's almost all we've got time for. David, final thoughts.
My goodness, what a race. And just because it's 6 hours long doesn't mean the end is boring. We did see some fantastic on-track action. We saw a lot of different strategy play out, tyre strategy in every single class. So I guess really looking forward to that 24 hours at Le Mans that will really give a chance to test these teams and these cars and their setups over an even longer race, paying more points.
Yeah, indeed. So we are just 6 weeks away from the 24, the RaceSpotTV 24 Hours of Le Mans, the finale of the Neo Endurance Series at Circuit de la Sarthe. Where else would we have the finale of this great championship? Before we go here on RaceSpotTV, of course, we want to say a thank you to some of the people that get it done for us, to Cameron Walsh, of course, to Bryce Brockman, and the guys to next week, David Haynes, Istvan Balau, TrackCams22.com, Andres Warner and One Design, Simon Grossman, Apptioneering.com, and Nick Thisson for the New Endurance Series live timing and scoring. So that is it. And in terms of GT, as we say, the scene is set. If the Altus Esports team can get themselves a victory, they will win in terms of GT. It's been fantastic to see the comeback of Vivatic and the number 39 team today, but also the win season for Thrustmaster Movano Racing, the undefeated season. It is over. Race Clutch claiming the LMP1 victory here today and setting up what is going to be a fantastic 24-hour race All 24 hours of the event will be live here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network, because no one has done more 24-hour races than us, and no one does 24-hour races better than us. For myself, Will Vincent, thank you so much for being a part of our coverage here today. Good night from Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and we'll talk to you all next time. Congratulations to the RaceSpot number 15 team.